Chapter 1 The Most Perfect Experimental Product. The Country of Grass. The moonlight in the dark night is bright. The moonlight shone on the ground, revealing a pitch-black hole, and a dull explosion sound came out of the cave. Click! The mountain wall suddenly cracked. Countless gravels were flying and bursting out, and the entire mountain was shaking. A long-haired man flew backwards in the gravel, staring at the about to break the mountain wall, and his hands quickly formed ninjutsu handprints. Psychic technique. The smog of the psychic art is everywhere. A brown giant python was summoned by the psychic. The giant python hadn't reacted yet. An agile young man suddenly jumped out of the mountain wall and punched the giant python in the head. This punch is powerful and powerful. Less than a few seconds after this giant python was summoned, it was smashed into the head by a sudden fist, and it was severely damaged and turned into smoke and disappeared. However, this little time. Enough for the summoner to land in a safe position. The long-haired man stood on the ground, not caring about the life or death of the psychic beast at all. He just looked up at the figure with a light, and stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The greatest work was born. The long-haired man's eyes were full of covet, as if he was looking at the most precious treasure in the world through the permeable smoke, this amazing chakra. This is the history. An experimental product that is perfectly compatible with Hashirama cells. The smoke slowly dissipated. A black-haired boy with a naked upper body fell to the ground. This boy is very beautiful, and perhaps most people can't help feeling good when they see it, but the momentum that blooms on the boy makes people dare not ignore it. That's what a huge chakra! There are no few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can do this. The boy looked at the long-haired man in front of him and curiously tilted his head. Cleary's eyes seemed as innocent as a newborn baby. Who are you? The boy's inquiry voice was a little simple. The long-haired man is born evil and handsome, his eyes are like the vertical pupils of a snake, and his body also has a nasty cold smell of snakes. There is only one person in the entire ninja world, Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. When Orochimaru heard the boy's inquiry, his brows frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "It seems that the experiment is still a bit dangerous. Is there any problem with the brain cells?" The boy tilted his head, and the intimidating aura slowly disappeared. Kyuyuan Kagura. Orochimaru called out the boy's name. However, this name seemed to suddenly arouse the boy's vigilance. The ground under the boy's feet suddenly cracked, and with the help of the instant acceleration of stepping on the ground, his palm stretched out to Orochimaru's head. A wooden thorn emerged from the boy's palm. The boy's sneak attack was too sudden. In a slightest, the wooden thorn is about to pierce Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru hurriedly raised his fingers, and black curse seals quickly appeared on the boy's whole body, fixing the boy's body and not moving. The seal of the spell. By urging the curse seals buried in the target's body in advance, they are activated at critical moments, so that the target's body can produce a curse seal technique that binds the action. In order to avoid possible accidents, Orochimaru arranged the seal of the spell in the boy's body in advance, but he still felt that the scene that just happened was a bit dangerous. Now, Orochimaru controlled the boy's movements, and his mood finally calmed down, and his evil smile reopened on his face. It seems that it's okay. Bang! Next moment, the chakra on the boy's body exploded again. The chakra riot alone caused a shocking sense of oppression. The spells slowly melted under the impact of powerful chakra, and the seal of the spell on the boy's body was slowly disintegrating and disappearing. Orochimaru's body retreated suddenly. The boy relied on chakra to lift the curse seal on his body, glanced at the distance between Orochimaru and himself, and the confusion in his eyes began to slowly dissipate. "Sir Orochimaru." The boy seemed to have recovered from his awakening, with uneasiness and apologies in his expression. "Sorry, Lord Orochimaru, my body just lost control and could not control my actions. Fortunately, you used the seal of the spell to help me control my body. This is a normal phenomenon." Orochimaru felt that the teenager had returned to normal, and slowly nodded. His smile returned to his face, explaining, "Many Hashima cell transplantation experimental samples will have this sequelae, at least you survived, how do you feel?" "Unprecedented good." The boy spread his arm and felt the power on his fist. "The physical strength is very strong, the chakra is very abundant, and the perception ability has been greatly improved. But the blood limit is a bit strange." The boy stretched out his palm, and a wooden thorn emerged from his palm. "This power is very powerful, and it can be exerted without even doing anything. This is just a tiny power of the blood limit." Orochimaru looked at the wooden thorn in the boy's palm, and the smile on his face became stronger. "I will let you learn a more powerful wood escape ninjutsu. Do you still need to learn?" The boy felt a little aggrieved and whispered, "Master Orochimaru, I thought that after the experiment was successful, you would use the reincarnation of the uncorpse and use my body as a new container. It's not the time yet." Orochimaru's expression was a bit meaningful. The reincarnation of the uncorpse is the art of eternal life created by Orochimaru himself. Through mental transfer, you can seize and invade other people's bodies, thus achieving immortality and even gain additional strength and knowledge of other people's bodies. Orochimaru has undergone 2 reincarnations. The first time was purely for experiments. He chose a fairly appropriate body. The second reincarnation was because the woman's body and soul were very compatible with her and could fully exert his power. According to Orochimaru's calculations, this woman's body can last for a few years. If she abandoned it, it would be too wasteful. This kind of fit body is difficult to find. The most important thing is that it takes at least 3 years to reincarnate without corpses, and it has not been long since Orochimaru replaced the woman's body. Orochimaru also hopes that the teenager in front of him will learn more ninjutsu, so that Orochimaru can gain additional knowledge when he invades the teenager's body in the future. Compared with semi-finished products, Orochimaru prefers finished products. As for whether the boy in front of him will betray him after he becomes strong, Orochimaru is not worried about this problem because he watched the boy grow up. This little guy is called Kyuyuin Kagura. He is an orphan. Orochimaru knows these abandoned children very well. As long as they give them a little warmth, they will pounce on them like moths, and even if they throw them into the fire, they will not choose to leave. The theory should be the same for the young autumn Genshin impact. The reality is quite outrageous. Akira Kagura is an exception, and the system prompt sounded in the boy's mind, reminding him that he was a time traveler. System tips: assisting your boss Orochimaru in a human experiment. The task has been completed and you have received a reward for genetic modification technology. Chapter 2, Kyuyuin Shenyu. Kyuyuin Shenil is a time traveler. In his previous life, Kyuyuin Kamiya was still called Kyuyuin, and he was an incompetent worker. After all, it is difficult to make money by working. Kyuyuin just wants to find something to do. He has a fixed income and his life can be called stable. This kind of employee who cannot be tied up with money has always been a trouble. It's natural. Akira has been walking on the road of unemployment and employment. After Akira submitted his resume casually, a strange company sent him an interview invitation, hoping that he could go to the company to negotiate. Akira agreed. However, after Akira woke up from a sleep, she appeared in this world and became a boy named Akira Kagura. Akira Kagura is one of the orphans adopted by Orochimaru. He stays in an experimental base all year round. His main job is to clean the base and work part-time on human experimental consumables. Fortunately, Akira Kagura opened as long as he works hard, he will definitely be appreciated by the leader, which allowed him to have a characteristic that could conduct human experiments. The name of the system is fake, but its purpose is real. As long as Akira Kagura chooses a superior and completes the superior's tasks seriously, he can get a certain task reward. If Akira Kagura wants to leave this world, there are only 2 choices. The first choice is that the world will perish. As long as the company goes bankrupt, you will definitely be able to resign. The second choice is to find a way to be fired from this world and continue to find a job in the next world. This seems to be quite difficult. Besides, Kyoyuan Kagura doesn't want to leave immediately. This is a rare life experience. As long as you choose a superior, the system will also distribute a gift package for newcomers. Pity. The first time Akira Kagura can only choose Orochimaru as his superior. Akira Kagura gave a super feature called Ninja Science from the newcomer's entry gift package, so that he could survive this human experiment of Hashima cell transplantation with a mortality rate of more than 99%. Name, Kyoyuan Kagura. Gender, male. Age, 10 years old. Date of birth, April 4, 43, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yang. Total chakra, SSS, physical fitness has been greatly enhanced, and its strength and speed have far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas, and its perception ability has been improved. The total chakra reaches the limit of normal ninjas, which is derived from the transplantation of Hashirama cell. Skill. Wood escape wood clone. The clone technique after the evolution of the boundary of the wood escape blood can be transformed into branches to entangle the enemy after being broken. At the same time, since the wood escape chakra can be used as the source of life, compared with other clone techniques and even more advanced shadow clone techniques, it is more difficult for wood clones to be identified by people as true or false. Wood escape and wooden substitute. The substitute technique after the evolution of wooden escape and blood, can be instantly replaced with a wooden substitute after being attacked. Wood escape wood transformation. The transformation technique after the evolution of the wood escape blood, using wood escape to transform into others, is more difficult to detect than ordinary transformation techniques. Wooden escape cleaving technique. Wooden escape blood awakens. You can extend wood thorns from all parts of your body. After using wood thorns to pierce the enemy's body, you can use seals to make the wood thorns fork and grow again to pierce the enemy's body. Genetic transformation technology. Special abilities can be engraved into the genetic level by forcing gene writing, which is more convenient and safer than cell transplantation experiments. Features. Seal-free healing, super strong self-healing ability, healing one's body without sealing, originated from Ashima cell transplantation. Wood release blood release, the legendary blood release limit of the ninja god Senjo Hashima, the extremely rare blood release in the ninja world, and even the blood relatives of the descendants of Senjo Hashima cannot inherit it, and it originated from Hashima cell transplantation. Ninja science. When the host conducts human experiments that conform to the scientific theory of ninja will definitely succeed, and newcomers will be rewarded with a big gift package. Superior, Orochimaru. It's obvious. For the system, choosing a good leader is very important. The abilities of Orochimaru, the superior, are all about technology and ruthlessness. According to Akira Kagura's observation, the system's task rewards are paid according to the situation of his superiors, and his career in the ninja world is likely to require multiple job changes. Just now, Akira Kagura tested the attack on Orochimaru in the name of losing control and found that there was no problem with attacking his superiors and the system did not punish him. The system may encourage job change? After all, this kind of working system looks like a lot of superiors. No, it should be said that this system of squeezing workers must encourage Akira Kagura to work for more superiors. Akira Kagura also planned to find another superior in the ninja world, because Orochimaru, the superior, was not very good at character and began to covet his body. Keiki. Orochimaru didn't know that the young man in front of him was already thinking about changing jobs and was still planning for the future. He needed Akira Kagura to learn ninjutsu about wood release. Next. Go to Konoha. I have an ally in Konoha. When Orochimaru mentioned his allies, a strange smile couldn't help but curl up. Learn wood escape ninjutsu from him, and let me see how far you can do. Other than that, go to monitor him and me to the covenant. Yes. The boy Akira Kagura agreed, and looked up in confusion and said, Koi village, Lord Orochimaru's hometown. Good. Orochimaru nodded, his voice becoming a little light, go to my hometown to see, the scenery there is beautiful. However, the memories in Orochimaru's eyes soon faded away. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said in a shallow voice, "One day, I will go back." Obviously, Orochimaru was uneasy to his hometown. Kyoyuin Kagura didn't comment on this. As a time traveler, Akira Kagura knew a little about what happened to Konoha village. Konoha village, the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, is also the hometown of Orochimaru. It is located in the richest country of fire in the ninja world. Konoha's highest leader is Naruto. Orochimaru and his two friends were called Konoha Sunin, who made great contributions to Konoha and almost became a Hokage, but his teacher, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinako, voted to veto it on the grounds that his heart was too dark. This is unreasonable. Which ninja in the ninja world is bright? As a result, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan picked out a man as warm as the sun as the fourth generation of Naruto, which really makes people convinced. Pity. Shortly after the fourth generation of Naruto succeeded, the Nine-Tail Rebellion broke out in Konoha village that shocked the ninja world. The fourth generation of Naruto sacrificed his life to solve the Nine-Tail Rebellion in Konoha village. However, Orochimaru's opportunity did not come, but instead ushered in a crisis. The third generation of Naruto rejected all candidates and took power again. He also discovered that Orochimaru secretly conducted human experiments and personally led the Angular to capture Orochimaru. Orochimaru had to defect to Konoha and became a wanted rebel ninja, from a former popular candidate for Naruto to become an S-level rebel ninja in the ninja world. Orochimaru's rebelliousness is the main reason, but Orochimaru's ally who is still in Konoha must have to take some blame. That ally? I'm not a good person indeed. Orochimaru wanted to send Akira Kagura to that ally, but it was an opportunity for Akira Kagura to get the organization of Konoha village. This is a construction. The establishment of the 5 major official institutions in the ninja world. Chapter 3 Where is my money? How important is it to compile this thing? The last life of Kyoyuin Kagura didn't even have the chance to be compiled. According to the human nature of his previous life, if Orochimaru asked to help arrange a preparation for Akira Kagura would have to visit him during the holidays. For Akira Kagura in this life, the organization of Konoha village is still of great use, and Akira Kagura can integrate into the most powerful ninja village in the world. Konoha village is the center of this world. As long as Akira Kagura enters Konoha, he can know the direction of the world at any time and even affect the future of the world. What's more, the system has also refreshed new requirements from superiors. System tips: new work task, go to Konoha to find Orochimaru's ally, Shimura Danzo, learn wood escape ninjutsu, and monitor the alliance between Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. There is no time limit for this job task. The concept of work tasks released by the system originated from superiors, and there was never a specified completion time, making people feel that this job will not be completed. However, this is what makes Akira Kagura the most alert. If you follow the steps, you will be able to sink into work all your life. Only by taking the initiative to do something can you get rid of a job that doesn't know what is the deadline. Rush rust. A sound of snake crawling suddenly came out. A little white snake suddenly emerged from the grass and leaned close to Orochimaru's calves intimately, looking very attached. Orochimaru bent down and spread his palm. The little white snake opened its mouth and spit out a scroll, which fell on Orochimaru's palm. This scroll looks even larger than the little white snake, making it hard to imagine how it swallowed the scroll. But, after all, it's the ninja world. This kind of strange thing is still very common. Orochimaru opened the scroll in his hand, looked at the handwriting on the scroll, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen some interesting news on it. Strictly speaking, this is a stern question. This is a question from Shimura Danzo. When Orochimaru was still in Konoha, Shimura Danzo had been secretly funding and supporting his wood release human experimental research project, and even helped find human experimental materials. It's natural. This kind of investment definitely requires returns. Orochimaru also gave back to Shimura Danzo and gave a successful wood release ninja to Shimura Danzo, allowing Shimura Danzo to see the hope of success in the project. After all, we need to let investors see certain results. Although the wood release ninja is far less perfect than Akira Kagura, that little hope also made Shimura Danzo believe in the prospects of the wood release human body experimental research project. Wooden escape experiment. Very funny, sure can succeed. Even though Orochimaru defected from Konoha now, Shimura Danzo was not afraid of being discovered to be colluded with the rebel ninja, and still worked hard to fund Orochimaru's research. But investors are always looking forward to the return on investment. Almost all the news sent by Shimura Duanzang was his questioning. Where is my money? Where did you spend my money? Have your experimental project achieved new results in recent years? It was not until the back of the letter scroll that Shimura Danzo mentioned something that the previously unsuccessful wood release experimental subject was discovered by the third generation of Naruto and taken over to the Umbu directly under the Naruto. He hoped that Orochimaru would help him use the experiment to cultivate a wood release ninja. Same. Shimura Danzo also mentioned the request for the meeting. After all, Orochimaru has been defecting to Konoha for several years and has long since left the surveillance of Shimura Danzo. The investor also wants to check Orochimaru's project progress. Hehe. Orochimaru ignored the question on the scroll and looked at the last request on the scroll, with a chuckle on his face. This is really a coincidence. It just so happens, it's considered an explanation to him. What? Akira Kagura looked at Orochimaru in surprise. Is there anything this boss would hide from him? Nothing. Orochimaru looked at Akira Kagura with a smile, reached out to stroke Akira Kagura's hair, and said with a loving face, "Someone will come to pick you up soon. Before that, I will teach you how to untie a curse seal." What kind of curse seal? The seal of the root of the tongue. Orochimaru said it lightly. The name of this mantra sounds a bit terrifying, but the effect of the mantra is quite poor, but it is actually not scary at all. This is a sealed mantra created by Shimura Danzo, which is mainly used to impose it on his subordinates to prevent his subordinates from leaking his intelligence. By planting the seal of the tongue under a person's tongue, the person who is planted with a curse seal will trigger the mark if he wants to mention the news about Shimura Danzo, and he will be unable to speak or even unable to move. Another purpose of Orochimaru, who wanted Akira Kagura to go to Konoha to surrender to Shimura Danzo, was to act as his undercover agent. From time to time, he would need Akira Kagura to convey messages to him, and of course he would not let Akira Kagura be bound by the seal of the tongue. In addition to the way to remove the seal of the tongue, Orochimaru also recalled his hometown in front of Akira Kagura, allowing Akira Kagura to know a little about Konoha's story. My teacher. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaku. He has ruled Konoha for decades. Maybe he is already very old, and the teacher has become a little merciful and ruthless. Even when facing someone who may harm Konoha. The boy Chuyuan Shanli raised his eyebrows. There are many secrets that the young man knows about the characters in Konoha village. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru thinks he is merciful and ruthless, and thinks he is an old man with kind face, because someone plays a cruel and ruthless role. Konoha is the most powerful organization in the ninja world. It will never be in the sun. Naturally, some shameful characters are needed to deal with the dark and yin private. There is no doubt. This is the role of Shimura Danzo. Akira Kagura wants to know more about the stories of his future boss. Akira Kagura quietly listened to Orochimaru's memories of Sarutobi Hinako, and asked curiously at the right time, "Where is Lord Shimura Danzo, whom Orochimaru asked me to join? What kind of person is he? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Is it Danzang?" The smile on Orochimaru's face suddenly became rich and he said gloomily, "Danzo is the shadow hidden behind the third generation of Naruto. The life of a ninja is dark. Naruto is the source of the darkness of ninja. But humans always like to beautify themselves. My teacher likes to be open and approachable. I need someone to help him deal with some troubles in the dark. Humph. Orochimaru actually smiled a little proudly, as if he had found the unbearable part of the third generation of Hokage, and continued to mock him. My teacher has always been so hypocritical. I don't want people to know that he is contaminated with darkness. The wooden release human experiment with a mortality rate of almost 100% was first proposed by him, but his will is too fragile. I can't bear the price of the experiment failure. The boy Chu Yuan Shanli wanted to clean his ears. Why did Orochimaru mention Konoha when he mentioned it? This has been defecting to Konoha for several years. Why is Orochimaru still sarcastic about the third generation of Naruto? Didn't Orochimaru become the Naruto of Konoha village? Isn't it just to drive Orochimaru out of his hometown? Could it be that Orochimaru, you are wrong first? Now, I just want to hear the story of Lord Danzang. Chapter 4 New Work Tasks. Orochimaru really has a lot of resentment towards his teacher. Fortunately, Orochimaru may know that he is an adult, so he must have a limit to speaking bad things behind his back and not show his immature side in front of the teenager. Anyway, my teacher is a person who is so kind that he is a little cowardly that he doesn't want to get involved in the dark. If you meet the third generation of Naruto in Konoha, be sure to stay away from the old man. His mouth is best at bewitching people's hearts, and people are always prone to being tricked by him. Brainwashing. But, Lord Orochimaru, you are also very good at brainwashing others. Kyuyuan Shenl couldn't help but complain in her heart. Maybe. Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something, and chuckled, I don't need to worry about this problem. Danzo would definitely not dare to let you get close to the third generation of Naruto. Orochimaru reached out and patted Akira Kagura on the shoulder, and his expression was a little more serious. Kagura, you are my most perfect work. The first Naruto Shimura, the god of ninja, was hailed as the god of ninja, and you were almost perfectly assimilated with his cells. You were the most genius child of this era. The boy nodded silently. I already knew about this before the wood dye experiment, otherwise why would I dare to take risks to accept human experiments? So what about Danzang? Fortunately, Orochimaru did not forget the question of Akira Kagura, and casually talked about the topic of Shimura Danzo, and seemed to be not very fond of his investors. However, Chuyuan Kagura listened very seriously. Shimura Danzo is his future boss. Especially this guy is undoubtedly the most difficult boss in Konoha village. Inquiring about his boss's preferences in advance is very necessary for how to carry out his future work. Shimura Danzang, Hokage assisted by Konoha village. A short-sighted but ambitious old man. Since the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru and Shimura Danzo were teammates who had a life and death relationship in their youth, the third generation of Naruto was extremely kind to Shimura Danzo, giving Danzo considerable power, and secretly acquiesced to Danzo to help Konoha deal with the dirty troubles. The boy Akira Genjiro felt that Orochimaru was a little unkind. The little information Orochimaru said was not as good as he knew, which made him know much more. How could he do his work in Konoha in the future? Obviously, Orochimaru didn't notice this. Orochimaru believed that the young Akira Kagura should not like the gloomy old guy like Danzo Shimura. He wanted to talk to Akira Kagura about some of the children he paid attention to in Konoha. Koha has a very interesting child. That little guy has shown outstanding talent since he was a child, and he also happens to have the blood limit that is like a natural enemy with wood exit. Who is it? The boy Chuyuan Shanli is indeed a little curious. In Konoha in this era, there seem to be quite a lot of geniuses in the village. The genius who can be remembered by Orochimaru is definitely not a big guy. Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru pronounced a name that made Akira Kagura familiar, and continued on his own, that little guy is a real genius. Even in peaceful times, he cannot hide his ninja qualities and talents far exceeding his peers. Orochimaru remembered the scene where he once saw the young Uchiha Itachi training in a training room, and had to sigh at the little guy's talent. That child, if it was him, he might be able to awaken a higher level Sharingan. The boy Chu Yuan Shen Li's expression was a bit strange. However, as a worker, Akira Kagura is very professional. Seeing Orochimaru obsessed with that genius child, he took the initiative to speak up to help his boss solve his problems. If Lord Orochimaru wants to see Uchiha Itachi again, I will find an opportunity in the future and find a way to bring him to you. Good. Orochimaru showed a look of approval to the tactful young man. Wooden Escape and Sharingan are undoubtedly the two best blood successors. If Akira Kagura can really bring Uchiha Itachi to him in the future, Orochimaru plans to let two geniuses fight in person, and whoever wins will occupy his body. As for whether Uchiha Itachi would agree to become a container, Orochimaru didn't care. He only needed a look to prevent Uchiha Itachi from moving. The boy Chu Yuan Shen Le is still very respectful on the surface. If I can really bring Uchiha Itachi to Orochimaru in the future, Akira Kagura plans to let Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi fight in person, so that Orochimaru will realize the power of the Sharingan and be completely addicted to the Sharingan. What's more, the system determined that this is the work required by the boss. System tip: new work tasks, look for opportunities, bring Uchiha Itachi to Orochimaru. This kind of work. Kyuyuan Kagura swore that she must complete it well. Even if these two people have seen them in certain places that should not be seen in the future, Akira Kagura has to find a way to let them meet again. Time flies a little too fast. Perhaps Orochimaru was too addicted to research experiments. Time passes a little slowly. Perhaps it was because Akira Kagura was looking forward to going to Konoha. Day 4. Finally someone came to this base. An old man with a cane appeared around the base. His head was covered with bandages, and even a bandage was wrapped around his eye socket, as if he had been scratched by someone. The two ninjas followed the old man tightly, looking at the nearby environment with a vigilant look, fearing that the old man would encounter danger in this base. Master Danzang. One of the ninjas watched the gravel on the ground and persuaded in a deep voice, this place was not long ago. There was a fierce battle, maybe Orochimaru encountered the enemy, we can't be here. Not an enemy. Orochimaru walked out with Akira Kagura and said with a smile on his face, it's just a little bit of noise Kagura made after the experiment was successful. The two ninjas immediately stopped the old man. Although they knew there was a connection between the old man and Orochimaru, in terms of identity, Orochimaru is an S-level rebel ninja in the village. Just the identity of a rebel ninja, Orochimaru is a dangerous person. Get out. The old man withdrew his subordinates with one sentence, looked up at Orochimaru, and slowly spoke, I haven't seen you for a long time, Orochimaru, it seems, you're doing well recently. The old man spoke a little slowly when he spoke, as if he was trying his best to hear what he said clearly, so as to show his superiority. However, the old man soon exposed his characteristics. Without waiting for Orochimaru to answer, he looked at Akira Kagura next to him and asked in a deep voice, what you just said, the experiment was successful? This child. Yes, it's what you want. Orochimaru's mouth curled up and he spoke slowly, compared to the previous immature work, the wood escape on Kagura's body is more powerful. Leave this child to me. The old man half closed his eyes, and his voice was unquestionably firm, only Konoha can use the power of wood exit. Chapter 5 New Superiors, New Gains. Wood escape blood continues. It is undoubtedly the persistence of Shimura Danzo throughout his life. As for what Shimura Danzo said, only Konoha could use the power of wood escape, everyone present knew that this was just a joke and no one would take it seriously. This old guy said that for Konoha, he did everything for Konoha, but he was reluctant to hold all his strength in his hands behind his back. No. Shimura Danzo hopes that he can get these strengths. If you can make a second wooden ninja, it means that Orochimaru's skills are barely mature. Shimura Danzo's heart was in full swing. Perhaps he could transplant Hashimara cells, thus awakening the first generation of Naruto Chihu Hashimaras would release blood Rizuku. The old man's eyes suddenly fell from the boy's body on Orochimaru's face, and immediately asked Orochimaru a question he wanted to know the answer most. Orochimaru, does the wood escape awakened from this child mean that Hashirama's cells have been successfully transplanted to other people? Cannot. Orochimaru shook his head, and a sentence like cold water extinguished the old man's heart fire. The cell transplantation of Kagura's body was successful, but it was just a situation that happened by chance in the experiment. All right. The old man suddenly became a little unhappy. But Orochimaru's words turned around and an unknown smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have found another experimental idea through this experiment, but I still need some precious experimental materials and a lot of funds. Akira Kagura looked at Orochimaru in surprise. This time, the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment was successful because I had a ninja scientific characteristic. Any human experiment on oneself, as long as it conforms to the scientific theory of the ninja world, will surely succeed. How could Orochimaru have any new experimental ideas? The investor Shimura Duanzang is not very clear about the situation. The old man frowned slightly, as if he was a little embarrassed, and finally agreed, what do you need? Make a list, and I will try my best to arrange it for you. I hope I can see something that satisfies me next time. It'll definitely be there next time. Orochimaru nodded, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually became stronger. Then I'll take him away. Shimura Danzo waved to the boy, and a gentle smile appeared in the old and gloomy voice, is the child, called Akira Kagura. Orochimaru nodded again, pushed the boy's shoulder, and said with a smile, treat this child well. I don't want him to have any problems. In the future, his body may be used. The boy Chuyuan Shenli was pushed towards Danzo. I see. Shimura Danzo nodded and agreed. Shimura Danzo stretched out his hand to touch the boy's hair. After thinking for a while, he spoke, from today on, you will be a member of the root. Forget your name, your code name is A. The boy's expression was stunned. You fucking. Did the old guy live too long? Chuyuan Shen almost forgot this. All members of the root organization under Shimura Duanzang will be forced to give up their names and feelings, and there will be only one code name for their entire life. However, system tip, you have a new superior, Shimura Tenzo, reward newcomers with a big gift package to open up new features. System tip, you have a new superior, Sarabi Hitsan, reward new recruits for joining the job, and open up new features. Darkness of the Ninja Realm, when the host needs intelligence after that, you will receive the required information content and a reward for newcomers' entry gift package. Professor Ninja, when the host learns ninjutsu that conforms to ninjutsu theory will definitely be able to successfully learn, and newcomers will be rewarded with a gift package. Yes, Lord Danzang. Kyuyuan Kagura quickly agreed. Although this old guy Shimura Danzo is not a good thing and even wants to change his name, this superior's gift package is really powerful. And once you become a subordinate of Shimura Danzo, you can automatically obtain Konoha organization. In theory, all the ninjas in Konoha village are subordinates of the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan, and they also got another newcomer recruitment gift package. What's more, these two characteristics, whether it is the intelligence ability brought by Dark of the Ninja Realm or the learning ability brought by Professor of Ninja, it is all urgently needed by Akira Kagura. Shimura Duanzo is a good leader. Akira Kagura felt that it didn't matter that a little thing was changed to someone's name. When Shimura Danzo didn't want to live in the future, he had to find a way to leave a complete body for Lord Danzo. Shimura Danzo didn't know that the young man around him had already had the idea of sending him off, and waved his hand to signal his two subordinates, intending to take Akira Kagura to leave here together. Before leaving, Shimura Danzo seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned around and looked at Orochimaru and said, by the way, this base is no longer safe. Orochimaru's brows immediately frowned. Compared with other bases, this base has more complete experimental equipment. Even because of the time traveler Akira Kagura, who has received modern education, has always been organized, making Orochimaru want to use this base as a long-term stronghold. I received an information. Shimura Danzo's face looked a little unfair, as if he was referring to someone he didn't want to mention. The town near this base, your old friend appeared. I see. Orochimaru immediately thought of a tall grey-haired man. Orochimaru's expression was also a little unfavorable. He clenched his teeth and groaned, that guy Jiraiya, is really lingering. Someone reported his whereabouts to me. Since you left Konoha, Jiraiya has been secretly exploring your news. He is as stupid and naive as your teacher, but it is all trouble for us. Shimura Danzo has always disliked Jiraiya, who has a somewhat similar temperament to Sarutobi Hinazo, and said coldly, if you find an opportunity, it's best to kill him so that he won't cause trouble again. I see. Orochimaru's face suddenly became even more ugly, and he said in a deep voice, that guy Jiraiya, is not that easy to deal with. I can keep Longma to help you. Shimura Danzo pointed to a guard ninja beside him, Ryama and you are old partners, between you. Unnecessary. Orochimaru rejected the proposal with a cold face and said indifferently, Jiraiya, that trash, since the ninja school, has never been my opponent. Then I'll leave first. Shimura Danzo nodded. Akira Kagura stood beside him and was a little speechless. Lord Danzang is old and his eyes are just bad. Can't even tell such a small matter? It would be better to expect Orochimaru to kill Jiraiya in this life, but you might as well expect you to kill the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru. Chapter 6 You are not in line with our organization's will. On the way back to Konoha. Shimura Danzo always believed that Akira Kagura was a well-behaved child. Any child who was regarded as an experimental subject would be scared and obedient by the terrifying human experiments. Result. This little guy is an exception. Along the way, Akira Kagura showed great curiosity about things outside, and even asked them if they could fish when they were resting by the river. Fishing? Only guys with a lazy attitude towards life can fish. As a route that supports the darkness of Konoha, how could it be possible to waste time on such things? Even when it is absolutely necessary, it will only use the method of fork fish to replenish food. Shimura Danzo realized that this child might be very curious about the world, and perhaps he had never seen the real darkness, and he still needed to cultivate himself after he went back. As long as the little guy sees the cruelty of this world, he will definitely become well-behaved and sensible. Shimura Danzo is very good at raising children, especially at raising a child with a slightly normal mind into a tool for killing people. However, Kyuyuan Kagura quickly changed his mind. Wood escape cleaving technique. Kyuyuan Shenel used wood escape to show a wave of fork fish operations by the river. A wooden thorn emerged from the boy's palm and was suddenly pierced into the river by him, piercing through a big fish more than 1 meter long. The big fish immediately struggled violently. Next moment, the boy's fingers rise together. The wood thorns actually started to fork and grow again. A group of dense wooden thorns grew out of the big fish's body, directly penetrated the big fish's body, and the blood instantly dyed the river red. This style of wood escape. It looks extremely cruel. Mr. Danzang, I caught the fish. Akira Hara looked at Shimura Danzo with joyful expression. The boy's smile seemed extremely innocent and pure, but he looked particularly cold-blooded under this bloody fishing method. Relentless, as if killing life was fun for him. This is a natural tool for killing. It's really. The old man looked at the bloody scene in front of him and slowly uttered a rare praise, the exquisite wood escape is a good child. Whether it is the young man's body, or the young man's attitude towards life, Shimura Danzo feels that he has really found a good seedling this time. In the future, just make sure that he is loyal to him. Konoha Village. The richest ninja village in the ninja world. Shimura Danzo was worried that his whereabouts would be discovered, and wanted to see how perfect Akira Kagura's would release talent was, so he hurriedly rushed back to Konoha with the boy. When Shimura Danzo returned to the village, he never liked to walk through the gate, but liked to secretly open the seal barrier from the Konoha back mountain and return to the base of the Orchid organization. Akira Kagura followed Shimura Danzo into a well. When he entered the Nin organization base, he felt the gloomy and dark atmosphere. This boss. The style of conduct is too dark. The entire root organization's base is hidden deep underground. Even if there are many classic pavilions and towers built inside the base of the Gen organization, and even some luxuriously facing the mountain wall, it cannot change the gloomy feeling under the darkness. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of knocking on the wood echoed underground. A group of people couldn't help but look back at the boy who suddenly knocked on the railing. First, Shimura Danzo had a little displeasure, expressed dissatisfaction with the boy's actions, and said coldly, "What are you doing? Be quieter." "Yes, Lord Danzang." After Akira Kagura responded, he spoke and explained, "I thought it would be a railing made of stone, but I didn't expect it to be made of wooden." Orochimaru once mentioned. "Shut up." A hint of anger appeared on Shimura Danzo's face, staring at the boy, and his voice was cold. From today on, I will completely forget Orochimaru's name." "Yes, Lord Danzang." Akira Kagura agreed again and continued, "That adult mentioned that the underground air is humid and wooden buildings can easily become rotten." Everyone present was silent. Shimura Danzo thought that he might have been too subtle just now, and wanted to say it again that this little guy would forget Orochimaru instead of just forgetting Orochimaru's name, and it also seemed that he was a little too petty. "I'll go and handle official business." Shimura Danzo shook his hand helplessly and instructed his subordinates, "Ryama, help him arrange his residence, let him understand Gen's will, and then take him to see me." "Yes." The oil girl Longma nodded respectfully and looked at the young man coldly. "Follow me, don't run around. There are many forbidden areas for this base." "I see." Kyoyu and Kagura followed the oil girl Ryama obediently. The base of the root organization is very large. The entire base is like a huge well, with a group of tall classical buildings close to the stone walls and corridors and bridges connecting these buildings together. This is your residence." Oil girl Longma brought Kyoyu and Kagura to a dormitory. There is only one cabinet in the whole room, a bedding is laid on the floor, and a lamp is placed in the corner of the wall, which looks a bit empty. Kyoyu and Kagura looked at his residence and made his own request, "Put it out for me, I don't like sleeping on the floor." "No." The oil girl Longma shook her head and said coldly, "The members of the root do not need to have useless emotions or external feelings. All you have to do is accept the arrangement." Kyoyu and Shenel raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you my superior? Or will you be my superior in the future?" "No, neither." The oil girl Ryama shook her head again and replied, "Only Master Danzo is the only superior, and everyone's actions are derived from Master Danzo's orders. In theory, this is the case. In fact, there are some unspoken rules at the root." As the personal guard of Shimura Danzo, the oil girl Ryama is obviously higher than other members. However, the root members had no distractions in their minds, only the tasks sent by Lord Danzang. When did they care about the statement of superiors and subordinates? "Now I will pass on the will of the root to you." The oil girl Ryama did not notice the boy's emotions and continued to say to herself, "The members of the root have no names, no emotions, no past, and no future. They only have tasks in their hearts. What supports the big tree of Konoha behind them is the will of our roots." "What's your name?" Akira Kagura raised his first question. "Oil girl Dragon Horse." "Don't this have a name? Are you not a member of the root?" "This is not a name." The answer from the oil girl Ryama was very quick, as if he had received similar brainwashing. "The oil girl Ryama is my code name at the root. Lord Danzang was familiar with my past, so he designated my past name as my code name at the root. You remember that you have a past. Kyoyuan Shenel seemed to have found a loophole. Swallow it slowly. He swallowed the ground and said, "This is not very consistent with our will." Chapter 7. Why do you dare to call this name? Oily Girl Dragon Horse has an illusion. Although Chuyuan Kagura was the newcomer who had just joined the Gen organization, he felt that when this young man spoke, he was a bit like a leader in charge of personnel. Own. Instead, it looks like a newcomer coming to apply for a job. Oil Girl Longma believes that something is wrong with this conversation. After thinking for a while, Yuman Ryama found that she could not answer the questions raised by Akira Kagura, nor could she interpret the will of Root. The problem cannot be solved. It is certainly only the person who raises the problem. The oil girl Ryama simply refused to get entangled with Akira Kagura and said coldly, "Little kid, the matter of senior is not something you should care about. Just keep your own problems in mind. I just don't quite understand what the will of the root represents." Kyoyuan Kagura looked at the oil girl Ryama and asked a question. "There is no past and no future, so what is my life? Task?" Oil girl Longma immediately answered this question. "It is enough to just perform the tasks seriously, and you don't need to think about what your life is." "Then tell me." Akira Kagura raised a philosophical question. "The tasks I will do in the future will become the past. So will the tasks in the past be meaningful? Will the tasks I have not done in the future be meaningful?" The oil girl Longma fell silent. This ninja, who was born in the oil girl, understood the philosophical thinking proposed by Akira Kagura, and finally decided to choose the simplest way to deal with it. It is enough to just perform the task seriously, and there is no need to think about whether your task is meaningful. Kyoyuan Shenel couldn't help but admire the other party a little. First, oil girl Longma was afraid that this little guy would raise some strange philosophical questions again, and planned to completely cut off the messy thoughts of this little guy from his words. "You are a member of the root. There is no need to think about these issues at all. What you have to do is forget your name, forget your feelings, forget your past, forget your future, just carry out the tasks assigned to you by Lord Danzang." Okay, I get it." Chuyuan Shen agreed with a perfunctory expression on his face. "I hope you can do it." Just when the oil girl Longma thought she had finally solved the problem, a fist suddenly hit his lower abdomen and directly hit him heavily on the wall. "I understand the truth." The boy Chuyuan Shen Le twisted his wrist and said coldly, "But oil girl Ryama, who allowed you to call the name Jia?" "What?" The oily girl Longma spit out a mouthful of blood in surprise. Whether in terms of identity or strength, or even logical research, oil girl Longma can't think of why this newcomer sneaked into her. The most important thing is, this little devil is so strong and his speed is amazingly fast. Akira Kagura's physical fitness is extremely amazing. The oil girl Ryama didn't know at all. Orochimaru also relied on the curse seal to bind Akira Kagura to avoid the boy's sneak attack. The oil girl, Longma, had no time to react, and was directly hit by the boy's sneak attack, and his internal organs were even damaged by a punch. The name A was chosen by Lord Danzang for me. Kyoyuan Kagura walked to the oil girl Ryama, looked at the seriously injured senior, and coldly explained the reason why he attacked the oil girl Ryama. "From today, remember it for me. This world. Only Lord Danzo can call me by the name A." The oil girl Longma could not understand the teenager's brain circuit. This little devil. There must be some brain problems. The oil girl Longma opened her mouth and spat blood again, and said, "A is just a code name, and it is also the only code name you can use in the future. But it's not something you can call it." Akira Kagura shook his head, as if thinking for a while, and said, "If you look for me in the future, just call me the name I used in the past. Anyway, we are not an exception to the use of past names at the root." "I understand. Wait, this is not very true." The oil girl Ryama looked at the boy standing beside her and decided not to be affected by the boy's way of thinking. She gradually began to become normal. The child is still a little too arrogant. Maybe Orikimura spoiled you too much before. The oil girl Longma slowly struggled and fell off the wall, covering her severely painful belly, enduring the pain and speaking, "Newcomer. It really needs to teach a lesson." A group of black bugs emerged from his mouth. This scene looks a bit terrifying and terrifying. This is the secret technique originated from the Konoha village oil girl tribe. By raising insects in the body, the insects are used to fight. You little dear, it's better to respect seniors. The oil girl dragon horse controlled the insects and quickly wrapped them towards Kyoyuan Shinel. Kyoyuan Kagura's face changed slightly. Even if it is a small insect, it is densely integrated when it was grouped. It also made people feel a little numb, not to mention that these insects are strange species in the ninja world. But after all, insects are just insects. The speed is pitifully slow. Kyoyuan Kagura paused under her feet, flew around the insects, and rushed towards the oil girl Longma. He knew very well that these people's bodies were pitifully fragile. Bang! The boy's fist fell on the oil girl Longma again. This time, the feeling on the fist was not very important, and it seemed to hit the air. It was indeed hit the air. The body of the oil girl Longma instantly turned into a group of insects. Is this the insect clone? Kyoyuan Kagura couldn't help but widen her eyes. Secret technique insect jade. In the blink of an eye, the group of insects completely surrounded Akira Kagura's body, as if they had smelled some delicious meal, and they were frantically biting the chakra in Akira Kagura's body. Kyuhyuan Shinel was covered with a layer of insect mist, as if she was wrapped in a layer of black clothes. The body of the oil girl Longma appeared slowly, looking at the boy surrounded by her own insects, and sneered and started to educate the newcomer. "Little devil! Don't be scared by the bugs. When I released the insect, I had already secretly created an insect clone. Based on my understanding of the little kid of your age, the battle will only attack my body with fists at the beginning, and using some low-level ninjutsu to set up traps is enough. Now, be more behaved." Oil girl Longma spread her hands, as if she was very satisfied with the first lesson she gave to the newcomer. "The chakra in your body will be swallowed up by my slaughter insects. Then make your bug work harder." Kyoyuan Kagura's voice came out of the insect fog, saying, "Oil girl dragon horse, have you ever let them eat enough? What's going on?" The oil girl Longma frowned in surprise. This little devil has not lost the ability to resist? This little devil's chakra, is it a bit too abundant? What surprised the oil girl Longma the most was that this little ghost was a little too strong in his psychological quality, and he was not afraid of these dense insects at all. This is a waste of time. Akira Kagura poked out his arm, watched as some insects that had eaten too much fell from his body, and slowly spoke up. "After all, bugs are just bugs. What the bug should do is hide in the corner and live. Instead of being arrogant, I think that by number, I can solve an enemy that can't imagine what kind of power it has." Chapter 8 Lord Danzang's will is the will of the root, and the will of the root may not be Lord Danzang's will. Oil girl Longma has never seen such a scene before. Kyoyuan Kagura just stood there simply, and the dense swarms surrounding the boy fell to the ground in a turbulent manner, and the ground was filled with thick layers of insects. How could an enemy be bitten by insects indifferently? How can the insects raised by yourself be eaten too much? Oil girl dragon horse has used family secret techniques to solve many enemies. Any enemy entangled by the swarms he controls will be eaten up by the swarms and lose the ability to fight. This time, an accident happened after all. As Akira Kagura said, insects are just insects after all. The chakra that the insects contain is limited, and the worm's breeder, Yumiao Longma, has limited imagination. She never thought that anyone's chakra could be so abundant that the parasitic insects in his body would lose their ability to move. Secret technique worm cocoon. There are other methods for the oil girl dragon horse. The oil girl often encounters the problem of insufficient insects during fighting, so she also has a unique secret technique, using chakra to create cocoons and hatch more insects. Send bad insects and hurricanes. A group of insects turned into a tornado and attacked Kyoyuan Channel. I said it. After all, bugs are just bugs. Kyoyuan Kagura stomped the floor with one foot, and the chakra inside her body suddenly rose. The chakra fluctuations on the boy's body made the oil girl Longma feel that she was in a great crisis, not to mention that it was just a bug he hatched. The insect fog that was hit by chakra suddenly froze, as if it was blown by a hurricane, and countless insects flew out, all of which were thrown against the wall by this powerful impact. This chakra! A drop of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the oil girl Longma. This is the first time in so many years that the oil girl Longma has seen someone simply burst the chakra in his body, and he can form such a powerful force. Just his strength in chakra, the oil girl Longma can be said to be the only one to see in his life. This little devil! He is a pretty terrifying guy. While the oil girl Ryama was still amazed, she saw Kyoyuan Channel's body suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed towards him, which was so shocked that he hurriedly avoided. It seems that there is no fighting skills. The oil girl Ryama looked at the boy's somewhat clumsy attack method and felt a little relieved. Although the chakra is very powerful, he has never received regular ninja training. I have to say that this little ghost has a good talent, but he still has a long way to go to become the strong combat power of the root organization. Little guy. The battle of ninjas is not as simple as looking at chakra. The oil girl Ryama slowly relaxed and appeared quietly in Akira Godley's side, his elbows hit his shoulders and neck hard. Kyoyuan Channel felt a sharp pain coming from his shoulder. However, when Kyoyuan Kagura turned around, the oily girl Longma had already turned sideways and kicked the boy in the chest. Kyoyuan Kagura flew backwards. The oil girl Longma Fei chased after her, clasped the boy's neck tightly, and directly pressed the boy's body against the wall. Now, are you willing to be honest? A strange smile appeared on the boy's face. This strange smile made the heart of the oil girl Longma tighten. Does this little devil have any other means of fighting? Now that this little ghost has been controlled by himself, can he still make seals and cast ninjutsu? Click! Kyoyuan Channel's clothes suddenly broke into pieces. A sharp wooden thorn drilled out of his body and stabbed the oily girl Longma's shoulder. This is Nanyan Ninjutsu. Did the wood thorns of the blood successor in the wood escape blood, not use ninjutsu to cast them, but grew out of the blood successor's body? I was too careless. Oil girl Longma immediately realized her crisis. A wooden thorn, the oil girl Longma will naturally not be afraid, but he has seen a boy using a wooden thorn to catch fish with him, and he clearly knows how dangerous this wooden thorn is. This wood thorn will grow in your body. Even if this wood thorn is only on the shoulder, once it forked and grown in the body, it will definitely penetrate your entire body. If you want to get out of the crisis, either stop the teenager from making seals or pull out the wooden thorn as soon as possible. However, it's too late. Bang! Taking advantage of the moment when the oil girl dragon horse was lost, Kyoyuan Channel's elbow hit the wall with force, and his body used the force to knock the oil girl dragon horse away. Would escape cleaving. Kyoyuan Kagura raised his finger. I admit defeat. Oily girl Longma quickly raised her palm. This little devil is not a kind and timid person. Oil girl Longma has seen it with her own eyes that this is a lunatic who regards killing life as fun, and it is too frustrating to die in the hands of this little devil. It's really offensive, senior. A kind smile immediately appeared on Akira Kagura's face. From the future, we will discuss our own things. I will call you senior, and you will call me Lord Kagura. Oil girl Longma didn't know how to complain. A newcomer wants to ride on his head on the first day? As a loser, it is really hard to refute the oil girl Longma. This little devil is willing to call him a senior, which is a bit of such respect. Akira Kagura looked at the silent oil girl Ryama and asked with a smile, Senior, I respect you so much. Don't you even want to call me Lord Kagura? The The oil girl Longma looked a little embarrassed. This violates the will of the general. The will of the root. Akira Kagura slowly shook his head, and the boy's smile seemed a little innocent. The will of the root does not matter to me, the will of Lord Danzang is the most important. This little guy is really sensible. Oil girl Longma has to admit that this little devil actually caught the point. But the oil girl Ryama still felt something was wrong and explained, the will of Lord Danzang is the will of the root, the will of the root. The will of the root is just an extension of the will of Lord Danzang. Akira Kagura interrupted the words of the oil girl Ryama and retorted, the will of Lord Danzang is the will of the root, but the will of the root may not be the will of Lord Danzang. As you said, we are following Lord Danzang's orders. Does Lord Danzang still have to obey our orders? You're right. The oil girl Ryama felt that her brain was not enough, and she wanted to prove her point of view, but, our roots are one with Lord Danzang. Akira Kaguchi looked at the oil girl Ryama with dissatisfaction and asked back, we are not one with Lord Danzo. We are just subordinates of Lord Danzo. We can sacrifice for Lord Danzo. Do you want Lord Danzo to sacrifice for us? Of course not. The oil girl Longma shook her head quickly. Although the oil girl Ryama still felt something was wrong, he could not refute Akira Kagura's point of view. This little guy made a lot of sense. A feeling arose in the heart of the oil girl Ryama again. How could this little guy treat Lord Danzo more loyal than his guard who has followed Lord Danzo for many years? Okay, don't think about it. Akira Kagura waved his hand, glanced at the messy room, and said, take me to see Lord Danzang first, and arrange a room for me tonight, and put a bed in it in advance. Kin. Oil girl Longma agreed. This old member of the root organization believes that this little thing does not violate the principle. Chapter 9, The Current Situation of the Ninja World. The base of the root organization. Shimura Danzo's office. As Konoha's Naruto assisted and the highest leader of the one organization, Shimura Danzo has a very busy official business and receives information from various channels every day. Real. Based on these information scrolls, Shimura Danzo needs to think about how to make himself profit. No, it should be said that Konoha can benefit. The Rain country is still in a civil war. The leader of Yuyan village, Shanjiayu, Hanzo, cannot hide out. Shanjiayu Hanzang, a bastard, helped him encircle and suppress the Akatsuki organization, but he still is unwilling to abide by our covenant. News from the Wind country. The Daiming of the Kingdom of Wind has once again cut the funds for the Sand Hidden village. Gara, a man from Sand village, was assassinated and ran away. He was suppressed by the fourth generation of Feng Yingraza with magnetic escape and sand gold. Is Sand Village still trying to use the tailed beast? News from the land of Earth. Terror explosions often occur outside the Iron Hidden village. It is suspected to be done by the students of the third generation of Tukage Onaki. The woman Nanoyu, the pharmacist, can really help Konoha to spy on a lot of news. But why does this woman want photos of the pharmacist's pocket again? News from the Kingdom of Thunder. Someone claims that the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows have taken away the secret techniques passed down from generation to generation. Yungxiang village has always been ambitious. In the past, I wanted to take Konoha's eyes off. I must find a way to suppress it and try to instigate them to have a conflict with Iwami village. The land of water. There is still no news. What exactly happened in the Hidden Misty village? All the intelligence personnel who wanted to sneak into Hidden Misty village disappeared. Are they brewing some conspiracy? Shimura Danzo sat at the desk, her face fluttered and gloomy, and then looked at another stack of information placed on the desk. This stack of information is the trend within Konoha village. Look at the 2 days I left. What happened in the village? As an ambitious old man, Shimura Danzo must not only focus on the outside, but also sent someone to secretly monitor the inside of Konoha, clearing up some unstable factors for Konoha, and trying every means to maintain the surface stability of the village. Ninja School's new semester opening ceremony. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered a speech at school. When Shimura Danzo looked at the news, his face suddenly became a little ugly, but he could only snort with contempt, "Humph, this is not what Naruto did. Monkey, still likes to waste time doing these useless work. This message is of no use." This is what Shimura Danzo hates the most. He reminds him all the time that his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen is still working as a Hokage in the sun. However, Shimura Danzo had to stare at Sarutobi Hinako all the time, hoping to catch Sarutobi Hinako something wrong, and it would be best to drive him out of the Naruto position. Or try killing him. Shimura Danzo casually flipped through the news of the opening ceremony and saw the information on the second piece of paper, which was the registration list for freshmen in ninja school. Hinaga Hinata, the granddaughter of the Sun family of the Hyuga clan. Yui girl Shino. Inyazukeya. Nara Shikamaru of the Nara clan, Akito Tingji of the Akito clan, Yamaoka Ino of the Yamaoka clan, and this generation of pigs, deer, and butterflies are all here. Uchiha Fugaku's youngest son Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, in order to please the monkey, he actually named his youngest son with the name of the monkey's father. Under normal circumstances, Shimura Danzo won't care about these children. Unfortunately, among the freshmen of this ninja school, there is a child worth surveillance. Even if this child is only 6 years old now, Konoha must be very alert to him. This child may have a crisis of destroying Konoha at any time. Uzumaki Naruto. Shimura Danzo slowly saw the name he cared about the most, and his eyes were a little gloomy. Nine-tailed Tsubaki Ryuki shouldn't have sent him to school. Tailed beast. The most terrifying creature in the ninja world. There are 9 tailed beasts in the ninja world. Sand Hidden Village, 1 tail. Union Village, 2 tails, 8 tails. Mist Hidden Village, 3 tails, 6 tails. Yangzhou Village, 4 tails, 5 tails. Konoha Village, 9 tails. A small village called Taki Hidden Village owns the 7 tails. According to the number of tail beasts, the more tails the number of tail beasts, the larger the chakra, and people often like to use this to judge the strength of tail beasts. The tailed beast is born with a terrifying chakra and powerful force. Once the ninja village uses the tailed beast to participate in the war, it can immediately change the situation of a war. However, tailed beasts are naturally irritable and never easily exploited by humans. In order to use the tailed beasts to enhance national strength, the major countries in the ninja world creatively sealed the tailed beasts into the human body, creating a tailed orc, Jiraki, who can borrow the tailed beast chakra. During the Ninja World War, the tailed orc, Jiraki, became human weapons in the Ninja World War, and ninja villages in other countries often used tailed beasts to decide the outcome of the battlefield. Only Konoha has never used 9 tails, because 9 tails are the most powerful tailed beast in the ninja world. Konoha dares not use 9 tails power, and even protects 9 tails as Jajiri. For more novels, 156884, join https://discord.gg/szxdcashq. Until 6 years ago, a 9-tail rebellion broke out in Konoha village. The 9 tails suddenly escaped from the seal of the 9 tails, Jiraki, and the death of Konoha's 4th generation Naruto and a large number of elite ninjas, causing Konoha to suffer heavy losses in this turmoil. Since then, Konoha has fallen into internal and external troubles. Fortunately, in order to protect Konoha, the 4th generation Naruto Resa led the 9 tails in a child named Naruto Uzumaki before his death, so that Konoha would not lose the 9 tails. However, this also caused Konoha to completely fall into an embarrassing situation. She held the strongest tailed beast in her hand, but could not use the tailed beast, and even found a way to prevent problems from happening to the 9-tail Hunriki. In order to prevent the 9-tail rebellion from happening again, the 3rd generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru and Shimura Danzo almost wanted to break their heads. In no way, Shimura Danzo proposed that he no longer protected the identity of the nine-tailed Tsukiri, avoiding the nine-tailed Tsukiri's character being too fragile, but instead using other ninja villages to cultivate the experience of nine-tailed Tsukiri, and perhaps he had the opportunity to give Konoha a nine-tailed Tsukiri who could be used. Let the child Naruto Uzumaki endure a miserable childhood like the tailed orc of other villages since he was a child, so that the child knows that he is a monster in the eyes of others. As long as the child is forced to get used to a tragic life since childhood, he can always remain calm no matter what happens in the future, and can also prevent the tailed beasts in his body from getting out of control. But this is also a bit dangerous. In order to avoid the emotional collapse of this child named Naruto Uzumaki during his growth, which leads to problems with the nine tails in his body, the third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinasen often appears at critical moments to comfort the child and encourage the child to face the tragic life bravely. If a person is given a warmth when he is dark, this warmth will be like a ball of fire, encouraging the person to face the darkness with a torch in his hand. On the other hand, it is also the most important. The third generation of Naruto strengthens the seal of the Kyuki Naruto, the child of Uzumaki, to prevent the Kyuki from losing control at the first time when the Kyuki Naruto was out of control. In theory, this is not fair to a child. However, the third generation of Naruto who has seen how cruel war is, does not think it is unfair, and even thinks that Naruto Uzumaki is already a very lucky child. Chapter 10 From today on, you will be my personal guard. The rules of the ninja world are so cruel. Even a child is a tool for ninjas. During the war in the ninja world, various ninja villages even sent 6-year-old children to the battlefield in order to win the war, which is not uncommon. The only one who is a little disgraceful. It is probably that Naruto Uzumaki's parents are heroes. Uzumaki Naruto's father is Konoha's 4th generation Naruto Fukumizu, and his mother is Konoha's previous nine-tailed genital Kushina Uzumaki. During the Nine-Tail Rebellion, the couple sacrificed their lives to protect Konoha. The couple may think that the village will take care of their orphans. After all, Naruto Mizuno is the 4th generation of Naruto and has always been close to the 3rd generation of Naruto. In addition, there have been many comrades in the village over the years. The couple may think that Konoha will protect the nine-tail Kyuri. After all, Uzumaki Kushina was also the previous nine-tail Kyuri. Konoha village has always protected Uzumaki Kushina well, and Uzumaki Kushina has almost never encountered any discrimination or rejection. No matter what, they are all dead. There is only one child named Naruto Uzumaki, facing the world alone, facing the danger that this world may come to its face at any time. Nine-tailed Tsubaki. The most ferocious tailed beast in the world. It is also the most powerful war weapon in the world. Shimura Danzo put down the list of freshmen in his hand and said to himself coldly, if wood release can suppress the nine tails, you can implement the real nine tails cultivation plan and turn nine tails cultivation into Konoha's sharpest weapon. Shimura Danzo's ideal is very simple. First, you become a Naruto and reach the peak of your life. Second, Konoha unifies the ninja world and reaches the top of the ninja world. It's a pity neither ideal has been realized, and even because Shimura Danzo is getting older, both of these ideals are about to become dreams. However, great ideals always take the first step. Shimura Danzo couldn't help feeling a little hot when he remembered the Akira Kagura he brought back from Orochimaru. As long as this child's wood escape talent is strong enough, he can find an opportunity to kill Sarutobi Hinasen and assist himself in the Naruto position, then use this child's wood escape to sharpen the nine-tail Kildo into a war weapon, use the nine-tail's power to launch a war in the ninja world, and unify the ninja world. Now, we are going to take the first step of our ideal. The first step is to test Kyuyuan Shenel's wood escape talent. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door outside the door. Come in. Shimura Danzo asked someone to come in. Yes, Lord Danzang. Oil Girl Ryama and Akira Kagura walked in. Shimura Danzo raised his head, but saw a layer of bandage wrapped around the shoulder of the oily girl Ryama, and subconsciously frowned. "Ryama, are you injured?" "This is..." The oil girl Longma hesitated and couldn't speak. "I was injured." Kyoyuan Kagura interrupted the oil girl Ryama and said, "Senior, please help me. The room I arranged was uncomfortable, so he helped me loosen my bones and I helped him bleed." The oil girl Longma couldn't help but look at her side. Shimura Danzo looked a little unhappy. "First, don't be greedy for temporary enjoyment." After Shimura Danzo scolded in a deep voice, he suddenly thought of something and asked suddenly, "You two have a private conflict, who wins?" "Senior, I helped me change a comfortable room." After Akira Kagura finished speaking, he continued indifferently, "It's just a little injury, but I won't die. I want to come to see Lord Danzang quickly. Seniors insist on bandaging it first." The corners of the oily girl Longma's eyes twitched. Is this little guy talking about human words? Although it is indeed more important to come to see Lord Danzang quickly, there is no particularly important task today. Moreover, when they came, they also looked for bandages to wrap the wound. No matter how you say it, there is nothing wrong. Shimura Danzo felt something was wrong. Theoretically, there is nothing wrong with the oil girl Ryama, but what Akira Kagura said makes sense. He refused to come to see him in advance to bandage the wound. Root. Everything should be based on one's own will. Members of the Root. I have always spared no effort for the sake of my mission. The oil girl Longma has always been her guard, and the tasks she performed are becoming easier and easier. She has fallen to the point where she can't stand even a little bit of minor injuries? No. The point is not this. The point is that this little guy won the oil girl dragon horse. Even though the oil girl Ryama is not famous and is just good at sneaking in and stealing intelligence, she is also a long-standing Konoha Kuminai who will lose to a little guy. A trace of turmoil appeared in Shimura Danzo's heart, staring at the boy in front of him, and when he stood up and wanted to say something, he stopped suddenly. "Longma, go to the country of water. Maybe you're staying by my side too comfortable. So you have forgotten that ninjas will not be afraid of sacrifice." Shimura Danzo turned to look at the oil girl Ryama, and ordered in a deep voice, "I remember you are the one who is best at sneaking into spies at the roots. Go and check the information of the Water Kingdom and find out what conspiracy is hidden in the hidden village of Fog." "Yes, Lord Danzang." After accepting the task, Yamura Ryama raised her head and wanted to explain to Shimura Danzo, she was not that kind of person at all. Master Danzang." Akira Kagura interrupted the oil girl Ryama and said, "Why give me this task? I haven't done anything for Lord Danzo yet." "Need not." Shimura Danzo shook his head and continued, "This mission is too dangerous, it's too early for you. The would escape blood flow on you is more important than everyone else. Since you can defeat Longma, it proves that your strength has surpassed him. You should follow me as my personal companion during this period. I will also teach you the inheritance of your roots." While Shimura Danzo was talking, he slowly stood up on the table and said, "Go to the practice field with me, I will teach you a new wood escape ninjutsu." "Yes." Kyoyuan Shenel hurriedly followed. The oil girl Longma stood at the door, looking at the backs of the two old and young people leaving, and a sense of confusion was revealed in her eyes. "In the middle. Is there something wrong?" "Never mind. Oil girl Longma no longer thinks about it. As long as you wait until you return from the Water Kingdom, time will prove everything. Lord Danzo will see clearly that he has never been the kind of ninja who is greedy for life and fear of death." Above the bridge, the young man followed the old man calmly and focusedly. Even if the ninja at the root always obeys the will of Shimura Danzo, the two are not the same person after all, and they will go astray due to the differences between words. This was destined from the beginning. Because Shimura Danzo never completely trusts Nin's members, otherwise he would not have planted a seal on the tongue of Nin's members to avoid their leakage of information. Chapter 11 Prove to Lord Danzang how loyal I am to him. The training ground at the root. Akira Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo seriously. The boss wanted to teach him a new wood release ninjutsu and was introducing the source of the technique in a straightforward way. This ninjutsu is called Wood Release and Tree World. It originated from Konoha's first Naruto Hashirama, and the amount of chakra required is huge. In theory, there is no need to keep this kind of wood escape ninjutsu. Because the blood succession of the first Naruto Senjo Hashirama has not been passed down. However, due to the request of the second generation Hokage Tobira, the first generation Hokage Hashima still recorded all his wood escape secret techniques in Konoha's seal book, waiting for Konoha to appear as a new wood escape blood successor. Shimura Danzo naturally read the Book of Seal. Unfortunately, since Shimura Danzo is not Naruto, the Book of Seal can only be kept by Naruto of all dynasties, and Shimura Danzo can only record the wood escape technique in it. See clearly. Shimura Danzo opened his hands and let go of his 5 fingers, and then he was slowed down. He slowly closed his hands and formed a hand seal of SI. This technique only requires a SI seal to directly activate the chakra in his body. Wooden escape and tree world are born. Shimura Danzo suddenly let out a low shout. Akira Kagura was startled by the voice of Shimura Danzo. However, nothing happened. The training ground became silent again. A crow flew slowly through the sky. Shimura Danzo had neither the wood exit blood risuk nor the huge chakra volume, so naturally nothing would happen. Alright. Shimura Danzo didn't feel embarrassed at all, and turned into the calm and gentle look again. I have taught you this ninjutsu, come and try it. Kyuyuan Kagura's eyelids trembled. This teaching method is a bit too abstract. Why did this man pretend to make a handprint and tell him that this ninjutsu is called Wood Release and Tree Realm Birth? He thought he could release the ninjutsu of the ninja god. Okay, you already know that 1 + 1 = 2. Now let's prove the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 major conjectures in the world. What a joke! Unless this person can cheat. System tips: Professor Ninja is activated in the characteristics. The host has a wood exit blood restoration, and the chakra volume reaches SSS level. The wooden exit chest of Tree Realm being studied is in line with the ninjutsu theory, and wooden exit chest of Tree Realm is successful in learning. System tips: you already have new skills Wooden Escape and Tree World Birth. Wooden Escape Birth of the Tree Realm. Wooden Escape Blood continues to limit the boundary secret technique. The caster uses the chakra in his body as the source of life to quickly grow trees from the ground, instantly transforming the environment into a forest. All trees in the forest can be controlled by the caster to attack the enemy, and other wood escape ninjas are easier to cast with the help of the forest. Akira Kagura learned from Shimura Danzo and slowly closed his palms. The chakra in his body burst out, and a tender low shout came from the boy's throat. Wooden Escape and Tree World are born. The lawn on the ground of the training ground trembled. Thick roots suddenly emerged from the ground, and the roots quickly grew into towering trees, turning the entire training ground into an ancient forest. This. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even though Shimura Danzo had hope for Akira Kagura, he didn't think that this little guy could learn this powerful ninjutsu so soon. What a joke! Orochimaru didn't lie this time. This little guy's wood escape talent, just the technique of reincarnation of the tree realm, can be seen that he is stronger than the previous wood escape blood successor. Danzo Shimura's heart heated up, and he rekindled the hope of seizing the Naruto's position. Master Danzang. Kyuyuan Kagura turned around and looked at the shocked old man, as if he was a little uneasy. Have you destroyed the training ground because of me? Have I caused some trouble? I was discovered to destroy the training ground. Will it cause you trouble? No. Shimura Danzo shook his head quickly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he praised his subordinates with a rare voice. You have done a good job. It's just a training ground. From today on, this is your own training ground. This is not the fucking question I want to ask. Kyoyuan Shinel couldn't help but want to complain. It was not just for Shimura Danzo to make such a big noise. In addition to letting the new boss realize his talent, he also wants to see if he can cause some trouble to Lord Danzo. After all, if I use such a powerful chakra in Konoha village, I wonder if I will be discovered by the third generation of Naruto? Can it attract the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata? After all, such a powerful would escape ninja, it should cause a new conflict between Sarutobi Hinashen and Lord Danzo, two old friends, right? Shimura Danzo also thought of this. This child just broke out with such a powerful chakra, wouldn't he be discovered by monkeys? Shimura Danzo's expression was a little unfair, and he seemed to have a bit of gritting his teeth. He had to be on guard against Sarutobi Hinashen. That old bastard of monkey always snatched his things. Immediately set up a seal barrier in this training ground to prevent Sarutobi Hinashen from discovering that he had obtained another wooden escape ninja, or even an unexpected genius wooden escape ninja. In addition to this, Shimura Danzo's eyes also fell on Akira Kagura. This child. It will become very strong in the future. In the future, it will definitely become the most useful tool for Konoha. Now this child listens very much to him and is very close to him. He is even more loyal and pure than the oil girl Longma. A 10-year-old child has no complicated thoughts. This age. It is easy to be instilled in thought. If you are just a curse seal, you can control people's behavior but not your thoughts. You must think of ways to make this child always loyal to you. In the root training ground, the young man and the old man have different thoughts. Akira Kagura secretly activated the characteristics of Dark of the Ninja Realm. As long as you need information, the Dark of the Ninja Realm feature will store relevant information in the brain in the form of video. A picture appeared inside Akira Kagura's brain. Autumn Genshin Impact. I want to check the information about the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I want to see what the Naruto is doing. Have I found that there is a genius waiting for him to come and compete for it? Have I found that Lord Danzo is starting to make a mistake again, and are I interested in coming to find some trouble for Lord Danzo? As a subordinate of Lord Danzang, we must find a way to help Lord Danzang cause more trouble. Only when Lord Danzo encounters a lot of trouble can he have the opportunity to prove to Lord Danzo how loyal he is to him. Chapter 12. Let that child come to take the Zongren exam. Naruto Office. The most central dome building in the entire Konoha village. An Anbi ninja knelt on one knee on the ground, as if he was talking mechanically, and reported the latest news to the old man sitting at the desk. Sir Naruto, news came from the second warning area, and there was a violent vibration near the number 9 training ground. The third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinata was wearing a hat, holding a pipe indifferently, and lowered his head to read a stack of paper in his hand. He seemed not to care much about the Umbu report and said casually, I remember that the number 9 training ground is the training ground assigned to the Umbu training class. Ancient Ministry training class. The Umbu training class belongs to the Umbu name and name. However, most of the staff of the Umbu know that the Umbu training class is the root organization of Shimura Duanzang. In fact, the root organization has far exceeded one class. Yes. Anbi Ninja responded and continued to report, observing from a distance, a forest appeared in the number 9 training ground in a short time. Oh! The third generation Naruto was still holding his pipe in his mouth and still carefully flipping through the stack of paper in his hand. How come this situation sounds familiar? Yes. Anbi Ninja quickly lowered his head and explained to his boss, Tianzang, who was transferred to Anbi by Naruto not long ago, released a wooden escape ninjutsu called Wood Release and Tree Sea Birth in the Anbi training ground, creating a sea of trees in a short time. It was initially suspected that someone was using the same wooden escape ninjutsu at the number 9 training ground. Well, there's no need to check it out. The third generation of Naruto nodded, still not caring about it, and was still looking at the stack of paper in his hand. I have known about this for a long time. There is also a wooden blood rescue ninja in the Anbi training class. Danzo Kagesuk has told me. Obviously. The third generation of Naruto lied to his subordinates. After all, I mobilized the personnel of the ancient ministry to surround the route not long ago, and acted fiercely to suppress the route at all times, and snatched a wood-riding blood ninja from Danzo's command. Now that I know that Danzang has a wood-riding blood super ninja under his command, should I send the Angle to surround the routes and snatch the second wood-riding blood super ninja? This kind of thing. It can be both but not again. Especially since the last time is still short, doing the same thing to Shimura Danzo in a short time will inevitably make Danzo feel dissatisfied and angry. If the wood release blood ninja has good talent, I just need to find another opportunity to transfer him into the Umbu in the future, and there is no need to incite Danzo at this time. Konoha needs Danzo to deal with some shameful troubles. The ninja world is still not peaceful, and the great ninja village is still fighting openly and secretly, and the secret actions of spying into assassination and robbing have never stopped. Konoha is not stable inside. The strongest ninja, the Uchiha clan, is ambitious and the conflicts with the village are increasingly intensifying, and conflicts may break out at any time. These things. All of them need Shimura Danzo to help with it. But now we must give Danzang a warning. Let Danzo know that he has been staring at his every move. Now we must let Danzo put away his thoughts that he shouldn't have. We cannot have the courage to have another assassination of Naruto a few years ago just because there is another wooden ninja under our command. That old friend. Narrow-minded but timid. Once you are caught with a flaw, you will be frightened into the sewer. All right. No need to talk about this. The most important thing now is the Zongnin exam in the second half of the village. The third generation of Naruto is still flipping through the stack of paper in his hand. It is the registration form for the Chunin exam for Konoha village in the second half of the year. This is the most important assessment for Konoha village. The significance of the Zongrin exam lies in selecting talents. There are a large number of shinin in Konoha village. These shinin are the basis for maintaining the village's entrusted tasks of low-level ninjas and are an important help to Konoha's prosperity. However, they can only rely on shinin to receive C-level and D-level ninjas to maintain their lives throughout their lives. However, the nature of Zongrin is different. If a shinin scores excellent in the Zongnin exam and is promoted to Zongnin by the village, it will be equivalent to having a fixed job that can be chosen. Zongnin can perform well-paid B-level combat commissioned tasks, can also work in certain departments in the village, and even have the opportunity to enter the ancient bow. The Chunin examination is the highest level unified examination for Konoha. Konoha holds 2 Chunin exams every year, and occasionally co-organizes them with other small and medium-sized ninja villages. Without exception, the pass rate of each Chunin exam is very low. Since I endured since the end of World War III, the ninja world has entered a peaceful era, and the Chunin exam has taken new significance, which has become an important occasion to show off Konoha's national strength. The fiscal revenue of Konoha village mainly comes from the missions commissioned by Daiming of the Kingdom of Fire and the ninja. Daiming of the Kingdom of Fire often comes to watch the Chunin exam to decide to increase or decrease financial support. Daiming of other small countries or nobles will also come to determine whether to hand over the senior entrusted tasks to Konoha. In addition to this, the most important thing is of course to shock Konoha's allies. Generally speaking, the small ninja villages are all ally fought for by the 5 major ninja villages. The small ninja villages often compare the national strength of the ninja villages of each major country, so as to choose to seek refuge in a more powerful ninja village. The Chunin examination is undoubtedly the occasion in which the Konomizu village can best observe Konoha's national strength in peacetime, which also forced Konoha to pay more attention to the Chunin examination. Are all the registration forms for the Chunin exam here? The third generation Naruto slowly put down the pipe beside his mouth and suddenly asked, has Uchiha Itachi applied for the Chunin exam alone? Yes. Anbi Ninja nodded and explained, according to the information we have reviewed, 2 years ago, Uchiha Itachi's teammates were all killed in a mission. From then on, Itachi Uchiha never participated in forming a team again, and even almost never participated in the executive commission. Naturally, there were no teammates who participated in the Chunin exam together. But for the past 2 years, Itachi Uchiha has been staying with Uchiha Shimizu and trained together, and even assisted Uchiha Shimizu in completing the collaborative assessment task. Even if the assessment task was interrupted, we can judge that he is an excellent ninja and a person has the ability to complete the Chunin exam. The only thing that is not fair is the 3-person cooperation and battle assessment. There have been many precedents in the village. For example, when the teammates of the Dark Captain Hakeki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin took the Chunin exam, because they lacked teammates who cooperated with 3 players to evaluate the competition, even though Hakeki Kakashi, who was in the same class, was still judged to be able to assist 2 teammates in the last 3 players to participate in the Chunin exam. However, Uchiha Itachi's teammate is only Uchiha Shimizu. It's a bit like letting the famous Shimizuki Shimizu participate in the Chunin exam. Ha 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 ha. The 3rd generation of Naruto interrupted his subordinates with a loud laugh, waved his hand and said, "That would be too bullying these children, and it would make this exam a joke." Yes. After nodding, Anbi Ninja raised his head and looked at the old man, continuing to add, "However, Uchiha Itachi does have the ability to pass all exams alone." Uchiha Shimizu mentioned that Uchiha Itachi's training score is excellent. Okay, that's it this time. The 3rd generation of Naruto nodded, and seemed to have spoken unintentionally. "Kakashi, Tianzang, you go to the Umbu training class to send a registration form." "Yes, Lord Naruto." 2 figures wearing masks stood up quickly. The 3rd generation of Naruto looked at one of them and his eyes became a little sharp. "Go and tell Danzo, let the child with wood escape on him also come to take the Chunin exam." Chapter 13 Lord Danzang, can I kill them? The 3rd generation of Naruto is a ninja politician. From the 3rd generation of Naruto to obtaining information about a wooden ninja, it doesn't even take more than 20 minutes to make the most of this information. First, Uchiha Itachi took the Chunin exam alone. To be honest, the emergence of this young genius is Konoha's luck. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi was born into the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan is the biggest unstable factor for Konoha and has always been in an estrangement from the village. If this 10-year-old genius ninja passes the exam alone, it will undoubtedly make the already arrogant Uchiha clan even more arrogant and ignore the other ninjas of Konoha. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village will become more serious. However, at this time, a wood-riding blood super ninja appeared in Konoha village. No matter how strong this wood-riding blood super ninja is, it will eventually make the Uchiha clan peaceful for a period of time. After all, in the Warring States period, the first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama, defeated and subdued Uchiha's most powerful patriarch, with the wood exit blood resume, and completely blocked the Uchiha clan's journey to dominate the ninja world in the Warring States period. The most cleverest thing is, this wood-riding blood super ninja happens to be a subordinate of Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Fugaki, the leader of the Uchiha clan, has always known that Shimura Danzo is the top leader in Konoha who is the most hostile to Uchiha, and has been suppressing Uchiha's development. 6 years ago, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, most of the Konoha area was destroyed. Shimura domain hid in front of many Konoha nin tribe leaders and assigned the residents of the Uchiha clan to the edge of the village. Now, Shimura Danzo's subordinates suddenly have a wood-riding blood ninja who may suppress the Uchiha clan, which will definitely make Uchiha Fuga feel pressured. As the supreme leader, Naruto has room for mediation. The 3rd generation of Naruto is indeed the person who ruled Konoha for the longest time. His methods of acting are sophisticated that he seems a little gentle, and he does not need any sharp means to maximize his benefits. Just the candidate who sent the 3rd generation of Naruto to send the examination registration form contains a strong warning signal, because Tianzang is Kakashi, the last successor of the Wood Exit Blood of the Gen organization, was the person who guided Tianzang to leave the Gen organization, and even made a big fuss in the Gen organization to save Tianzang. There is no doubt. Shimura Danzo hated these two people to the core. However, the last incident of the Umbu surrounding the NE organization has not been long since. Shimura Danzo is not afraid to attack the Naruto's messenger, and can only accept warnings from the third generation of Naruto and is forced to accept orders from the third generation of Naruto. You guys go. The third generation of Naruto arranged everything and waved Kakashi and Tenzo to go to the Nin to organize the delivery of things, intending to pick up the pipe and relax. The third generation Naruto glanced at the crystal ball on the table, as if he felt something in an instant, and suddenly raised his head and glanced at the surroundings. Next moment, the old man couldn't help laughing. It seems that I am really old and my body is useless. I feel like the bun is hiding at me for some reason. In the training ground at the root. System tips, new work tasks, in accordance with the requirements of the third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinazo, take the Chunin examination in the second half of Konoha. This working system can actually accept working tasks from a distance. Sure enough. Any ninja in the Konoha system is nominally a subordinate of the third generation of Hokage. That Hokage doesn't know who he is, so he can ask himself to do things. But this Naruto has a very keen intuition. It's worthy of being a voyeur. No. It should be said that he is worthy of being an old ninja who has been through battle formations for a long time. In the training ground of the root organization, the boy Akira Garma was a little amazed at the keenness of the third generation of Naruto, and a little admired the very practical characteristics of the dark of the ninja realm provided by the system. This feature is so easy to use. He can not only investigate information, but also not expose himself. Even if someone really feels keenly peeping, he will only feel that he is being peeped at by Shimura Danzo. Kyoyu and Kagueli couldn't help but look at Danzo next to him, and felt a little sorry for him. He probably would have to take a lot of blame for his boss in the future. But this is all right. If a boss cannot take the blame for his subordinates, who would be willing to help him do things? Akira Kagura looked at Lord Danzo beside him. Lord Danzo has taken so many blame in his life, so he must not care about taking the blame for his subordinates, right, Lord Danzo? Shimura Danzo didn't know the thoughts of his subordinates at all, and was still thinking about how to conceal the existence of Akira Kagura, thinking about cultivating Akira Kagura well and giving Sarutobi Hinata a big surprise in the future. I will teach you a new ninjutsu tomorrow. Shimura Danzo was still immersed in the joy of having a powerful thug. He had already planned to arrange Akira Kagura's life well and find a way to make this child always loyal to him. Yes, Lord Danzang. Kyoyu and Kagura nodded quickly. I hope Lord Danzang will be in such a good mood in a while. This time has not passed too long. Inside the base of the root organization. When Shimura Danzo came back with Akira Kagura, he saw two Anbi ninjas who were stopped at the entrance of the base, and two quite familiar people. Haki Kakashi. When Shimura Danzo saw one of the white-haired Anbi ninjas, his face immediately became extremely cold. You actually dare to come here? However, when Shimura Danzo saw another Anbi ninja, his whole body became gloomy. Humph, you actually dare to come here too? Master Danzang. This Anbi ninja is obviously an honest man. When he saw Shimura Danzo, he seemed to lower his head in shame. Tianzang, we are here to convey the orders of Lord Naruto. Haki Kakashi had long known that his teammates would be difficult for Shimura Danzo, so he quickly stopped his teammates and said coldly, the order of Lord Naruto, let the child with the blood flow on his body take the Chunin exam in the second half of the year. After Haki Kakashi finished speaking, his eyes quickly moved and fell on the boy who hid next to Shimura Dan. I think what Lord Naruto said is this child, right? There was a lot of noise in the number 9 training ground. Shimura Danzo could not refute it. The old man felt a little uneasy. Does this bastard Sarutobi Hinata want to take away Akira Kagura again? This child's talent is even more terrifying than the traitor who changed his name to Tianzang next to him. How could this give him a chance to turn things around? Shimura Danzo wanted to kill Haki Kakashi and Tenzo in front of him immediately, and then led the NE organization to the Naruto studio to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen to vent his anger. However, rebellion is a bit difficult. The last time Sarutobi Hinata led a group of Anmen to surround the entire NEN organization's base is still vivid in my mind. A handwritten hand can remove Shimura Danzo and NEN organization. Haki Kakashi took out a registration form that had been prepared long ago, reached out and handed it to the boy, and whispered, "This is your Zongnin exam registration form." Akira Kagura stared at Haki Kakashi without saying a word. "Check it." Haki Kakashi urged, feeling a little lost. He spoke, "You are Konoha's ninja, so you must obey Lord Naruto's orders." "I will only obey Lord Danzang's orders." Akira Kagura suddenly turned to look at Shimura Danzo and asked, "Master Danzo, they made you unhappy. Can I kill them?" Chapter 14. This subordinate is so loyal that Danzang himself is a little scared. Kyuyuan Kagura is a very sensible person. Haki Kakashi and Tenzo looked fierce, which obviously made Shimura Danzo lose face and wronged. He had to stand up and say something. If your boss is embarrassed in front of others, as a subordinate, you must not ignore it. You must find a way to help your boss get back the face. That's all. Only your boss can be loyal to you. This is also a rule of the workplace. Haki Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and as he watched Akira Kagura say something he wanted to kill, he couldn't help feeling in his heart. This little devil. His thoughts have been controlled by Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo looked at Akira Kagura with obvious appreciation, and he didn't care about Akira Kagura's rebellious words towards Naruto. Whether it is the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru or the members of the Umbu, most of them know that the NEN organization is a private armed force of Shimura Danzo, so it doesn't matter if you say such words here. That is. Just don't talk nonsense in the village in the future. Don't talk nonsense. Shimura Danzo scolded gently and said with contempt, "Since Lord Naruto has issued an order to let you take the Chunin exam, then follow the order of Lord Naruto and take the registration form in Kakashi's hands. First." This familiar code name. Haki Kakashi and Tenzo stood there in a daze. Akira Kagura reached out to take the exam registration form from Haki Kakashi's hand, looked at the two people who were stunned, and asked curiously, "Is there anything wrong with my name?" After saying that, the boy seemed to remember something and added, "However, this is the name given to me by Lord Danzang, and only Lord Danzang can call me that." What a good kid! Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes and patted the boy's head. "Although I think something is wrong, there seems to be nothing wrong. Does a child not believe in him when he says he is loyal to him? What's more, when this child said these words, he was a little naive and innocent, but the people present could hear the child's respect and love for Shimura Danzo. This child. It seems that he was brainwashed too much by Danzo. Wait, does the monkey asks you to send only one registration form?" Shimura Danzo remembered something, suddenly looked at Haki Kakashi and asked with his eyes, "I remember that the Chunin exam requires a team of 3 people to participate. Which class the monkey plans to arrange for him to take the Chunin exam?" Sure enough. I knew that monkey was uneasy and kind. All the things you take in the Zongnin exam are pretenses. The fundamental purpose is to take the child away from your own command. As long as the monkey uses the name of taking the Zongnin exam to which class, can he bring the child back in the future? We don't know what Lord Naruto means. Haki Kakashi stood beside him, shook his head, and replied slowly, "If Lord Danzo has any questions, you can ask Lord Naruto." Snort. "I will ask." Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Akira Kagura couldn't help but glance at Haki Kakashi. This guy is a little unhonest. How can you turn the problem to your boss? As a subordinate, you should take the initiative to solve problems for your boss. If your boss has no problems, then help your boss create problems. Master Danzang. Akira Kagura quickly created a new question for his boss. If I was assigned to a class during the exam, the teammates in that class were too weak and I didn't like them. Can I kill the teammates in that class first? Can. Shimura Danzo has no psychological burden on this. After all, Shimura Danzo dreamed of killing his old teammates. If this child kills the monkey's teammates during the Zongren exam, it means that the child is not in the same place and he can bring the child back naturally. Hayden Kakashi's eyes shrank slightly. Although he knew that this little devil could not know his own affairs or was mocking him, there was still a touch of pain in Haki Kakashi's eyes. Kill your teammates. How helpless it is to happen. A person who kills his teammates with his own hands will never be able to escape that kind of nightmare in his life. Has this little devil said that killing his teammates was so lightly that he had been turned into a completely ruthless murder tool by Shimura Danzo? Alright. Haki Kakashi didn't want to stay here anymore, so he immediately spoke up and said goodbye. Lord Danzo has already received the order, so let's go back first and report to Lord Naruto. Not giving. Shimura Danzo didn't move at all, and didn't even give him a direct eye. Goodbye. Akira Kagura looked at the two who were leaving, and his tender voice echoed at the underground base of the Oriental Organization. When you see you next time, don't be rude to Lord Danzo, give me a little respect. Haki Kakashi and Tenzang were still silent and walked towards the exit. Until Haki Kakashi took Tianzang and was about to walk out, he suddenly stopped and turned around and looked at the boy, as if he was a little unintentionally speaking. This name is also used by others. Senior Kakashi. Tianzang stood beside him and didn't dare to speak very much. The base of the roots was silent. This guy Haki Kakashi has done all the bad things. Before leaving, the casual words of this guy made Akira Kagura feel a little troubled. Should he get angry and act spoiled with Danzo, or should he pretend not to hear it? None of them are suitable. The only suitable one. I've heard of it. The young Akira Kagura looked at the two figures standing at the end of the bridge, and her tender voice was still full of blood. The last guy named Jia betrayed Lord Danzo. I will find an opportunity to kill that traitor, I am the only one. Kakashi Haki was silent for a while, shook his head and said, there is no need for this, that person is no longer a Tianzang, let's go. Haki Kakashi said nothing more and jumped onto the exit. Tianzang turned around and looked at the old man and the young man, and flew over and followed. Snort. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, and after seeing them leave, he spoke out, remember, Kakashi Haki, Kakashi, is the culprit who lured the previous A defection, and Tianzang is the traitor who betrayed General. What? Master Danzang. I should have killed them just now. The boy widened his eyes, looked at the old man in disbelief, turned around and wanted to run towards the exit. I'll kill them. Stop. Shimura Danzo stopped him sternly and said in a deep voice, don't be impulsive. When you meet them outside the village in the future, it will be enough to find an opportunity to kill them. In the village, without my order, you are not allowed to attack anyone. Shimura Danzo finally realized something was wrong. If it was the past, I could sarcastically at Haki Kakashi and Tenzang, now I dare to say a few more words. Akira Kagura, the child, was afraid that he would take action on the spot after hearing this, and that would cause a big mess. Fortunately, I didn't say it. Fortunately, I grabbed this little guy. This subordinate was so loyal that Danzo himself was a little scared. Chapter 15 I am Naruto. This child Kyuyuan Kagura is a bit abnormal. Shimura Danzo never thought it would be so difficult to raise a child. After all, the way Shimura Danzo has always brought children is to throw a group of mentally normal children together to raise them, let them grow up together, and then let them kill each other and transform into mentally abnormal killers. Now that I meet a child who is too mentally abnormal, Shimura Danzo suddenly feels a little tricky, afraid that the child will cause some trouble. But Shimura Danzo is not easy to criticize. Because this child is protecting him everywhere. I'm going out. Shimura Danzo thought for a while and decided to go to the Naruto to explore Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice first. His eyes looked at Akira Kagura. You're resting at the base. Ah. The boy seemed a little surprised and couldn't help but look up at the old man. Master Danzang, didn't you say that I would be your guard? I can definitely protect your safety. Abide by the order. Shimura Danzo admires this child's loyalty very much. However, the old man still rejected the teenager's proposal in one sentence. Shimura Danzo knew in his heart that he would quarrel with monkeys in most cases when he went to the Naruto. He was a little afraid that the child would attack Naruto on the spot in the Naruto. Shimura Danzo hurried here mainly to find out Sarutobi Hineda's covetous desire for Akira Kagura, so as to prepare in advance. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to take advantage of the Chunin exam to take away Akira Kagura, Shimura Danzo can only bear. Certainly. I must have a good fight with him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his old friend very well. When he saw Shimura Danzo walking into the Naruto's office, he directly handed Danzo a list of taking the Chunin exam. What does this mean? Shimura Danzo took the list, glanced at it roughly and fell on someone's name, Uchiha Itachi? Take the Chunin exam alone. This name. I had a registration at Shimura Duanzang very early. After all, Uchiha Itachi graduated early at ninja school and was the most talented child since the peace era, and undoubtedly attracted much attention. Especially Uchiha Itachi had a conflict with the NE group and easily defeated a member of the NE group. This incident impressed Shimura Danzo. At that time, Uchiha Itachi is still 8 years old. Now 10-year-old Uchiha Itachi has undoubtedly become even better. Shimura Danzo quickly calmed down. Entering the working state, I have heard of this child. It is not difficult to pass the exam alone with his strength. But this child is Uchiha. Once he passes the Chunin exam alone, this is unprecedented in Konoha, Uchiha guys. Danzang. Sarutobi Hineto interrupted Shimura Danzo's words and slowly picked up his pipe. We can't be malicious to others just because of a surname. But the meaning behind this surname cannot be ignored. Sarutobi Hiruzen never said anything clearly, but just walked to the window and looked at Konoha with deep eyes. The village is getting more and more uneasy, Uchiha has more and more conflicts with the villagers, and the relationship with the village is getting more and more tense. They should have been dealt with long ago. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, looking down on his old friend's kindness. What you should do is to implement the teacher's will and completely clean up the evil Uchiha. Danzang. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice immediately became serious and he said sternly, Uchiha is also a member of Konoha, and there are also some ninjas who implement the will of fire. Because Mitsuki passed away for too long, have you forgotten his name? Uchiha Mirror. He used to be their teammate, and even helped them out of danger many times during crisis. Everyone thought he was an excellent Konoha ninja. Even the second-generation Naruto Senju Tobirama, who was once very hostile to the Uchiha clan, had to admit the excellence of Uchiha Mitsu and believed that he had transcended narrow racism. Pity. Uchiha Jing died young. Even though Uchiha Jing has passed away for many years, his will remains influencing the Uchiha clan, and his descendants are as loyal to the village as he is. The current number 1 master of Uchiha, Uchiha Shimizu, is a descendant of Mitsuki. Like his ancestors, he strives to ease the relationship between Uchiha clan and Konoha, and strives to spread the will to catch fire within Uchiha clan. When Shimura Danzo heard Sarutobi Hiruzen mention his old friend's name, he suddenly became silent. Even he could not forget the old friend who had saved him many times. After a long time, Shimura Danzo still did not choose to change his attitude. Mirror. After all, it's just a few. You should have understood one thing long ago. The village cannot bear the risk of Uchiha's rebellion. Because a slight flame can keep warm, you ignore the danger of the fire. This is not the decision that a Naruto should make. You have become weak. Rizan, you will regret it. Danzo, I am Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around coldly, looked at the loyal minister who seemed to be seriously admonishing him, and said calmly, even if there is a little hope of a peaceful resolution of the conflict, you should not give up. Now, what you should do is execute the order. Humph. What order? Isn't there a wood-riding blood ninja at the root? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became sharper, and he stared at his old friend tightly, and said in a deep voice, don't worry, just let him take a Chunin exam, I won't transfer him from the root. Snort. Shimura Danzo groaned, but his face relaxed. Originally, Shimura Danzo was still a little angry at Sarutobi Hiruzen's weak attitude towards Uchiha. Now, I learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards his own private Mulo blood resurrection is so weak. Actually, this old friend is also good when he is kind and ruthless. Shimura Danzo was sure that he could still keep Akira Kagura, the successor of the wood-escape blood, under his command. He felt that the future was full of hope again. I see. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with his itinerary and took the initiative to plan, I will teach him well and let him take the Chunin exam alone. I won't let Uchiha Itachi be too popular in the Chunin exam, and I can also make those Uchiha a little honest. Just make arrangements by yourself. Sarutobi Hinata didn't nod, shook his head, and said nothing more, as if he hadn't said anything just now. Then I'll leave first. Shimura Danzo was about to leave with a cane. Etc. Sarutobi Hinasar suddenly called him and asked calmly, when did that child with the wood-release blood steps appear? Someone was still conducting a transplant experiment for Hashimara cell in the village, or the guy Orochimaru. That's a child sent from the orphanage. Shimura Danzo's eyes couldn't help but widen, but he replied calmly, that child has awakened the wood escape long ago, and I have kept him at the base of the root to train. Oh! Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to believe this statement and sighed quietly, then teach that child well, teach that child to protect Konoha, and not let that child go on the wrong path. Chapter 16, Kyoyuan Shenel's New Life. Shimura Danzo looked back at the Naruto. This Naruto studio is Danzo's dream in this life. The owner of this Naruto studio can be scared by a word that accidentally said. I have to sweat profusely, not because he is better than me. Just because he is Naruto. Sarutobi Hinata finally reminded himself not to let that child go the wrong way. That old bastard was hinting at him. Shimura Danzo understood the hidden meaning. Sarutobi Hinazan reminded him not to go the wrong way, and not to dare to have any thoughts about the Naruto position because there is a wooden release blood ninja in the root organization. But how can a person give up his dream? As long as you become the owner of this Naruto, you can change the fate of the entire Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Sooner or later one day. Shimura Danzo turned around and left indignantly. Instead of continuing to look at the Naruto here to quench his thirst, it is better to go back and teach Akira Kagura well. Snort. Don't let that child walk. How could that child follow me go the wrong way? At the sun, everyone has their own path, and it is not only your path that is the path. The base of the root organization. Akira Kagura was still a little frustrated. Shimura Danzo refused to go out and ordered himself to rest at the Gen organization base, but there was no system task. It seemed that the system issued work tasks not so hasty, and he still needed to explore it himself. Or rest, can't it be considered work? Can't resting between work be considered working? Slutty fish is obviously part of the work. What's more, this is the rest requested by the superior. But new opportunities are coming soon. Shimura Danzo returned to the base of the Oriental organization and finally issued a formal order to Akira Kagura, which also allowed Akira Kagura to successfully trigger the system task. From today on, I will personally take you to practice to ensure that you can defeat the little ghost named Uchiha Itachi during the Chunin exam. Snort. That little devil. I've caused me some trouble. System task, new work task, in accordance with Shimura Danzo's requirements, take the Chunin examination in the second half of Konoha, and defeat Uchiha Itachi in the exam. A job. How could you get 2 more rewards? Kyuyuan Kagura's face immediately became solemn. I will definitely do it. Akira Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and asked again, Master Danzo, can you kill someone in the Chunin exam? Can I kill that guy named Uchiha Itachi? Shimura Danzo was a little speechless. This child's personality is too extreme. Uchiha Itachi is the son of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. He is the heir of the patriarch of the Konoha's most powerful ninja clan. He has always been regarded as proud by Uchiha Fugaku, and even opened the Uchiha clan's blood resistance Sharingan early. If Akira Kagura could kill Uchiha Itachi, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among many people, and perhaps it could intensify the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. But Sarutobi Hinata is a weak person. If Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over the guy Akira Kagura to Uchiha Fuga to deal with in order to calm Uchiha Fuga's anger, that would be a big deal. This kind of thing has not happened. A few years ago, the envoy from Union Village came to Konoha, under the pretext of signing a ceasefire contract, but secretly wanted to seize the blood-restrained boundary of Konoha village. The envoy of Union Village sneaked into the Hinaga clan and wanted to abduct the daughter of the Hyuga clan, but was noticed by Hinaga's clan's foot. For such a thief who wanted to steal his daughter, Hinata Hirosa would certainly not be lenient, and he shot the envoy from Union Village to death with one palm. Yun Yinkan expressed his refusal to admit this, but instead turned against him and threatened Konoha to hand over the murderer who killed the envoy, otherwise he would start a war with Konoha again. Then, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to this humiliating request and ordered the Hinata clan to hand over the murderer who killed Union's envoy and seek peace at all costs. In the end, Hinata's twin brother Hinata was forced to commit suicide by replacing his brother's murder of the envoy. The murder of the Union envoy ended in such a ridiculous humiliation. The lessons of the past are still there. According to Shimura Danzo's understanding of his old friends, once Akira Kagura accidentally kills Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzenji will most likely hand over a child from the NE organization to calm Uchiha Fugao's anger. If this happens, Uchiha, who has always been disobedient, lost a genius, and his roots who have always been disobedient will also lose a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not lose anything, why wouldn't he do it? As for the question of whether Akira Kagura can defeat Uchiha Itachi, Shimura Danzo suddenly realized that he hadn't thought about this kind of problem yet, and Uchiha Itachi could easily defeat NE's members. Although Shimura Danzo is very confident in Akira Kagura's wood escape talent, one move of the tree world is not something that ordinary ninjas can compete with, but Akira Kagura has always acted like a brainless child and is easily played with by Uchiha in his palm. Don't underestimate Uchiha Itachi. Shimura Danzo reminded him coldly before continuing, the killing of enemies is not prohibited in the Chunin exam, but we cannot kill at will. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, his brows couldn't help but frown. How could such weak words be said from his mouth? Oh! Kyuyuan Shenel also felt a little strange. Anyway, Shimura Danzo looked at Akira Kagura and ordered in a deep voice, no need to kill Uchiha Itachi, that little devil is useful to us. Yes, I get it. Kyuyuan Kagura doesn't care about these things. Akira Kagura has never been a bloodthirsty person. Every time Akira Kagura takes the initiative to ask for helping Shimura Danzo kill people, whether it is asking to kill Haki Kakashi or Uchiha Itachi, he just talks casually to make Shimura Danzo happy. Danzo definitely dares not let him do it. If Shimura Danzo was really willing to calm down and think, he would realize that Akira Kagura had always been talking about it, but in fact he had never done anything for him. However, even though Shimura Danzo calmed down and thought, according to Akira Kagura's attitude of speaking, he might be even more afraid that Akira Kagura would do something for him. There's one more thing. Remember your life experience, you are the child who grew up in Konoha. The director of Konoha Orphanage, Nanoyu, adopted you in his early years. I took you to the root and raised you. It was the Hashima cell transplant experiment that I helped you when you were young, completely forgetting the existence of Orochimaru. Akira Kagura nodded silently, still sticking to her character. Lord Danzang, can I kill the director of the orphanage? Stop her from talking nonsense in the future and cause you any trouble. Don't always think about killing people. Nanoyu, the pharmacist, is still useful now. Shimura Danzo felt something was wrong again. Chapter 17 My name is Do, Pharmacist Do. Number 9 Training Ground. Shimura Duanzang is still full of confidence. However, Shimura Danzo quickly realized a problem that was about to arise. He was likely to encounter setbacks when teaching Akira Kagura Mulo ninjutsu. After all, the powerful wood escape ninjutsu that Shimura Danzo came into contact with mostly originated from the technique written by the first Naruto Chiho Hashirama on the sealing scroll. But there is a major trouble here. When the first Naruto Shinjima was casting ninjutsu, most of the ninjutsu only needed to form the same Minaji seal, and even did not need to make the seal at all. What should I do? He seems to provided to Akira Kagura. There is only one technique name. Shimura Danzo was still very calm. Shimura Danzo still calmly formed a hand seal. Shimura Danzo still spoke very calmly and taught Akira Kagura, this ninjutsu is also the wood escape technique of the first generation of Naruto. It only requires a hand seal of SI, and it also requires the chakra in the body to be directly activated. Shimura Danzo still calmly added the relevant records on the Book of Seals. The effect of this technique is to use the chakra in the body to transform the trees in the forest into a huge wooden dragon. Wood escape mole dragon technique. Shimura Danzo said the name of the martial arts in a deep voice. Kyoyuan Channel was in a bad mood. What the hell is this? Is this the difference between teaching yourself wood exit and tree realm birth? Same handprints, same teaching methods. It's just that the names are different, but I have taught two different ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo might also feel a little embarrassed, and did not take the initiative to ask Akira Kagura if he learned it, but took the initiative to comfort the young man. It doesn't matter if you don't learn it for a while. Shimura Danzo acted very calmly and said softly, this technique is more difficult than the tree world's birth, and you need to practice it slowly. Yes. Kyoyuan Channel hesitated and couldn't speak. This is not a question of whether the technique is difficult or not. This is a problem with your teaching method, Lord Duanzang, right? However, this strange teaching method was actually recognized by the system. System tips: Professor of Ninja Realm is activated in the characteristics, the host has the wood exit blood resistance, the chakra volume reaches SSS level, and the wood exit wood dragon art is being learned in line with the Ninja Realm theory, and the wood exit wood dragon art is successfully learned. System tips: you have learned new skills wood escape and wood dragon technique. Wooden escape wooden dragon technique, wooden escape blood transcends the boundary secret technique. The caster uses the chakra in his body as the source of life to pass the chakra to the seeds of the tree. The dense trees form a huge wooden dragon with thorns all over the body, which can entangle the enemy and has a very strong binding force. Enemies entangled by the chakra will be absorbed. Although I have a learning plug-in. But it's not good to just say that you have learned it. After all, there are serious problems with Shimura's teaching methods. If you can still learn the art of wood dragon, it will definitely arouse Danzo's suspicion. I'll try hard. Akira Kagura raised his finger and asked softly, Master Danzo, is there any difference between the method of chakra activation of the art of the wood dragon and the art of the tree world's birth? Shimura Duenzo thought silently about how to answer. After Ali have neither wouldn't escape blood restoration nor these two wouldn't escape ninjutsu. Kyoyuan Kagura seemed to feel that this problem was a bit embarrassing for his boss, so he immediately began to find a way to remedy it. The best way was undoubtedly to give the boss a solution. Akira Kagura thought for less than 3 seconds and immediately spoke up to correct his problem and gave his boss a step. Master Danzo, the wood dragon technique may be a bit difficult for me. Are there any other wood escape ninjutsu? Have. Shimura Danzo seemed to have found a step to step down. Shimura Danzo immediately became confident again and said slowly, then I will teach you another wooden escape ninjutsu, which was also created by the first generation of Naruto. When Shimura Danzo said this, he subconsciously began to seal according to the records in the seal book he had read, and the same hand seal was still. Shimura Danzo's fingers became stiff. Even Shimura Danzo felt that his teaching method was a bit too much. Shimura Danzo withdrew his finger indifferently and scolded, practice well during this period. First learn the wooden dragon technique that I taught you, and then I will teach you new techniques. Kyoyuan Kagura's expression suddenly became strange. This is a loneliness. I don't care about such an awkward teaching method. What's the embarrassing thing about Shimura? After one night, Shimura Duenzang's work suddenly became quite busy. Previously, Shimura Danzo said that he would personally take Akira Kagura to practice training, but now he has begun to refuse and let Akira Kagura practice ninjutsu himself. After all, Shimura Danzo also knew that his teaching method was a bit outrageous. Shimura Danzo didn't expect Akira Kagura to learn anything with his outrageous teaching methods, but just asked the members of NIN to take turns monitoring him and not be lazy. Shimura Danzo doesn't want to meet Akira Kagura for the time being, so as not to ask any questions about wooden escape ninjutsu again. Wait until the next time. Read the Book of Seals again and answer the child's questions. This kind of problem of bosses evading subordinates is not good for Akira Kagura. If the boss and subordinates do not meet, it is easy to have a crisis of trust. But this is an opportunity for Akira Kagura. Perhaps he could use the excuse that he could not learn the art of Malong and ask Shimura Danzo to help find the seal book. It's natural. This situation is not friendly to the members of the root. Shimura Danzang is not around, Akira Kagura is lawless. The young man only followed Lord Danzang's orders and did not allow other members of the root organization to call him by his name. Those who dared to call Akira Kagura Araka would be hung up and hung on the tree. This has become a chore that has been in trouble in turn. Until a spy who had just returned to the root organization base to report was ordered by an old member to take on the chore, to go to the number 9 training ground to supervise A's training. Number 9 training ground. The ancient forest still stands on this land. There seemed to be something strange in this forest shaking, as if people could feel the horror that could swallow people at any time. A young man wearing glasses walked into the forest carefully. Whoosh! A branch suddenly rushed out. The young man quickly moved around and tried to avoid the attack of the branches, and shouted loudly, "Hey, I came here on order." The attack of the branch was paused. The next moment, countless branches and roots rushed out. The young man was tied up instantly and hung upside down on the big tree. A young man's figure walked out slowly, walked to his side calmly, reached out and grabbed his head, and asked, "Who asked you to call me the name given to me by Lord Danzang? Then what should I call you?" This young man wearing glasses is a little sleek. "Call me, Lord Kagura." The boy seemed to not care about Gen's ban at all and continued to ask, "What's your name? Why have I never seen you in the base?" "Do." The young man wearing glasses calmly spoke his full name. Pharmacist's Pocket. Chapter 18 I am also adopted child. Pharmacist's Pocket. This surname is a bit familiar. Akira Kagura waved his hand while talking. The big trees in this forest were controlled by Akira Kagura's chakra. The branches tied with glasses slowly loosened, and the young man in glasses carefully placed them on the ground. "Thanks." Pharmacist Do thanked him seriously before asking, "I remember that the root should not be allowed to use his own name, only the code name. That's what Lord Danzang can call me." Akira Kagura interrupted him and said indifferently, "I guess it may be that Lord Danzo is old and can't remember so many names. What's more, didn't you use your own name? We are different." Pharmacist Do shook his head slowly. "I have been acting as a spy outside for many years and don't need to forget my name. If there is a special code name, people may find clues. You are called Pharmacist Dog, right? I remember there was an orphanage director named Nanoyu, a pharmacist." Akira Kagura controlled Dasha to make a swing for him, sat on it leisurely, and began to ask knowingly, "What is the relationship between the pharmacist Nanoyu and you?" "Dean." Pharmacist Dora hesitated for a second, thinking that Akira Kagura knew that this was nothing serious, and explained, "Pharmacist Nanoyu was the director of the orphanage who adopted me back then." "That's a coincidence." Akira Kagura nodded, and then started talking nonsense. "I was also adopted by the pharmacist Nanoyu." "You were also adopted by her and raised by Lord Danzo?" "Yes." Pharmacist Do slowly lowered his head. "If you have been trained as a spy since childhood and ordered to collect information from various countries in a wandering way, it can be considered as raising. Is this young man who claims to be Lord Kagura also an orphan who was adopted by the Dean and forced by Danzo to use as a tool? Have you almost forgotten to adopt his Dean now?" 2. Not everyone remembers childhood events. Especially the cold-blooded and ruthless tissues at the roots. The pharmacist raised his palm and pushed the glasses that were on the bridge of his nose. "I have always been able to live strong because of this pair of glasses that have always been with me." This was given to him by the dean of the pharmacist Nanoyu. For pharmacist Dora, the warmest period of life was in Konoha orphanage. He met the warmest person in his life and treated him like a mother. "My name, my life. Everything comes from Dean Nanu, the pharmacist. We are all adopted by Dean Nanoyu, the pharmacist." Akira Kagura seemed very satisfied with their encounter. After thinking for a while, he said curiously, "They were all raised by Lord Danzang, and I have never encountered them before. Because we have to perform our respective tasks." After answering, the pharmacist answered, he continued, "It was just a chance to meet this time. Maybe in the future, we will not have a chance to see each other again." "Yes." Akira Kagura also sighed, with a little helpless expression, "Master Danzang is about to let me perform the mission." "Oh." The pharmacist subconsciously showed a look of surprise, and asked indifferently, "Is there anything I can help?" As a spy, the pharmacist subconsciously wants to investigate the information, especially the Akira Kagura in front of him seems not an ordinary child. This boy. If you read it correctly. Can you actually use the wooden escape blood ninjutsu? First of all, you have to take the Chunin exam. Akira Kagura was not concerned about the information he might have leaked, and even took the initiative to leak more news. After passing the Chunin exam, I have to go out to perform a dangerous task. After all, I have the power of wood escape. Lord Danzang will definitely not let me perform some ordinary tasks. I am most likely to die when performing the task. Maybe I won't see you in the future." After Akira Kagura said this, he looked at the pharmacist again, "If you are still alive, after meeting Dean Nanoyu in the future, please tell me the Dean that the happiest day was the day when I was adopted by her and brought back to the orphanage, and I have never forgotten." Pharmacist Do suddenly fell silent. What this young man said was what he wanted to say. "Sorry." Kyuyuan Kagura looked at the pharmacist Do, with a faint loneliness in her expression, "Since I was a child, I was taught to implement my will. I cannot think about the people in the past, nor can I use my past names, and I cannot even leave the photos of the Dean. I almost forgot what she looks like. It doesn't matter, the Dean will definitely not blame you." The pharmacist took out a photo from his pocket and comforted him, "I happen to have a photo of the Dean here, you can take a look." It was a photo wrapped in plastic paper. The plastic paper is a bit worn, and the photos inside still look brand new. It can be seen that the owner of this photo protects the photos very well. The photo shows a blonde woman wearing glasses smiling. She seemed to have encountered something that made her happy, and she smiled so hard that her eyes were bent and visible. Thanks. Chu Yuan Chenel slowly lowered her head. You're welcome. Pharmacist Do reached out and patted his shoulder, whispering, it's a pity that I only have one. If you are not in a hurry, maybe I can help you make another photo. Thanks. I'll give you one of my photos at that time. Kyuyuan Kagura lowered her head and thanked the pharmacist Do, whispering, if one day I die and you are still alive, remember to hand over my photos to the dean. Akira Kagura took a deep breath and continued, let her see how I look when I grow up, and help me tell the dean that I voluntarily joined the Roots, at least it will make everyone in the orphanage live a better life, and I have never blamed her. She won't blame you. Pharmacist Do shook his head quickly, and these words seemed to be what he wanted to say again. He quickly helped the gentle and kind dean like a mother and explained, she will definitely not blame you. How could the dean blame us? Pharmacist Dog seemed to remember something and took it out of his pocket. I handed my own photo to Akira Kagura, this is my photo. If one day I die while performing a mission and you are still alive, please tell the dean to me. I understand what you mean. Akira Kagura quickly took his photo. Pharmacist Do felt something strange. By the way, after Akira Kagura closed the photo, he reminded him, don't let others know about this, the will of the Gen will not allow us. First. A voice suddenly interrupted their communication. A root ninja walked into the forest. He glanced at Akira Kagura sitting on the swing, and then at the pharmacist Doc standing next to him. Lord Danzang. Who allows you to call the name A? Akira Kagura suddenly raised his fingers, and countless vine roots drilled out from the ground, tied the root ninja and hung it on the tree. How many times have you said it, why did you call me? Master Kagura. The Nento ninja called out a little humiliatedly and continued, Master Danzo asked you and Doc to go to the office to see him immediately. Who knows if what you said is true? Kyuyuan Kagura snorted coldly before looking at the somewhat surprised pharmacist Dog. This group of guys always like to issue orders in the name of Lord Danzo. They must also force you to train with me, right? Don't be afraid. I'll go back and teach them a lesson for you. The pharmacist was a little uneasy. Pharmacist thought about why a group of root ninjas shirking their responsibilities back and forth in the base of roots did not want to accompany this teenager to train. This young man doesn't seem to be doing so badly in the root organization. Chapter 19 They promised to take good care of you. The pharmacist was a little confused. After all, I have never seen such an arrogant root ninja. Kyuyuan Kagura was really a bit surprising. She was just talking about her having to obey Root's will. How could she act without taking Root's will seriously? While saying that he was forced to forget his name in the Root organization. On the other hand, because a Root ninja called his code name instead of his name, he simply acted directly at his colleagues. Kagura. Lord. Pharmacist Do hesitated and still praised him respectfully, and asked carefully, how is your life at the Root, okay? It's okay. Kyuyuan Chenel felt that she was doing well. Kyuyuan Kagura stayed at the base at the Root for nearly half a month, and basically no mistakes happened. The colleagues got along well. Even if Akira Kagura made such a little mistake, most of the other Root ninjas were not qualified to report in front of Shimura Danzo, or to report in Shimura Danzo, it was useless, and Danzo would not scold Akira for such a trivial matter. After all, Kyuyuan Kagura opened her mouth just for Lord Danzo. Certainly. Kyuyuan Shen's life is okay. The other members are not doing well. A few days ago, Akira Ninja finally sued a lawsuit, claiming that Akira Kagura refused to obey the orders they conveyed, and his attitude was extremely arrogant when accepting the orders, and even questioned that the members of Kara's conveyed false orders. Result. Chu Yuanzhen's Le is even more arrogant. What if you orders conveyed under the name of Lord Danzang? I only know how to listen to Lord Danzang. I must see Lord Danzang with my own eyes and hear the orders from Lord Danzang with my own ears. Shimura Danzo is indeed a little uncomfortable. However, most of the members at the root would not lie to Shimura Danzo, so they truthfully expressed Akira Kagura's attitude that only wanted to be loyal to Shimura Danzo. The loyalty expressed from others is obviously more credible than the loyalty expressed by one person himself, which makes Shimura Danzo feel that it is actually not that bad. The child Kyoyuan Kagura is just a little stubborn and has low requirements. He just hopes that he can give him the orders he personally. But if this child only listens to himself, this seems to avoid the risk of this talented wood release boy being deceived and betrayed by others, making him a sharp blade that belongs only to him. So Shimura Danzo gradually acquiesced to all this. Who would reject someone who just wants to be loyal to himself? Let's go. Let's go to meet Lord Danzang. Akira Kagura looked at the hanged root ninja. If I knew you were telling a lie, I would execute you immediately. How dare I forge Lord Danzang's orders? This root ninja was a little humiliated and angry. Never doubt Gen's will, nor do you doubt our loyalty to Lord Danzo. Little kid, you are not the only one who is loyal to Lord Danzo. I know, but I still don't believe it. Akira Kagura interrupted his words and said indifferently, you are just a group of guys who only annoy Lord Danzo. They only know how to report the trivial conflicts between us in front of Lord Danzo. You. This root ninja suddenly felt so angry. All along, the root ninjas think they are already very tolerant of this little devil, and this little devil is still teasing their already insensitive nerves. Pharmacist Do looked at him with a little stunned. It seems that this young man is still an orphan who was forced to join the root organization just like himself. Why do you feel that he can treat his colleagues so rampantly in the root organization? However, Pharmacist Do soon realized that he was still too young. The base of the root. When Akira Kagura came back with the pharmacist, the two janitors stationed at the entrance of the base turned their faces coldly, as if they didn't want to pay attention to Akira Kagura. Do you know him? Kyoyuan Kagure stopped at the entrance and pointed to the pharmacist's pocket beside him. The two gatekeepers still didn't want to pay attention to him. Kyoyuan Kagure didn't care about the attitudes of these two people, and continued indifferently, I'll notify you and no one is allowed to bully him in the future. No. The two gatekeepers still responded in a muffled voice. Well. Pharmacist Do was a little at a loss and said in a low voice, actually, it's not said that someone bullies me. I've been performing tasks outside. You don't understand. Akira Kagura looked like I knew very well and slandered his colleagues, these guys just want to suppress and bully their colleagues. If you resist them, they will make a report in front of Lord Danzang. They are all a group of villains. The two gatekeepers couldn't help but want to curse. What's this little devil saying? Is it the opposite? Who has always bullied whom? Can you find a few people in the entire root organization who have not been deliberately bullied by you, a little ghost? I think they don't dare to bully you. Pharmacist Do looked at the two janitors who were so angry that their bodies were trembling by Akiyuan Kagura, and asked curiously, how did you make them not dare to bully you? It's very simple. Kyoyuan Kagura looked at the two janitors and showed a proud expression on her face, as long as you bully them first, they will not dare to bully you. What a hell is this? Pharmacist Do felt that he was not very good. However, Akira Kagura's method seems to be effective, and every root ninja they pass by will subconsciously avoid them. Do you know Do? Akira Kagura would take the initiative to provoke. In front of these root ninjas, he looked like a pharmacist Do and was his man. Come here and take a look, I will remember it all. You are not allowed to bully him in the future. Akira Kagura even grabbed a root ninja who didn't want to see them. You forget your ears in the dormitory? Can't you hear me? Take off the mask for me. You little dear, Don't go too far. The root ninja took off his mask and his face was full of anger. What are you calling me? Kyoyuan Kagura's eyes lit up. The other party thought for less than a second and chose not to care about the child. Sir Kagura, I must leave the base immediately to carry out the mission. Remember him well. Akira Kagura pointed to the pharmacist dock next to him and ordered, you will meet him when you are on missions in the future. Please help me take care of him. I will take good care of him. The root ninja nodded at the pharmacist, gritting his teeth. Pharmacist Do looked at the other person's expression and couldn't help but sigh. Although the pharmacist Do was very grateful to Akira Kagura for wanting to take care of his mood, he understood that Akira Kagura's behavior would only cause him greater trouble. How can this give you a foothold in the root organization? It was originally possible that it might have been bullied, but now it might have been killed by someone. Kyoyuan Kagure seemed to not understand these things, but just looked at the pharmacist Do with joy. Do, they have all agreed to take good care of you when they meet you, and you will definitely meet the dean alive. Kagura. Pharmacist Do suddenly stopped, looked at the seemingly innocent boy quietly, and reached out and pushed his glasses. Did you mean it? What's your purpose? What, intentionally or not, what else can I have? Kyoyuan Kagura waved his hand at the pharmacist with disgust and said indifferently, do you think you can do anything for me? I just want to thank you for helping me in the future. Chapter 20 Pharmacist's Dog, How Unfair This Is. Akira Kagura tells the truth. In the memories of my previous life, Akira Kagura had a certain impression of pharmacist Dora. The future pharmacist Dora is a very useful talent. His spy talent alone is already better than many people, and he is probably only a little worse than Akira Kagura. In addition, pharmacist Do's brain is also very smart and is very good at learning knowledge. In the future, he can also help conduct human experiments, improve various ninjutsu forbidden techniques, and maybe even help Akira Kagura learn the most mysterious immortal arts in the ninja world. All in all, this lord is a talent. What is the most needed in the ninja world? Talent. Akira, in order to narrow his relationship with pharmacist Dora, Kagura made up a story about his orphanage out of thin air in the number 9 training ground. He could only barely make pharmacist Dora have a good impression of him, but could not make pharmacist Dora truly trust him. The best way? Of course it is a solid bond. What is the most important thing in the ninja world? It's a bond. As long as you can create a potentially strong bond with pharmacist Do, you can let pharmacist Do remember his existence and have the opportunity to turn him into his own people in the future. However, there is actually no connection between the two people. Therefore, Akira Kagura first talks about his birth in Konoha orphanage, about his life in the orphanage, about his missing the orphanage, about his dean of the orphanage. These all are fake. However, these fakes are the real feelings in the pharmacist's heart. The person who really came from an orphanage was pharmacist Dora. The person who really missed the life of the orphanage was also pharmacist Dora. The person who really missed the orphanage director, pharmacist Durera, was also pharmacist Durera. The person who really wanted to let pharmacist Durera see the photos when she grew up was still pharmacist Durera. Akira Kagura's lies were just a warm prelude, which made pharmacist Dora think that there was something similar between the two. Now, Akira Kagura still needs to use a tragic story to expose the warm prelude to make pharmacist believe that there is actually a bond between the two of them. As long as there is a bond between the two, in the future, there will be a possibility of letting the pharmacist help you. After all, Kyoyuan Shenel will not have any magical magic that changes the other party's will, nor does it monitor whether the other party will be loyal to his system abilities, nor will it bury the spell print into the other party's vitals, which is a low-level, dangerous, and troublesome control method. Kyoyuan Kagura is just a working person. If a worker wants to get more things, he can only use some superficial means to find ways to make more capable friends. Pharmacist's pocket. Akira Kagura looked at the pharmacist Do, who was full of vigilance in his expression, and laughed playfully. What do you think I want you to do? I don't know yet. Pharmacist Do frowned and thought for a while before answering, but I know one thing. When you see me, you should not be the same as you said, and you are happy because it is rare to see someone from the same orphanage. When you first mentioned Dean Nanoya's name, you didn't mean to miss it on your face, but you were talking about a person you haven't seen for a long time. But I'm still very happy today. Because no one has mentioned the past for a long time. Because everything you said in the training ground is what I want to say. Maybe it's because I've been suppressed for too long in this organization. Pharmacist Do helped up his glasses and whispered, I miss the days I was in the orphanage more and more, and I miss the person who treated me like my mother. When Pharmacist Dory said this, he suddenly changed his mind. However, you don't miss your days in the orphanage, nor do you miss Dean Nanu. Yet. King Rakagura of the Root Organization. There was a hint of firmness in the eyes of Pharmacist Dory. He believed in the intuition and experience that his years of spy career brought him. You hate me, and Dean Nanu. You said you wanted to take care of me, but you also made me offend other people in the Gen organization, those fighting ninjas I can't offend. You don't want me to continue in the Root organization. Even, you want to use the Roots to kill me. Pharmacist Dory felt that he had guessed some truth and asked softly, am I right? Lord Kagura. B. The boy couldn't help but pat his palm, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. He nodded and praised, I'm right, I guessed it all. Not bad. This guy guessed everything wrongly. This pharmacist dog didn't even doubt whether it was true or false. Or is it that pharmacist dog thinks he has no value to be deceived? Is this pharmacist dog really smart? All right. Everything is fake. Pharmacist Do can only guess the false results from the false direction. At this time, it is already good to guess that he has just drawn up a tragic storyline. I can't understand a little. Pharmacist Deo looked at the boy with a hint of confusion. You have also been adopted by Dean Nanu and have lived in the orphanage in the village. There should be no hatred between us. Why doesn't it exist? Chu Yuan Shen Le couldn't help laughing happily. The young man slowly spread his palms and said word by word, the root of many great hatreds is often just a small matter, and a sudden thought arises. What's the meaning? Pharmacist Do didn't quite understand. Envy. One of the original sins of the world. Kyuyuan Kagura slowly walked towards the pharmacist Do, and the smile on her face gradually became cold. If there is no contrast in this world, there will be no harm, and there will be no jealousy. Envy. Yes, unprecedented jealousy. Akira Kagura approached the side of the pharmacist Dora, and the boy's eyes gradually became cold. Why can you have the same surname as Dean Nanoyu? Why does Dean Nanoyu keep in mind you? We are all just the adopted child was obviously my first. Because. Pharmacist Dory hesitated and said the answer, when I was adopted by Dean Nanoyu, I forgot all my memories, nor did I remember my name and parents, so Dean Nanoyu gave me her surname. Pharmacist thought of the woman who was as warm as a mother and continued, Director Nanoyu, has he been caring about me? Yes. She has always cared about you. I even forgot that there was another child who was sent to the base of the roots. Kyuyuan Kagura slowly turned around and walked step by step into the bridge. I didn't want to hate her, nor did I hate you, and I didn't even want you to enter the roots. But I saw what she did for you, and saw that she had been asking about you in the root organization, but I was never remembered by her. She had no idea what kind of life I lived here, and how bullied I was here when I was a child. Maybe, she has forgotten me a long time ago. I began to hate her slowly and hated you whom I was worried about. I realized something, and I realized that I had implemented the will of the root and developed jealousy. We've all entered the roots. We are obviously the same people. Pharmacist's pot. How unfair this is. Chapter 21 Pharmacist's dog, I'm even more jealous of you. When a person is sad, it can be seen. Kyuyuan Kagura talked about his story and looked very sad. At this moment, the boy didn't look like a person who was caused by jealousy and hatred, but simply like an abandoned child. Pharmacist Do remained silent. Pharmacist Do believes that his fate has been very bumpy. In order to exchange more funds for the orphanage and to prevent the pharmacist Nanoya from being too embarrassed, the former pharmacist Nanoya took the initiative to sacrifice himself and chose to join the organ organization and become a spy ninja that is in danger, wandering on the brink of death at all times. However, compared to Akira Kagura, Pharmacist Do felt that he seemed so lucky again. Because my sacrifice is worth it, Dean Nanoya of the pharmacist has always been concerned about himself, and this concern has even made another child with the same fate jealousy. I have no idea. Pharmacist Do lowered his head slightly, and his expression was a little hesitant. In the past few years, I have never received any news from the dean, and I have not even met the dean. Pharmacist Do hesitated for a while, as if he felt that he had to say sorry to the boy. I'm sorry, I haven't known this all the time. This is like a superior mercy to the inferior. Pharmacist Do never thinks he is a superior person. But in front of this young man who was forgotten by Dean Nanoya of the Medicine Buddha, the Medicine Buddha felt a little like a lucky person who suddenly got the treasure for no reason. The young man was a hard-working person who wanted to get the treasure but got nothing. This made Pharmacist Do feel like he was a thief. At this moment, a trace of guilt arose in the heart of Pharmacist Do. Although I had never done anything to be sorry for Akira Kagura, but because of the excessive care of the pharmacist Nanoya, the pharmacist Darkness felt warm and happy in his heart, and also felt ashamed of this forgotten boy. Although I feel a little ashamed and sorry. But Pharmacist Do feels that he is really happy now. However, a person's happiness may be within reach, but it is not so easy to protect this happiness. It often requires some hardships. You don't know anything. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of Akira Kagura's mouth, as if he was looking at the ignorant person. What a coincidence, the pharmacist Dean Nanoya knew nothing, either. What? Pharmacist Do felt his brain blank and subconsciously asked, what does it mean? The dean doesn't know anything, what does it mean? Do. Akira Kagura asked a fatal question. When you entered the root organization a few years ago, you were younger than me now. However, you have been in the Oriental organization for more than 4 years, and you are now 13 or 14 years old, right? We are all growing very fast, and our appearance will change compared to when we were young. Do you remember you just said, how long has it been since you met Dean Nanoya of the pharmacist? From me to the root organization. Pharmacist Deo faintly felt that he and pharmacist Dean Nanoya were caught in a conspiracy. So, Akira Kagura looked at the pharmacist Dora and asked in a tempting manner, do you want to guess what the way dean of the pharmacist Nanoya wants to see you? Photo. Pharmacist Dark's eyes turned cold and he almost gritted his teeth and said the answer, Director Nanoya must have asked for photos of me when I grew up, but you asked them to give the dean a vacation photo. Pharmacist Dori was a very smart person. He immediately remembered what Akira Kagura mentioned about the photos in the number 9 training ground. In an instant, Pharmacist Doc also figured out this battle against him and Pharmacist Yadin Nayu's conspiracy can cause problems with a photo of himself when he grows up. I'm really smart, I guessed it right again. Akira Kamika looked at the pharmacist with admiration and corrected, but it was not the fake photo I gave, but the fake photo Lord Danzang. I am just a child, what can I do in the root organization? This is not necessarily. Pharmacist Dori shook his head and responded, all the ninjas at the root are afraid of you, proving that Shimura Danzo must value you very much, and he will not object to whatever you want to do. Because you are jealous of Dean Nanoya's concern, it is normal to ask Danzo Shimura to hand over the fake photos of me to Dean Nanoya. Tisk. Akira Kagura sighed, and did not refute, and continued slowly, you are really right. The pharmacist Dean Nanoya really cares about you. He has been asking for your photos and wants to know that you are safe. Really? She always cares about you. But I never asked about my news. In order to ensure that the pharmacist Dean Nanoyu can always provide information for the Oriental organization, Lord Danzo slowly changed your photos to fake. The photos that the pharmacist Dean Nanoyu slowly saw were initially a fake, and she had no idea what you looked like. It would be fine if it's over. Just a fake product is needed to allow Dean Nanoyu of the pharmacist to continue to provide information to the Oriental organization. However, you are still alive, he said. Lord Danzang has also sent you out to perform dangerous tasks again and again. I hope you can sacrifice in the process of performing tasks, but you survived again and again. It's so lucky. Finish the task successfully again and again. I finally made Lord Danzang recognize your talents. I wanted to make you a spy who can serve the root organization forever, but I found that I had to face a problem. If you want to keep staying in the Oriental organization, you and Dean Nanoyu of pharmacist will meet sooner or later, and all lies will be exposed at that time. When Akira Kagura said this, she suddenly said, "It's not surprising. Since it's a lie, it will be exposed one day sooner or later." But Lord Danzang will not make mistakes. So he will definitely deal with his mistakes. So, the pharmacist pushed the glasses on his nose and whispered, "You don't want me to see Dean Nanoyu alive, or you don't want Dean Nanoyu alive to see me alive." That's what Lord Danzang thought. Akira Kagura hugged his arm and sighed, "You are the one that Lord Danzo likes more, because he thinks that Dean Nuyu of medicine has always been not loyal enough, so he has been thinking about when to kill Dean Nuyu of medicine." Pharmacist Do's body trembled a little. This sense of uncontrollable panic in the most important thing in life swept across his body. Pharmacist Dory's fingers pierced into the flesh tightly, and a layer of cold sweat slowly oozed out of his forehead. He felt as if he had guessed something. "Why did you want me to commit suicide now? Can Dean Nanoyu survive?" "I thought so too." Akira Kagura raised her eyebrows and continued indifferently, "But I heard one thing. The pharmacist Nanoyu always hopes to have a deal with Lord Danzo. She can help Lord Danzo do anything to get you out of the Orchid organization in exchange for your liberation." "Do. I'm even more jealous of you. Why didn't she think about saving me? Why didn't she think about saving me when I was sent to the base of the root and used as human experimental materials?" Chapter 22, The Insidious and Cruel Plan of Killing Each Other. Pharmacist Do's mood was a little turbulent. Because he never thought he would get such gentle love from the mouth of this young man with hatred and jealousy, Pharmacist Deo had already received too much information. He missed the Dean Nanoyu, who took care of him like his mother and did everything for him. However, now is not the time for turbulent feelings. The most important thing now is to find out the teenager's plan of revenge. Only by exploring Akira Kagura's revenge plan can we have the hope of solving the crisis that he and the pharmacist Nanoyu are about to encounter. According to the information that pharmacist Domo, Shimura Danzo must have wanted to kill Dean Nanoyu, and the young man Akira Kagura was just involved. It would be great if I could still persuade the young man to give up those revenge plans and protect the Dean with me. Pharmacist Deo frowned and thought, while trying to test Akira Kagura, "You have never met Dean Nanoyu, right? Maybe you have been away from the orphanage for too long." Pharmacist Dory seemed to have found a direction and said, "There is another possibility. Shimura Danzo secretly deceived Dean Nanoyu and told the Dean that you have already died. Kagura, we are all children from orphanages. We all understand that Dean Nanoyu takes care of us. Dean Nanoyu will never give up a child for no reason. This guy makes sense. If Akira Kagura is really a person from Konoha Orphanage, he feels that pharmacist Dora is a bit accurate, so he will say more. You can be instigated by the pharmacist in just a few words. Pity. Akira Kagura doesn't want to play a villain who is convinced. Akira Kagura just wants to play the role of becoming a child who is on the wrong path and cannot turn back." "Shut up." Kyuyuan Kagura's palm suddenly poked out and pinched the pharmacist's neck. The boy's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he pressed the pharmacist dog against the wall and whispered, "Pharmacist dog, don't be disrespectful to Lord Danzang, otherwise I will kill you now. The young man looked at the pharmacist who could not resist in his hands, and slowly let go of him. Humph, I knew I should have killed you in the training ground just now. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Pharmacist Do lowered his head and coughed hard a few times, his eyes flashed slightly. Then why didn't you kill me? Danzo probably won't blame you. That's too cheap for you. A photo flashed out from Akira Kagura's fingertips. The photo showed the pharmacist's face, which was the one that Akira Kagura had grabbed at the training ground. Do you want to guess what I'm going to do? This is your photo, the real you. It's a pity that Dean Nanoyu of the pharmacist doesn't know who the person in the photo is. She only believes that the fake is the pharmacist's, so she will only think that you are a stranger. Akira Kagura's fingers rotated the photo, and said his plan indifferently, I just need to give the photo to the pharmacist Dean Nanoyu, and in the name of Lord Danzo, order her to kill the person in the photo, and promise you to leave the NE organization. Pharmacist Do's face changed. Akira Kagura looked at the face of the pharmacist Dora, and his smile became stronger. It will only be until our most respected pharmacist, Dean Nanoyu, kills you, that she will know all the truth. She will know that the person she killed with her own hands is the real pharmacist dog, the pharmacist dog she has always cared about. Pharmacist Do's face turned pale. Anyone knows how much damage this kind of thing will cause to Nwayu. The pharmacist Nwayu may commit suicide after he kills Nwayu and kills Dora. This is a cruel conspiracy. In my memory of my previous life, Akira Kagura remembered that this self-killing case was planned by Shimura Danzo himself. Shimura Danzo hoped that the pharmacist Tao and pharmacist Nanoyu died together. Unfortunately, the plan was deviated. Pharmacist Nanoyu did not recognize pharmacist Dora. When he tried hard to kill pharmacist Dora, he was severely injured by pharmacist Dora. Pharmacist Dora's learning ability was extraordinary, which made his combat power far stronger than ordinary medical ninjas like pharmacist Nanoyu. However, pharmacist Do recognized his Dean. While pharmacist Do was desperately trying to save the Dean did not recognize him because of the fake photo, but just regarded him as a stranger. This immediately hit pharmacist Do and thought that his life was meaningless. Now, Akira Kagura told the truth of the killing of each other in advance, and even mixed a little bit of his own scene in the middle, creating a new important bond between himself and the pharmacist Dora and the pharmacist Nanoyu. In this way, in the future, he will have the opportunity to use the pharmacist's pocket. Even if these lies are exposed, it doesn't matter. Just tell me frankly. Akira Kagura also saved the pharmacist Taoist and the pharmacist Nanoyu. According to the memories of his previous life, the pharmacist Taoist is not an ungrateful person. I've told you my plan. Kyuyuan Kagura patted the pharmacist Do's shoulder and continued with a smile, let someone kill the person he cares about the most, she will definitely feel pain, right? You tell me. Pharmacist Do gritted his teeth and stared at the boy in front of him angrily, tell me all this, aren't you afraid that your plan will fail? I can tell the truth to the Dean. It doesn't matter. Akira Kagura spread her hands open, looking as if she was sure to win. If you succeed in recognizing the pharmacist Dean Nanoyu, she will definitely be very happy to see you, right? Then I will kill you with my own hands when she is happiest after you tell her all the truth. Anyway, I just want her to taste the pain. Kyuyuan Kagura doesn't care about these things at all, and it's rare to tell the truth, I just need the result I want. It doesn't matter how the process to lead to this result is. Pharmacist's pocket. When I know you, your destiny is already destined. Pharmacist's head slowly lowered. It has to be admitted that Akira Kagura should indeed have this confidence. According to pharmacist Dora's observation, all members of the entire route did not dare to speak under the threat of Akira Kagura, which proved that Akira Kagura's strength should not be underestimated. What's more, there is also the mysterious would escape blood limit. However, if the young man in front of him was confident that he could kill him, he and Dean Nanoyu of pharmacist might not have no chance to survive. Let's go. Let's go to see Lord Danzang first. Akira Kagura took the lead in walking towards the depths of the root organization base, and warned indifferently, it is best not to talk too much in front of Lord Danzo, nor do you show it in front of Lord Danzo. I'm disrespectful, so as not to let Lord Danzang ask me to kill you on the spot. The pharmacist lowered his head and said nothing. Of course, pharmacists do not do unnecessary things. Now pharmacist Deo is very clear that what he needs to do most is to be low-key and find a way to meet Dean Nanu as soon as possible and tell the Dean the story of Akira Kagura. If possible, pharmacist Deo hopes that Dean Nanoyu and Akira Kagura, the abandoned child, will unravel the misunderstanding and increase their chances of survival as much as possible. Chapter 23. Why haven't you handed in your registration form yet? Deep in the base of the root organization, Shimura Danzo is still busy in the office. When Shimura Danzo saw Akira Kagura and pharmacist Dora come in, he immediately wanted to scold him. I heard that you always drive away the people who practice with you. It's a waste of time. Akira Kagura shook his head, and his face suddenly felt a little unhappy. Those guys are so poor. I have been practicing with those guys for half a month, so it is better for Lord Danzo to teach me half an hour. Snort. Shimura Danzo nodded with some satisfaction and continued, you will go to the Chunin exam tomorrow, don't let me down. It started so soon. Akira Kagura took out a piece of paper from his arms and asked in surprise, I haven't handed over this Zongnan exam registration form yet. Will I go before the exam tomorrow? Ha! Shimura Danzo's face became a little strange, and he felt like he was about to be trembling with anger by the boy. Why haven't you done such a small thing as submitting the registration form yet? You have to submit it a week before the exam, why didn't you submit it? Akira Kagura was silent for a while and whispered, because Lord Danzang did not allow me to leave the base and training ground of the Gen, I don't know who to hand it over. Shimura Danzo suddenly lost all his anger. The old man stretched out his hand helplessly and took the registration form in Akira Kagura's hand. Give it to me, I'll send it to the examiner of the Zongnan exam. Encountering such a thing, Shimura Danzo could only help with the back door. By the way, Kyoyuan Kagura quickly asked another new question, I am not very familiar with the roads in the village. Will Lord Danzang take me to the exam room tomorrow if you have time? Shimura Danzo really doesn't want to appear when there are too many people. The old man who just wanted to hide in the darkness saw the pharmacist Do standing next to him, and his expression immediately became cold. Do, I will give you a new task. Tomorrow you will take A to the examination room of the Zongnan exam. Yes. The pharmacist bowed his head and agreed. Do, why are you a little unhappy? The boy couldn't help but chuckled, and a strange arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. I take good care of you very much. Don't want to accompany me? Or don't want to live? First. Shimura Danzo sternly stopped Akira Kagura's murderous intent and scolded, Do is useful to the roots. Without my orders, you must not kill people at will. I understand. Kyoyuan Kagura agreed with a smile. Only then did Shimura Danzo feel relieved and turned to look at the pharmacist Dora. The old man continued to instruct with a cold face, after sending Jia to the Zongnan exam tomorrow, you can go to the land of earth to find an opportunity and sneak into the awakened village and stand by. Yes. Pharmacist Do can only accept this order. Okay, go out and wait. Shimura Danzo waved his hand and signaled the pharmacist to leave here. Only him and Akira Kagura were left in the entire office. The old man's eyes suddenly filled with wondering. First. When Shimura Danzo talked about this, his face looked a little dull. How did you learn the technique of the dragon that I taught you before? If you can't learn it, you don't have to force yourself to learn the ninjutsu of the first generation of Naruto. Shimura Danzo was actually a little angry. Because the old man thought that it was impossible for him to learn the wood-release ninjutsu of the first Naruto Senju Hashirama through that abstract teaching method, he made a request to Sarutobi Hinaru, hoping that he could watch the seal book written by Naruto throughout the ages again. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Shimura Danzo's request. Shimura Danzo had reason to suspect that Sarutobi Hinata was worried that Akihara Kagura, the child, would become stronger and that the power of Nin threatened his Naruto status. This makes Shimura Danzo more difficult. If you want to become a Naruto, you must make Akihara Kagura the child stronger. If you want to make Akihara Kagura stronger, you must get the Book of Seal. If you want to get the Book of Seal, you must become Naruto. This has entered a vicious cycle. Shimura Danzo could only temporarily give up the Book of Seal, hoping for Akihara Kagura's talent, and hoped that he could rely on the wood exit blood to develop a powerful wood exit ninjutsu himself. You can try to develop your own wooden escape ninjutsu. When Shimura Danzo talked about this, he was like a teacher who was leading the team in a straightforward manner. I have seen your talent in learning ninjutsu. The wood-release ninjutsu you developed yourself may not be inferior to the wood-release ninjutsu of the first generation of Naruto. Yes, Lord Danzang. Akira Kagura nodded, hesitated for a moment and explained, however, I may have mastered a kind of wood dragon technique, but I'm not sure if it was taught by Lord Danzang, but the power of the technique is amazing enough. Oh! Shimura Danzo raised his eyes. Why don't you tell me about this kind of thing? Before Shimura Danzo asked a question, Akihara Kagura seemed to understand his boss's suspicion and quickly added, a few days ago, I mastered the technique of Wood Dragon and kept trying to tell Lord Danzo. When talking about this, Akira Kagura was a little unhappy, but those who accompanied me to practice refused to let me meet Lord Danzang. Shimura Danzo silently made a sound. Because those group of root ninjas were right, Shimura Danzo really didn't want to see him in order to avoid embarrassment. Who would have thought that this little ghost actually achieved results in his study? Shimura Danzo avoided this topic and took the initiative to praise, forget it, there is no need to argue with them. Just be able to master the ninjutsu I taught you. Yes. Akihara Kagura nodded quickly and expressed his respect and longing for Shimura Danzo as much as possible. As long as Lord Danzo can point me in a direction, I will work hard to move in that direction. No matter what ninjutsu it is, I can master it. Shimura Danzo's face immediately improved a lot. However, the old man thought for a while and decided to avoid teaching the Muluo ninjutsu first. In the future, when I have time, I will read the seal book left by the first Naruto, and I will teach you a new ninjutsu. This is how Shimura Danzo tried to keep his face for himself. He obviously couldn't get the seal book, but he was trying hard to protect his dignity in front of his subordinates. Yes. Kyuyuan Kagura will not expose her boss. At any time, you must leave enough room for maneuver for your boss. Although Lord Danzo did not get the seal book at this time, what if he got it in the future? Don't slap your face too quickly or too hurry. It really doesn't work. Lord Danzo couldn't get the seal book. I just thought of a way to help Lord Danzang get it. Go and have a rest. Shimura Danzo waved his hand and signaled Akihara Kagura to leave. Finally, he reminded him, during the Chunin exam, you must never lose to the little ghost named Uchiha Itachi. Can't you kill him? Akihara Kagura's rhetorical question was more like an answer to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo shook his head and sighed quietly, don't always think about killing people, especially some people are of some use. This little guy Uchiha Itachi is useful to me. Chapter 24, when treating someone to dinner, you have to rush to pay. The next day. Konoha village. Inside the Yul ramen shop. A young man was sitting in a ramen restaurant and drinking happily. A young man with glasses sat next to him, picked up ramen with his chopsticks, bit it into his mouth seriously, and even after taking a bite, he would wipe the stains on the corner of his mouth with a tissue. This way of eating undoubtedly seems much more gentle than the boy next to him, and it will inevitably make people around him feel that the boy who eats noodles is a bit rude. So gentle. A girl looked at the gentle young man with stars in her eyes. The manager of Yul Ramen is a middle-aged man. Konoha village calls him a hand-beating uncle or hand-beating boss. The girl who is talking is his only daughter, Kaju. It seemed a bit rude to hit the girl with her hand, so she gently patted the talking girl. Carpus, don't stare at the guests like this, disturb the guests to eat ramen. I understand. Xiao Jianpu pouted his mouth in dissatisfaction and secretly looked at the boy who was eating a bit rude. It's obviously pretty, why do you eat voraciously when eating? Because your ramen tastes delicious. The boy praised it with some sincerity. I feel like I'm physically energetic after eating a bowl of ramen, although it should be because I didn't have breakfast. Thank you for your praise. The boss can only thank the guests for their praise as always. I've never seen you. Xiao Kaju was a little curious about this young man of the same age as him. Are you a ninja from other villages? Are you here to Konoha to take the Chunin exam? I am the Anbi ninja in the village. The young man talked about his identity shamelessly. The boy seemed to be afraid that Xiao Changpu would not understand, so he started to spread the science to her seriously. Umbu, do you understand Umbu? It is the darkest department in the village. The Umbu that appeared at someone else's house in the middle of the night and killed the whole family there. Little Calamus widened his eyes. The boss tried his best to open his eyes, a little surprised that he had been in Konoha for many years, but had never heard of such a strange saying in Anbi. I felt something was wrong when I hit the boss with my hand. Just at this moment, a white-haired Anbi ninja brought his teammates over and corrected him. Hey, don't slander Anbi's reputation here, Akira Kagura, I remember that you are not Anbi's ninja, right? Am I not Anbi's ninja? The boy Akira Kagura raised his head in surprise, and looked at the person who came here as a familiar person. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and chuckled, Senior Kakashi, what do you mean is that the Umbu training class is not within the Umbu combat sequence? Kakashi Haki was silent and unable to answer. Although everyone believes that Root is not a formal Umbu ninja, the official name of Root is called Umbu Training Class. In theory, Root is indeed within the Umbu organization. This little guy. It seems to be more polite than last time. At least I am willing to call myself a senior. Long time no see. The boy Akira Kagura warmly greeted Haki Kakashi, and his eyes turned to Tenzo next to him. Oh, traitor, you are here too. Long time no see, don't worry, Lord Danzo won't let me kill people in the village, you are safe. Haki Kakashi took back his comments. Tianzang hesitated and didn't know whether he should say hello. Si. Pharmacist Do was still sitting upright at the table, eating ramen politely. Shouldn't you take the Zongnan exam today? Kakashi Haki came over and asked curiously, do you still have time to come here to eat ramen? The first written test should be about to begin, right? It doesn't matter. Kyuyuan Kagura shook her head indifferently and said, what does it matter if you enter early or enter late? I don't know anything on the test paper anyway. Everyone present was silent. So why are you so embarrassed to say it? That, Zongnan exam. Tianzang stood beside him and hesitated for a while, and still reminded him, if you are late, you will be judged to be denied the exam. Oh. Kyuyuan Kagura nodded with clarity, looked at the pharmacist Do next to him, and his expression was calm. Do, have you heard what others say? Have you not eaten breakfast? Have you never eaten ramen? Have you not brought money to check out? The personality is a bit bad. Xiao Changpu couldn't help but complain. When she saw the boy's gaze slowly shifting, she was so scared that she quickly lowered her head and apologized, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Akira Kagura shook his head and pointed to the empty bowl on his table, so, as the sincerity of apology, can I give me a free bill today? Otherwise, if I want to take the exam, I might have to pay credit first, and just send the bill to the Umbu. Little Calamus was stunned when he heard this. I'll pay. 3 voices rang out at the same time. One of the voices sounded a little helpless, one sounded a little uneasy, and the last sounded a little calm. Haki Kakashi put his palm into his pocket, looked at Tianzang, who was also raising his wallet next to him, and then looked at the pharmacist who was paying. It seems that your popularity is pretty good. Xiao Jianpu took the money and praised the boy with a rare word. Maybe. The boy Chu Yuan Shen Le seemed a little satisfied. Actually, the people who want to pay for me are all the people I want to kill. Everyone present was silent. This little devil's mouth is really offensive. Go to the exam quickly. Kakashi Haki frowned. If it weren't for the precedent of Tianzang before, Kakashi wanted to pull Akira Kagura out of a hellish place like the Root Organization, he wouldn't want to pay attention to such a arrogant little devil. Let's go. Akira Kagura waved to the pharmacist, then looked at Kakashi and Tianzang again. Tisk, it's a pity that you two were one step late when you paid. If you want to do something and invite someone to dinner in the future, it's best to pay the bill faster than others. Haki Kakashi and Tenzang looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, they didn't know what this little devil meant either. However, the pharmacist who paid first quickly felt what benefits could get when treating Kyoyu and Kagura to dinner. Deo, I will still kill you and Dean Nanoyu of pharmacist. But because you treated me to a bowl of ramen today, I can tell you a useful news first. Akira Kagura's eyes moved to the calm-looking pharmacist Dora, and continued slowly, you are going to sneak into the IWA hidden village where you are, and the pharmacist Nanoyu is also there. Chapter 25 Uchiha Itake, you did not disappoint. People often have low expectations for evil people. Even if this evil man just did a good thing, it would change people's attitude towards him. Pharmacist Dora believes that Akira Kagura is not a completely cold-blooded child. This is a kind-hearted boy. Akira Kagura, who has always resented himself and the pharmacist Nanoyu, is willing to tell him important news about the dean. Perhaps the boy's murderous intent is not that heavy, but his eyes have been blinded by jealousy and hatred. Pharmacist Doc thought for a while and planned to release his kindness. I have collected some information about the Zongnan exam. The first written test is likely to be under the surveillance of the Invigilator, which tests the candidate's ability to collect information in criminal investigation. What a coincidence! Chu Yuan Shen Le raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help laughing. I seem to be just now I am not very good at collecting intelligence. It seems that this written test is a bit difficult for me. So. The pharmacist helped his glasses and whispered, so, can I allow me to do some small things for you? Kyoyu and Kagura's smile suddenly became rich. If you really want to help someone worthy of help, you must respect the helper, rather than give help in a lofty manner. Pharmacist Do really understands the worldly ways. But there is another communication rule of human nature. If a person owes you a big favor, it is best not to ask him to do a little favor, as this will lead to an exchange of quantity and quality, and neither of them will be satisfied in the end. I don't need it. Kyoyu and Kagura's face suddenly became cold. The boy refused pharmacist Dog and said coldly, I can do such a small thing myself. You can go to Yangzi village to carry out the task assigned to you by Lord Tuanzang. Good. Pharmacist Do nodded slowly. Akira Kagura touched his chin and looked back at the Yul ramen shop in the distance. I don't know how long it will take for Senior Kakashi Haki to have a meal at Yul ramen. The pharmacist turned around in confusion. The entrance area for the Chunin exam. The entrance room for the first written test was very large. A group of ninjas stayed here in groups chatting. When everyone present was chatting, their eyes would more or less look at a figure in the corner, a very pretty boy. Uchiha Itake. Most of the eyes of the whole room were gathered on him. The Shinin candidates present were more or less older than Uchiha Itake. They were a little unhappy when they saw this 10-year-old guy in the exam room. In addition, this child was born into the Uchiha clan that the villagers hated and feared the most. The genius of the Uchiha clan. I heard that little kid is going to take the exam alone. Humph, the Uchiha clan people have always been above their brink of their eyes. It is normal for them to pass the Chunin exam alone. I'm really arrogant. Uchiha Itachi stood quietly. Although he was just a 10-year-old boy, Uchiha Itachi was more patient than other older Shinin. He seemed to be able to stand so quietly forever. Even though there were people around him talking about him, he didn't care at all, as if he couldn't hear anything, and didn't care about other people's opinions. Bang! The door of the room cracked instantly. As the door was kicked to pieces, the whole room suddenly became silent. A white-haired figure stepped into the room, with an obvious tone of impatientness. It's so noisy. Your room is the noisiest in the whole building. These nuns were suddenly silent and did not dare to speak. Because the person who came was wearing a green Konoha Uchinan uniform, he was not the one whom they, the group of people who could discuss and scold them casually. Even many Shinin can recognize his identity. Haki Kakashi, a famous genius in the village, is said to have graduated from school at the age of 5, become a Zongnin at the age of 6, and become a Shangnin at the age of 12. Most of the ninja worlds call him cold-blooded Kakashi or Sharingan Kakashi. Whether it is fame or strength, Haki Kakashi is far superior to other ninjas in the village. The first Zongnin exam has been changed to the examination room. The Naruto waved his hand at them and said impatiently, "You can leave now, go to the Naruto to see the latest notification." What? Why did you suddenly change the exam room? We didn't receive the notice in advance. Shut up all! The Konoha Kanin stopped a group of noisy ninjas in a cold voice, with a clear look of contempt in her eyes. This is the order of Naruto. This place should be used as a conference room, and an allies meeting will be held soon. Is it necessary to delay the major events in the village for your group of ninjas exams? The nuns present were full of anger and dared not say anything. Senior Kakashi. 2 other adults stood up. These 2 adults are responsible for assisting in the Zongnin exam written test. They are not Zionin, but Zongnin who takes the opportunity to lurk in the Zionin. After all, the first written test mainly tests the Shinin's ability to detect and collect intelligence. These 2 Chunin will impersonate Shinin in the exam and write the correct answers to all test questions, providing the information collected by Shinin. Zongren, who is responsible for assisting in the written test, has also signed up in the new examination room. Haki Kakashi's expression was full of impatientness, as if he had seen through their identities at first sight, but he did not expose them. He continued loudly, "Okay, go quickly, don't be late when going to the new examination room. You must clear the venue here immediately to hold Konoha's allies meeting." A group of ninjas could only leave in silently. When they left, they didn't even see the Zongnin who maintained order around them. It seemed that this place was really not the written examination room for the Zongnin exam. These ninjas could only go to the Naruto studio to watch the new examination room notification. No one noticed that in a small pavilion on the stairs, 2 Chunin, who were responsible for maintaining order, fainted in it. The entrance area of the entire written examination room quickly became empty. Haki Kakashi glanced at him, and his eyes fell on the only Uchiha Itachi who had not moved. Kid, why don't you go to the new exam room? What new examination room? Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head, but there was no more gentleness in his eyes as a young man. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why do you deceive them to go to the new exam room? You're too rude to your seniors." Haki Kakashi stretched out, as if he was a little unhappy. "Little kid, even if you are a genius of the Uchiha clan, you should express your respect for your seniors a little, right? The senior Shanginin in the village will not be as rude as you." Uchiha Itachi touched his ninja bag with his palm, shook his head and said, "The Chunin exam is a big event in the village. It is unlikely that he will change the examination room when the exam is about to start. The most important thing is..." Uchiha Itachi's eyes faintly showed redness, and his voice gradually became serious, "Although your transformation technique is very clever, under the gaze of the Sharingan." Tisk. Haki Kakashi's figure instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. A young man showed his true appearance, with a smile on his lips. "Hello, Uchiha Itachi," Lord Danzo said it well, "you did not disappoint me." Chapter 26 Danzang, don't call him a Lord Danzang. Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed. Uchiha Itachi once heard this name. When he was accompanying Uchiha Shimizu in an assessment, he met a seriously injured ninja. He learned from the seriously injured ninja that Danzo had done something to harm Konoha, and was even besieged by Danzo's command. In the end, the seriously injured ninja was killed. In order to avoid Konoha's disputes, everything was left unresolved. Uchiha Itachi later learned about Shimura Danzo's identity. He knew that Shimura Danzo was the assistant of Naruto, and he was considered a high-ranking position. This boy. Is it actually under the command of Shimura Danzo? Why is Shimura Danzo's subordinates full of bad people? This young man clearly looks similar to his age, and even these genitals who take the exam are going to deceive. Why is his face so ugly? Akira Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi's face and suddenly chuckled. "It seems you know that Lord Danzo is also, and you seem to be a little dissatisfied with Lord Danzo." "No." Uchiha Itachi shook his head quickly, his face slowly eased. "I just don't understand very much, why are you lying to them?" "Huh? Why?" Akira Kagura tilted his head, as if thinking about this strange question. "I just want to reduce the competitors who take the exam." It's not surprising that he used a little trick, right? Aren't ninjas all use any means to achieve their goals? Uchiha Itachi couldn't speak. The genius of the Uchiha clan only thought for a second and suddenly said, "But the village will not let this happen. It is impossible for the Chunin exam to have only 2 of us candidates. The exam time should be delayed for a while." Tisk. Kyoyuan Shenel looked at the empty room and seemed to feel a little leisurely. "Maybe, but there are few people here, so I can relax for a while." Naruto. There are screens placed in Naruto's office. These display screens are playing everything that happened in the Chuninian exam written test waiting area, and a group of Konoha senior executives stared at Akia's magical operation in amazement. He is a very smart child. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed first, and even commented with interest, "This kind of thing actually happened in the Chunin exam. Well, this is not possible. What's wrong with this kid? In this way, there will be only 2 candidates in the entire Chunin exam. This will embarrass the village in front of other ninja villages. There are fewer candidates taking the exam than the invigilator. How can this exam continue? Someone must be sent to stop this quickly." The 2 Naruto consultants sitting next to them discussed it in a lingering manner. The 2 people did not think Akira Kagura's operation was very interesting, but that it might cause chaos. "Danzang, what do you think?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend and asked, "This is the child from your class. What's his name? Let me stop all this first." Shimura Danzo said coldly and ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's jokes, and continued to say to himself, "Even if an excellent person wants to show his strength, someone needs to set off. It's just as similar." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at a group of special ninjas waiting for their appointments and named them. "You are the examiner of the first exam of the Zongnan selection. You can solve this accident." "Yes." He stood up together and nodded respectfully. His face was similar to that of the scars left by the war period. He looked a little scary, but he was a man who spoke and did things a little gentle. "Although I think there are only 2 candidates left in the entire examination room, which is in line with the meaning of Zongran's selection, it is an exam that requires scale." And look at it the same. The Konoha senior executives present seemed to approve of his proposal and continued, "I suggest that Uchiha Itachi and Kara pass directly into the 2nd round. Among them, deceived all the candidates, only Uchiha Itachi was not deceived. Both of them were the Shinin who took the exam alone, so there should be no need to test them in the will of the last question. As for the other Shinin who were deceived, reschedule the exam." Kin. The third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hina nodded with satisfaction. Kin. The two Naruto consultants also nodded with satisfaction. Kin. After Naruto assisted Shimura Danzo nodded, he reminded him, it's the same. Don't call him Akira in front of that child, just call him Akira Kagura. Ah. Bingzurai Tong glanced at Shimura Danzo with some confusion and asked carefully, but on the list of Chunin exams, the name he wrote was A. That was written by himself. Shimura Danzo was a little worried and was similar to the name of Akira Kagura, and reminded him, only I can call him Chia, just call him Akira Kagura. After all, that child is always prone to causing trouble because of a title. However, on the Chunin examination registration form, the child said A honestly, and Shimura Danzo no longer doubted whether the child did not want to use the name A. Yes. There was only a big agreement. Downstairs of the Naruto, a group of shinen is working hard to find notifications for a new examination room. However, these sarcastic people soon received the news that they were cheated. A group of people wanted to curse, but they were scolded by the examiner. Even such a simple transformation technique can be fooled. Bingzulatong looked at the group of ninjas who wanted to curse, and the scars on her left face were so angry that she trembled. You group of candidates are really the worst class in Konoha's history. The group of subordinates couldn't help but say anything. After Haki Kakashi took Tenzo to eat ramen, he saw a group of running ninjas glaring at him, and some even wanted to get started and fight. These ninjas. Why should you be hostile to him? Hey, calm down. Someone stopped the group of ninjas loudly and scolded in a deep voice, this is the real Haki Kakashi Koninja. You guys who have been cheated will go back to the examination room quickly. Is something wrong? Tianzang asked curiously. Bingzu looked at Kakashi Haki and felt a little embarrassed. There was a candidate named Akira Kakashi who turned into the appearance of Kakashi Haki, who was the last time, knocked out the Zongnin who maintained order and drove away all the candidates in the examination room. Haki Kakashi's forehead jumped. What's going on with that little guy? I was still smearing the dark part at Yul Ramen in the morning. Why did it take so long to start slandering him again? On the other side, a group of candidates in the ninja are still working hard to get on the stage. Akira Kagura and Uchiha Itaki also learned that they passed the first round of written test without exams, and they could rush to the location of the second exam in advance. It's a pity. Kyoyu and Kagura seemed to be a little unsatisfied. This is the only thing that could prevent me from passing the exam. I still have many cheating methods that I have not used. Cheating. Uchiha Itaka didn't understand it very much because he was a top student since he was a child. He asked curiously, the written test is very simple. Why do you want to cheat? This world, something you think is very simple, is difficult for others. Akira Kagura looked at Uchiha Itaka deeply, as if he wanted to remember the other person's expression at this moment. Chapter 27 Eating is a big problem. Death Forest. The selection room for the second Chunin exam. Konoha has never changed the second exam location, and she can't find a field exam room that is more suitable for testing the comprehensive abilities of the Shinen team than this place. Just like the name of this exam room, the Death Forest also has the danger of death, including dangerous forest environments and wild beasts that can be seen everywhere. As well as competitors that may emerge at any time. Everyone present will have their eyes on the two people. One is Akira Kagura and the other is Uchiha Itake. These two 10-year-old boys took the exam alone, and they are the only candidates who passed the first exam without the exam. The other ninjas went through a lot of hardships to pass the first round of written test, but the two little kids waited for them in the second exam without having to take the exam, which always made people feel a little unfair. That little devil! Is there anything special? I have never seen it, nor have I heard of it. Why do you feel that Uchiha Itaki and that little ghost are a bit confrontation? Could it be that he is a genius like Uchiha Itake, right? This is hard to say. After all, if you take the Zongnan exam alone, you can still get the consent of the senior management in the village. It is definitely not a simple little devil. That little guy is the guy who deceived us to change the exam room. The candidates present at the Shinen testimonials didn't know who suddenly said this, and in an instant it aroused the excitement of the crowd and looked in the direction of Akira Kagura with an unhappy face. "Hey, that little guy! I did it!" Akira Kagura smiled and admitted what he had done, and reached out to invite him. "Welcome, everyone, to cause trouble for me. Don't be too arrogant, little guy." Several guys who were obviously not easy to mess with came over. Fortunately, the examiner of the second exam stopped the conflict. The examiner of the second exam was named Yamaki Aoba, wearing Konoha's green uniform and sunglasses on his face. Yamakastle AI looked at a group of ninjas who wanted to make trouble and said softly, "If you want to fight, you have time after entering the exam room." Even. Yamakastle AI raised a thick stack of paper in his hand and continued, "I signed this agreement form. Even if you accidentally killed your opponent in the examination room, no one will hold you accountable afterwards." Certainly. Anyone who signs this consent may have an accident in this exam, and his life safety will be entirely responsible. Examiner. Akira Kagura raised his hand with a smile and asked, "What do you mean is, can you kill someone in the second exam?" The King Yi of Shancheng frowned and thought. There are always some arrogant guys in the Zongren exam every year, thinking that they can excel in an exam, but in the end they often die under arrogance. Even if it is a genius, he may also die in the forest of death. However, Yamakastle Aoba is not a ninja with a crazy personality. His temperament is even a little cowardly and timid. He thought for a while but nodded. "It's okay from a rule point of view." Yamakastle AI glanced at the boy and whispered, "The most important thing in this exam is to fight against competition. In addition, it also tests your ability to survive in the wild. Even if you can get the props to pass the level from your competitors, you may not be able to avoid danger in the forest to reach the end of the exam." The rules of the second Chunin exam are quite simple. In the battle for the Heaven and Earth scrolls, all the Shinen teams present who took the exam will get 2 different scrolls, the Tianzi scroll and the Earth scroll. In 5 days, any team needs to find a way to survive in the Death Forest, and grab the scrolls of other teams, and gather the 2 scrolls of Heaven and Earth. In the Death Forest examination room, there is no restriction on your use of any means against your competitors. There is only one condition for victory. The team holding the Heaven and Earth scroll must be held within the prescribed 5 days, and through the long forest of death, to reach the high tower at the end of the examiner. There are many conditions for elimination. First, within the prescribed 5 days, all personnel will be eliminated if the team that does not have the TND scroll to reach the end. Secondly, there are situations in the team where there are lack of players or players cannot move, which means that if you want to become a winner, all members must arrive. Third, the team that illegally opened the TND scroll before arriving at the end tower, because once they become Zongnan, they may be exposed to super confidential documents. This is to test your confidentiality. Friendly reminder. If you open the scroll illegally in the middle of the exam, something strange will happen. Same. To give you time to adapt. All candidates present will enter the examination room through several different entrances. This exam will definitely eliminate more than half of the team. I hope you all will be careful. I am waiting for the winner at the top of the finish line. The candidates present quickly became noisy. Uchiha Itake's eyes still did not change at all, but he sorted out his ninja kit extra carefully because he promised his father that he could pass the Chunin exam. Akira Kagura's eyes didn't change much, she just lowered her head and signed the agreement form, and she didn't seem to care that she was in danger in the forest of death. There are many people who set their sights on the 2 teenagers Uchiha Itake and Akira Kagura, because they are 2 teams, one of whom holds a kind of scroll. Compared with other teams, the chances of winning 3 people fighting 1 person seem to be greater, but there are a lot of people staring at the 2 little ghosts. It's really a wolf with more meat. Certainly. Some people have very strange concerns. Where can you get the supplies? A fat man asked the Mountain City King Yi loudly. Yama Castle AI answered the candidate's questions seriously. Survival in the wild, the resources in the Death Forest are rich, which should be enough for you to be self-sufficient. The ninjas present felt that this was all a small problem. After all, they have all gone out to perform some tasks and have learned the skills of survival in the wild, so this little thing is not a problem at all. Maybe. Only one person thinks this may be a problem. Akira Kagura frowned and began to think about life. He wanted to ask if there is any squad that wants to act as a chef, and he can lead this squad to win. Kyuyuan Kagura can fish, but is not good at making fish. Akira Kagura has always had no need to consider cooking. When he was in the experimental base, Orochimaru kept him healthy. Later, it was in the root organization, and the root base also had its own canteen, although it might be a meal. The standard is not delicious, but it can be hungry. Kyuyuan Kagura raised his eyes and looked at the ninjas present. I can't make it myself, can't I find a way to get something to eat? The resources in the Death Forest are enough to make people self-sufficient, and you can definitely find something to eat. Chapter 28 Danzo, this child should be handed over to Zunfei. The net door of the Death Forest slowly opened. A group of ninjas rushed in from their respective entrances quickly. There are many competitors in this exam. You can get the initiative earlier by entering the market earlier, whether you are familiar with the environment in advance or laying traps in the forest. Even Uchiha Itaki is no exception. Only Akira Kagura walked slowly into the examination room, weighing the scroll of the word in his hand, and calmly looking at the depths of the dark forest of death. Hey, little dear! A female ninja was responsible for opening the net door for the exam here. She seemed a little impatient with Akira Kagura's speed being too slow, and scolded, "Get in quickly. If you are slower, you will probably be killed tonight." Kyuyuan Kagura looked back at the other person. The female ninja was wearing a mortar windbreaker, a grid jacket inside, and a pair of exposed legs wearing net stockings. Her light purple hair was tied up in a messy bun, which looked like she was not too old last year. Hurry up! The female ninja looked a little impatient. She stared at Akira Kagura as soon as she walked into the examination room. Her palm suddenly closed the door and patted her palm hard. Big sister, what's your name? Akira Kagura stood inside, looking at the female ninja with a smile. Ha! The female ninja was a little surprised that this little ghost was so bold, and suddenly laughed on her face. Little ghost, I'm so bold in taking such a dangerous exam. I'm called Yushao Wei Hungdu. If I can come out alive, I'll treat me to meatballs. I will remember you. Kyuyuan Kagura did not mention the invitation to dinner at all. I didn't recognize the wrong person at all. This female ninja was named Mishoshi Hungdu. She was once a disciple of Orochimaru and also had the chakra smell of Orochimaru. In a sense, this person named Yushao Wei Hungdu is also his former colleague and his current colleague. He takes her to see the old leader when he has time. What a spiritual child! Yushao Hua Hungdu tilted his head and narrowed his eyes with a smile. Come on, try not to die too early in the forest of death. Well, I will remember you. Kyuyuan Kagura nodded and repeated his words. Just when Yushao was washing the red beans, he saw Akira Kagura suddenly raised his fingers and put them together to form the seal of SI. Wooden escape and tree world are born. Thick vines and tree roots drilled out from the ground. Tall towering trees on the ground rose up with the vine roots. Kyuyuan Kagura controlled his chakra, raised his fingers again, and controlled the branches on the big trees to gather together. Wood escape mole dragon technique. A huge wooden dragon winds out from the trunk. The wooden dragon slowly lowered its lower body like a giant beast, slid in front of Kyuyuan Shenel, held up the boy's body with its head, and slowly raised its head again. How is this possible? Wooden escape ninjutsu. Yushao Wei Hungdu looked at the scene in the death forest with horror. I remember you. Akira Kagura turned around and repeated the red beans washing with Yu's hands again, controlling the wooden dragon to circling towards the depths of the death forest. Go and say hello to Yu first. This little devil. Yu Xiao washed red beans for a moment and jumped towards the direction where the examiner was. In fact, there is no need to wash the red beans to report. Almost all the people present saw huge wooden dragons appearing. The wooden dragon almost floated over the forest of death, making everyone think that they had been attacked by inexplicable enemies. Naruto. A group of Konoha seniors stared at everything on the screen in surprise. Even Shimura Danzo had known that Akira Kagura had mastered the art of wood dragon, and never thought that this child could completely restore it under his abstract teaching method. The third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinako had a pipe in his hand, and he had not stuffed it into his mouth for a long time. His brain was spinning rapidly, thinking calmly about what this child who mastered the wood escape meant to Konoha. Compared with Sarutobi Hinasen, the other two Naruto consultants don't have to think so much. The starting point they proposed is to focus on Konoha's interests first. Their eyes immediately fell on Shimura Danzo. One of the old men wore glasses and was named Mito Minyan, the other old woman squinted her eyes and was named Zwanyu Xiaoharu. These two Naruto consultants were once teammates of Shimura Danzo, so they naturally didn't feel that taboo when they spoke, so they asked the most critical questions directly. Danzang, when did this child awaken the wood dye? Danzang, whose child is this child? How did the wood dye blood ridge in his body awaken? He has the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, is it? Shimura Danzo was silent for a while before answering, this is a child from Konoha orphanage. Many years ago, Orochimaru survived when he violated the rules of conducting a human body experiment on his body. It was originally seen that this child was tenacious, so I brought this child to the roots. It was not until not long ago that he suddenly awakened the wooden escape. Is this how? Mito Manyan frowned layer of old patterns on his brows, and sighed, it seems to be a very accidental event. Zhuanggu Xiaohong was no longer so excited when she spoke, I thought the village could regain the first generation of Naruto's would release blood resume. Those human experiments would be too dangerous for those participating in the experiments. A is just an isolated case. Shimura Danzo also nodded slowly. After thinking about it, Sarutobi Hinako picked up his pipe again and slowly said the first sentence, it seems that this child's wood escape is very powerful, and he can almost completely restore the first generation of Lord Naruto's wood escape ninjutsu. One day, he may not be able to become the next first generation of Lord. Oh! The two Naruto consultants immediately became curious. Mito Minyan had never paid attention to the wood escape ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seal. After all, Konoha had never been able to restore the wood escape of the first Hokage, so he subconsciously asked. Can this child become such a powerful ninja as the first generation of Naruto? Shimura Danzo almost immediately understood what Sarutobi Hinas meant and hurriedly said, this child's wooden escape ninjutsu is simply not comparable to the first generation of Naruto. The tree world is born. Danzang, you're too limited. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo and seemed to explain seriously, the technique of the tree world's birth is not perfect. But the technique of the wood dragon is different. If his wood dragon technique is the same as recorded in the Book of Seal, and can even suppress the tailed beast, this child's wood escape talent is much stronger than you think, and it would be a waste to let him do those little things in the dark at the root. Wait. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened involuntarily. Yes, Danzo. Zhuanggu Xiaoharu frowned and suggested, Danzo, it's a waste to keep this child at the root. You should hand over this child to Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo clenched his crutch tightly. Why does this sentence sound familiar? Why is it my turn to listen to what I have been saying to Sarutobi Hizawa before? Chapter 29, Danzang, you won't mind, right? Saruto, you promised me. Shimura Danzo's eyes were gloomy and he stared at Sarutobi Hinako who was leisurely sitting on the Naruto's office chair. This old friend wanted to steal someone from his own hands. This hypocritical old bastard obviously promised himself before that he would not transfer Kyuyuan Channel from the root. What is his attitude now? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even have to ask for it on his own initiative, as if he didn't mean it at all. However, he was saying inside and outside that Akira's would escape had an important purpose, and the two Naruto consultants would naturally support him. After all, Sarutobi Hinako is the Hokage. I am just a Naruto who helps him with dirty work. Everything is for Konoha. Mito Monaki looked at Shimura Danzo. He knew his old friend and persuaded him, for the future interests of the village, I can only temporarily sacrifice the combat effectiveness of the Anbi training class. What is Sarutobi promised you? I promised Danzang that I would not transfer that child from the Gen class. Sarutobi Hinata loosened his pipe and sighed, although this may delay the growth of that child and affect the overall situation in the village, especially when Konoha is suffering from internal and external troubles, I can't break my promise. Sarubi. Mito Minion immediately interrupted Sarutobi Hinazan and said in a deep voice, did you forget your promise to the village when you became Naruto? What else is more important than the promise to protect Konoha? That child's wouldn't escape can protect Konoha. Hypocrisy. It's really hypocritical. Shimura Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hinasan. This old bastard monkey doesn't want to keep his promise at all. Mito Minion was fooled, and Xiao Haru was also fooled. Both Naruto consultants were deceived by the old bastard monkey. He was a hypocritical guy. However, the current situation is 3-1. Shimura Danzo had no way to raise any objections. Danzang. Sarutobi Hizun noticed the ugly face of Shimura Danzo and said gently, it seems that I have to break my promise. When talking about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen even asked more democratically, you probably won't mind if I transferred that child here, right? Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy. You bastard, think about it with your own mind, and you should know that I will definitely mind. But can you still be able to do this kind of thing? However, when Shimura Danzo thought of Akira Kagura's wouldn't escape talent, he couldn't help but say something, that child has long been trained to be a murder machine. Perhaps the best choice is to keep him in the Umbu training class. Shimura Danzo looked back at the screen showing the Death Forest exam room and said coldly, the darkness in that child's heart is too deep and his work is too extreme. If it weren't for my life, if he can't kill people casually, that child will make this Zongren exam bloody. Oh! The two Naruto consultants looked at Shimura Danzo with a little novelty. Mito Minion seemed to have seen something incredible, as if he was watching a lying guy. Danzo, you stopped that child from killing. You stopped that child from killing? How can you say such words? Is there anyone in this world who is more extreme than you do? All the old friends are present, who don't know how you raise your children. Who likes to gather a group of children together to train them, and then force them to kill each other, and train their children to become tools for murder since childhood. Will a child stop a child from killing? Alright. Since Danzang said so. Sarutobi Hizun picked up his pipe again, nodded and said, it seems that we can only arrange this child into Umbu first. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. Can this old bastard listen to him? Do you have to transfer to your own dark parts? Can't that child continue to stay at the root? The point I said is that the child only listens to his own orders, and it is not a question of which department the child should be placed in. Monkey, an ambiguous old bastard, has already made a decision to make a result. Akira Kagura must be transferred away, right? After the Chunin exam is over, let him report to Umbu. Sarutobi Hizaki pretended not to understand what Shimura Danzo meant, and took the lead in taking the opportunity to finalize the result and simply issued an order. Wait. Shimura Duanzang quickly spoke up to give another opinion. Sarutobi Hizun looked at Shimura Danzo and continued, as a compensation for the root combat power, you can choose 2 capable personnel in the village. Shimura Danzo couldn't speak. Who can compare with that child Akira Kagura? Besides, I am the assistant of Naruto. If I want to draw people from those little ninja tribes into the roots, will those little ninja tribes dare to refuse? Shimura Danzo pinched the crutch tightly. If this old bastard was not Naruto, Danzo would have wanted to raise the crutch in his hand and smash it hard on Sarutobi Hinako's unwanted old face. Everyone doesn't object, let's decide like this first. Sarutobi Hinasar slowly picked up his pipe again and continued to look at the screen. Let's continue to see if there are any other excellent children in this Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hinata felt Shimura hiding and staring at him. However, when Sarutobi Hinata turned around and looked, he found that Shimura Danzo was also staring at the screen where the Chunin exam was playing. It seems that Shimura Danzo still hated him for breaking his promise, so he secretly stared at him from time to time. Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled at this. This old friend. I'm still so brave. He didn't even dare to look at him openly. Death Forest Examination Room. The huge wooden dragon wandered slowly in the sky. Akira Kagura stood above Malong's head and used ninja darkness to peek into the situation in the Naruto. The boy had already learned in advance that he would be transferred to the Umbu. After all, this is also the original intention of Kyoyuan Shenlei. Because he has too little free time at the root, he is always under the surveillance of Shimura Danzo and the root members. At least he can have some breathing space in the dark. The most important thing is, the dark part is a more complete organizational structure than the root part. The only boss at the root is Shimura Danzang. Umbu has bosses like the team leader, brigade leader, and general leader, and he gets more benefits from Umbu. What's more? Who said that when Umbu is loyal to Lord Naruto, he cannot continue to be loyal to Lord Danzo? I can continue to be loyal to Lord Orochimaru. Look at the above, what is that? As Mulong swims, there are waves of shouts coming from time to time in the Death Forest. Every lower ninja candidate who looks up and sees Mulong has a hint of fear on his face. Why is this Chunin exam so exciting? How come this kind of thing pops up just now? Hello? A boy's voice came from Mulong. Chu Yuan Shenel controlled Mulong to move slowly. Mulong's head hovered in front of a small team, and his huge head was larger than the three people combined. Akira Kagura looked at the three of them and said slowly, "Three, can you hand over what I need?" Lord Danzo said that I am not allowed to kill people casually. I guess you won't want me to violate Lord Danzo's orders, right? What do you need? One of the leading tall ninjas was obviously very conscious of the current affairs and took the initiative to speak. Our scroll may be the same as your scroll. It doesn't matter. The boy tilted his head and whispered, in this forest of death, the scroll is a real hard currency, more useful than money. Who would think he has more money? Chapter 30 The Boy and the Evil Dragon. Tell me the scroll. Akira Kagura stretched out his palm very friendly. The hugeness of the wood dragon technique with body shape and the shock of seeing Mulong for the first time, it is likely that this team will be able to stop the desire to resist. Whoosh! The scroll drew an arc. Kyoyuan Kagura took the scroll, turned around and left while controlling the wooden dragon, leaving only one sentence in the wind: "Thank you for your cooperation, I hope there will be a chance to cooperate in the future." The three inferior ninjas looked at each other. It's better not to have such an opportunity again. Tisk, you're lucky. Akira Kagura glanced at the scroll in his hand. The first team he encountered asked him to gather the Heaven and Earth scroll. Although the boy always thought it was not difficult for him to pass the second game, he didn't expect that it would inevitably make people feel better after getting the scroll so smoothly. The rest of this exam. It's probably the rest time for a wild outing. Kyoyuan Kagura has no obsession with leaving as soon as possible. Akira Kagura knew that Shimura Danzo was in a bad mood. After leaving, he had to face Lord Danzo's dead face. It would be better to stay here for a while. When your boss is in a bad mood, you must not take the initiative to approach, especially if you are the cause of your boss's bad mood. You should give your boss as much time as possible to let your boss slowly open up. I don't know when I will meet the next team. Akira Kagura was driving the wooden dragon to swim in the forest of death, intending to find his chef group in the next few days, and also try to search for traces of Uchiha Itachi. It's a pity. The area of the death forest is too large after all. The entire death forest has a radius of at least 10 kilometers long. There are more than a dozen teams scattered in the forest of more than 300 square kilometers, and even their entrance is unknown. The dense forest will also be their shielding and protection. This is a game of battle royale, hiding and plundering. Only Akira Kagura relies on his wooden dragon to be able to swim arrogantly in the forest of death, and even use this advantage to search for the surrounding enemies. However, Mu Long's disadvantages are also obvious. Human beings are born with the instinct to seek profit and avoid harm. Any enemy who can see Mu Long quietly hides after the first shock. Akira Kagura's chakra amount is very large, which also improves his perception of chakra, but it cannot compare with the most powerful perception blood-like limiting boundary in the ninja world. The ninja teams who took the exam this time chose to hide. The situation in the death forest is unknown, and there are huge wooden dragons wandering over the forest. The best choice is undoubtedly to hide and hide unknown dangers. Even Uchiha Itachi had to choose to lurk. The entire forest of death gradually became quiet. Kyoyu and Kagura patrolled back and forth twice, and the first team he encountered seemed to have exhausted his luck, preventing him from meeting the second team competitor. Isn't anyone willing to come out? Kyoyu and Kagura frowned and controlled the wooden dragon to swim towards the direction of the central tower. If you don't want to come out, then don't come out forever. The periphery of the forest of death. A group of examiners stayed outside the forest of death to discuss unexpected situations during the exam. Their duty was to ensure the smooth progress of the second exam. Obviously, an accident occurred in the forest of death. The biggest accident of the child Kyoyu and Kagura. Because Mishui Hongdu brought back the news that Akira Kagura was a wooden release ninja, coupled with the order from the Naruto, the child was regarded as the focus of his work by the examiners. Are you finally stopped wandering? What does that little devil want to do? What we should be more concerned about is how long this technique can last. I don't know yet. We have never seen the first Hokage's wooden ninjutsu. I don't know how long the wooden ninjutsu can last. Not or let us not worry. If that little devil wants to search for the enemy in this way, who can tell the little devil that this method will not work? The enemy will only hide forever. It is useless to have strong strength but not enough mind. His behavior may only cause other teams to be trembling and dare not act. It's almost dark. Everyone needs to prepare supplies. This wild survival may turn into a wild escape. Have that little guy got all the scrolls? Are the two scrolls in his hand the characters Tien and Earth? If you get all the ones together earlier, come out early. The surveillance cannot be seen clearly. A group of examiners looked at the huge wooden dragon swimming inside the surveillance and felt an incomparable headache. They had never seen such a troublesome candidate in the Zongren exam. Once Akira Kagura, a candidate who relies on his ninjutsu to do something troublesome, it will be not good to completely collapse the entire Chunin exam. However, an accident will happen eventually. An examiner suddenly looked at the surveillance screen in front of him in horror. What a big deal! That wooden dragon wrapped the tower around. Don't panic. As the examiner, Ai Yamaki held his sunglasses and pretended to be calm. It doesn't matter. That little devil must have wanted to block the end tower and wait for the rabbit to ambush other teams. Yamakastle AI felt that he had captured Akira Kagura's thoughts and continued slowly. This kind of strategy is not available every year, and very few people can succeed in the end. Even if his ninjutsu is very strong, he may not be able to catch the cunning one. But Yoshawai Hongdu held the meatball in his mouth and muttered, I remember that the broken tower in the Death Forest has not been repaired for many years. The Tower of End collapses. An examiner who was responsible for monitoring the end tower area suddenly became boiling, his face full of panic. The wooden dragon wrapped around the end tower and directly destroyed the tower. The passing location of the second exam was destroyed by that little ghost. What the hell? Why did everyone's way be cut off? How much trouble will this kind of thing cause our work? All the examiners present were in an instant and were infuriated. This kind of thing is simply adding a difficulty that the staff cannot solve or even consider in the normal workflow. Yamaki AI, the only examiner, had a cold sweat on his forehead. His personality was already a little cowardly, and at this time he seemed to want to remain calm. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Think about what you should do when you encounter such a thing. Why are you still standing there? Yashao washed red beans, biting the meatballs and putting his own opinions. The Tower of the End is just a signal marking point for arrival, and the tower only records the correct way to open the scroll of the heaven and earth. As long as the candidates arrive with the heaven and earth scroll. Now, send someone to stay here to avoid panic. Wait for candidates to take the TND scroll to that area, and tell them the correct way to open the TND scroll and there will be no problem. Red beans. The mountain city king Yi Ruman rescued him, quickly rushed to Yashao's Hungdu. This matter is left to you. Take someone over immediately. The center of the forest of death. The end tower has turned into ruins. Kyoyu and Kagura sat in front of this ruins, and the huge wooden dragon hovered on the ruins behind the boy. Under the afterglow of the sunset, it reflected a scene of a boy and an evil dragon. Chapter 31 Senior Hungdu, I am afraid that I will forget you. The abnormal noise of the collapse of the end tower shocked the death forest. A group of hidden Shinin candidates finally couldn't help but look at the disappearing end in the distance, began to worry about their results, and quickly began to rush towards the middle of the forest. Akira Kagura sat on the steps in front of the ruins, looking at the birds in the forest that were alarmed by the crowd, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Fishes always take the bait. Chu Yuan Shenel controlled the huge wooden dragon and disappeared beside him, almost whispering, "It's going to start, wooden dragon. It's obvious. The first person to arrive must be the one who travels lightly." As someone who participated in the Chunin exam alone, Uchiha Itachi didn't have to worry about his teammates' speed at all. He immediately hid near the central area. This genius boy from the Uchiha clan was hiding in a fallen leaf, secretly observing Akira Kagura sitting in the ruins and the wooden dragon behind him. It turned out to be him. Uchiha Itachi was not the only one who was shocked. Another team that arrived soon saw Akira Kagura's appearance. Originally, they wanted to continue to hide, but as teams gathered in this area, some conflicts would inevitably occur. "Why are you hiding here? Bastard, do you want to ambush us? Fare you despicable villains first. Don't throw shuriken around." The scene quickly became chaotic. This area is not big, and small-scale battles broke out soon, and the chaos of the battle also affected other hidden people. This is an opportunity. Due to the collapse of the finishing tower, all the teams were forced to gather in this area in advance, and some powerful teams were taking the opportunity to grab the scroll of heaven and earth. Even though Uchiha Itachi was hiding in a very hidden place, it was finally noticed by the fierce fighting ninjas and forced to join the battle. The situation does not allow us to fight like this. Uchiha Itachi, hand over your scroll and you will naturally let you go. This team was no match for Uchiha Itachi at all. It was soon defeated by Uchiha Itachi, and the opponent's scroll also fell into Uchiha Itachi's hands. "I'm very lucky and very smooth." Uchiha Itachi gathered the scroll of heaven and earth and quickly retreated to the side. He didn't want to participate in the dispute for no reason, and his eyes fell on Akira Kagura again. But it's not lucky, nor is it going well. In addition to Uchiha Itachi, many people also realized the threat of Akira Kagura, and ran around and shouted that the people present gathered together. "Stop everything! Get out! Let's deal with you first! Don't fight anymore! Deal with that little kid first!" Don't forget the wooden dragon behind that little ghost. That's not something that our team can solve. Don't be taken advantage of by him. What a pity. Once the battle begins, even if the participants in the battle still retain their rationality, it is not so easy to stop. A long-haired ninja, when he was calling on everyone to stop the internal strife, a tender voice appeared in the field. Hey, it's not easy to stop the battle. If this continues, people will die. Why don't I help you? Who? The long-haired ninja turned around with some joy. However, his eyes quickly stiffened, because he saw the person he didn't want to see the least. Akira Kagura slowly walked down the ruined steps. Wouldn't escape. The tree world is born. The ground in the entire area trembled again. The roots of vines rushed out from Kyoyu and Shenel's feet quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a tall giant tree grew. What the hell is this? Escape. Come and help me cut it off. The branches and roots on these giant trees continued to stretch quickly, tied all the shinin candidates they came into contact with to the trees. The efficiency of the ninja knife is too low. Uchiha Itachi waved his ninja knife and cut off a branch as thick as an arm. He quickly put away the ninja knife, quickly retreated, and quickly formed handprints with his hands. Fire escape Rao fireball technique. A huge fireball fell on the vine that attacked him, and the flames immediately spread to burn the vine and even ignited a giant tree. However, this efficiency is still too slow. The power of the fireball technique is not enough to burn all giant trees, and even the magic of the tree world's descendant is powerless to stop it. No. The scroll has been collected. Stay away and wait and see. Uchiha Itachi looked at his two scrolls and decided to retreat first. His figure quickly disappeared here. Other candidates do not have his strength and are not as lucky as him. The birth of Akira Kagura's tree world is far from a ninjutsu they can solve. The ninjas of other teams are exhausted under the continuous attack of vine tree roots. A group of sluts were hung on the same tree. This group of people swayed like fruits hanging on trees. Akira Kagura stepped on Malong's head, slowly stood at a height that was level with them, and asked, "You are very lucky. Although killing is allowed in the second round of the Chunin exam, Lord Danzo does not allow me to kill, so I will not kill you. What you up to?" A ninja asked everyone the questions they wanted to ask. Akira Kagura played with a scroll in his hand and asked, "First, hand over what I need first, second. What are you doing?" A slightly familiar female voice came over. When Yashao Wei Hungdu came with a group of Zongnan examiners, he saw such a strange scene, which made the group of people stop. Kyoyu and Kagura saw a group of arriving examiners. A group of hanged ninjas looked at the examiners, and their eyes were filled with expectations, hoping that these examiners would intervene in the exam and rescue them. However, the visitor always calls himself Konoha's cruelest female ninja. Yashao Hwahungdu ignored the group of eager ninjas, but pointed to the tower that turned into ruins and asked loudly, "Doesn't you destroy the end of the second exam? Do you want everyone to pass the exam? The village shouldn't let this happen." Akira Kagura looked down at the group of Zongnan examiners and explained, "I just want to lure them out. I'm not very good at survival in the wild. I can only use this method to force them out and grab some food from these guys. What a pity. I caught fish, and it seemed that the owner of the fish pond came to him. What a hell of a metaphor." Yashao Wei Hungdu was still holding a meatball in his mouth, frowned and said, "Are you not worried that you will be eliminated?" "Don't worry. Someone told me the passcode for the second level in advance." Akira Kagura spread his palms and continued indifferently, "Strictly speaking, the pass requirements for the second Zongnan exam are enough to gather the TND scrolls and get here. I guess there should be someone here who knows this." Yashao Wei Hungdu took a bite of the meatball angrily. Kyoyu and Kagura licked his lips. "Tisk, little devil, are you hungry?" Yashao Wei Hungdu continued to chew the meatballs, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly grinned, "If you have collected all the scrolls of heaven and earth in your hands and want to pass the level at this time, you can accept the food given to you by people outside the field. When Yashao Huahengdu said this, he even took out a food bag and continued slowly, if you stay here and eat what these people make, what if they poison it? There are many precedents in this kind of thing during the Zhongren exam. Yashao's idea of washing red beans is quite clear. As long as you can send this little ghost out of the examination room, you can solve the problems that may still occur in the examination room in the future. To be honest, this little devil always causes trouble. Kyoyuan Kagura laughed, raised his palm, and the two scrolls of heaven and earth flew up in his hands, and threw them towards the direction of Yashao washing red beans. Tisk, your choice is right. Yashao Huahengdu took two scrolls and laughed, although the normal process should be taught how to open the scroll of heaven and earth, I think this kind of thing is a waste of time for you. Congratulations, you will become the first candidate to pass the level. I also chose to pass the level. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared here at some point. When Uchiha Itachi saw the Chunin examiners appear, he immediately realized that as long as he saw the examiner, he might pass the exam directly from the examiner. Because the end of the pass, the tower has been destroyed. Congratulations on becoming second. Yashao Huahengdu quickly glanced at Uchiha Itachi and added, that little devil from Uchiha clan, it's still time to go to the sweets shop in the village to buy 3-color meatballs. Because they have always been frequent customers of Konoha Sweets restaurant, Mishu Huayongdu also knows that Uchiha Itachi likes 3-color meatballs. Ah, thank you senior. Uchiha Itachi nodded in a hurry and jumped quickly towards the exit. Kyoyuan Kagura ignored all this and his eyes fell on the food bag in Yashao Huahengdu's hand, as if waiting for Yashao Huahengdu to give him the bag. Yashao washed red beans took out a string of meatballs from the bag, and continued to take a bite on his own, with a fierce expression on his face. Little kid, I have caused so much trouble for us examiners. Do you think I will give you my favorite sweets? Tisk, I'm fooled again. Kyoyuan Kagure couldn't help laughing, and still looked at the fierce Yashao Huahengdu. Senior Hengdu, I'm a little worried that I'll forget you. Chapter 32 First Contact with Naruto Uzumaki. I finally sent that little devil away. Yu's hand washed red beans and bit the meatballs, feeling a little relieved. Why do I feel it's not good to deceive a little guy? A Zhongnan examiner asked carefully, as if he was afraid of the temper of Yashao Huahengdu, and added, of course, that little kid caused a lot of trouble in the exam. Hengdu, you also helped everyone breathe a lot. Because of that little devil Akira Kagura, the entire Chunin exam was a bit messy. In the first written test, Akira Kagura, a little guy, used his transformation technique to trick all the candidates, causing the entire Chunin exam to almost collapse. In the second game of survival, Akira Kagura, the little devil, destroyed the finish line and captured almost all the teams with his own strength, making it as if he wanted to eliminate all competitors in the second game, almost making the third exam impossible to continue. Forget it. Yashao Huahengdu waved his hand, looked at Kyoyuan Chenel's figure leaving, and said indifferently, this kind of lively child just needs education. Where are the remaining candidates? Didn't that little guy remove the technique? Yashao washed red beans and looked at the group of candidates in the deceased forest. We should have eliminated all of these guys, but this time we'll let them fight on their own. They'll gather here, and the results will come soon. It's going to be dark. Konoha village gradually became quiet at night. The shops on the street were all closed, and only a few shops and Yul Ramen were left with a warm orange color at night. Gu. A little boy with yellow hair was hiding under the eaves, stroking his hungry belly, looking at Yul Ramen not far away, and opening his palms to count the few coins left. This little money is not enough to eat a bowl of noodles. A boy's voice appeared in the little boy's ears. Yes. The little boy with yellow hair nodded subconsciously, and then he realized that someone had appeared beside him. He took 2 steps back. You, who are you? A person who is equally hungry. The boy reached out and stroked his flat hungry belly, then took out his empty pockets. He is also an equally poor person. The corners of the yellow-haired boy's eyes twitched. Bring it on. The boy squatted on the steps under the eaves, waved to the little boy, if you squat and rest for a while, you won't feel too hungry. The little boy with yellow hair slowly rubbed over. Many people in the village would scold him, and never allow him to get close. This older brother, who was even older than him, did not reject him. This little boy with yellow hair is Naruto Uzumaki. The nine-tailed Tsubaki Riki of Konoha village has sealed the most fierce-tailed beast in the ninja world. This young man was Akira Kagura. After leaving the Death Forest, he didn't want to return to the roots so early. He simply took advantage of this time to see the scenery in Konoha. Unpredictable, he actually met the little boy Naruto Uzumaki on the street. This is a child that cannot be hated. The story of this little boy always inspires many people to move forward bravely. Even Akira Kagura has to admit that if the previous life was not the story of this little boy, no one would like this ninja world. He is the warmest son in this ninja world. Naruto Uzumaki won't know about this. The little guy was still a little happy, as if he had met someone who didn't hate him, and curiously opened the topic, "Are you a ninja in the village?" "Yes." Kyuyuan Shenel nodded, glanced at the little yellow hair beside him, and added, "In a few days, I will be the Zongnin in the village." "Do you know what level of Zongnin is?" "A height that you will never reach in your life." Uzumaki Naruto's forehead hopped, pouted in dissatisfaction, and waved his little fist hard, "It's impossible. I want to surpass Hokage." "Do you know what kind of people are Hokage?" "The strongest person in the village is Hokage." "Then you have to have a full meal first." A sentence from Kyuyuan Kagura instantly defeated the passionate fighting spirit of the little yellow-haired. He continued slowly, "Children must have a good meal to grow up vigorously. Aren't you hungry too?" Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his croaking stomach and immediately responded, "I could have had a few days to have enough food." Kyuyuan Kagura changed his position again, sat on the steps, put his hands between his legs, his eyes a little dim. "It's a pity that I was deceived today. Although I also felt troublesome and willing to be deceived by her, she just lied to me like this, which still makes people feel angry. It's so verbose." Uzumaki Naruto took out his ears. "That's how?" Akira Kagura smiled, reached out and patted Naruto Uzumaki on the head, and a smile appeared on his face. "It doesn't matter, sooner or later, you will feel this way." "I won't." Naruto Uzumaki retorted loudly, saying that his IQ could not be so low. "I won't be fooled as easily as you." Yet, Kyuyuan Kagura doesn't seem to believe it very much. Just as Akira Kagura and Konaru were chatting here, an old man with a pipe in his mouth passed by the street and suddenly stopped in front of them. "Grandfather!" Uzumaki Naruto's face immediately became excited. Because he happened to know this old man, when he was in a low mood or was in a bad mood, the old man would occasionally appear by his side. "Yo, Naruto!" The old man spitted a cigarette ring with his pipe in his mouth and said slowly, "It's so late, why don't you go home to sleep?" The old man didn't wait for Naruto Uzumaki to answer, and his eyes fell on Akira Kagura. "There is a little guy here too. Why don't he go to rest at night?" "Because I'm so hungry." Uzumaki Naruto knocked on his stomach, raised his head and looked at the old man and said, "Grandpa, take me to fish." He just happened to be too hungry to sleep, so let's go fishing by the river together. As long as you catch fish, you will have something to eat. Okay. The old man stretched out his hand with a kind face and stroked Naruto Uzumaki's head, but his eyes still stopped on Akira Kagura. "Little guy, since you haven't eaten, you can go with us too." "I want to eat ramen." Kyuyuan Kagura responded slowly. This little guy is really not polite. The old man's eyes trembled, and he quickly got used to Kyuyuan's attitude, and said with a smile, "When the old man went out, he didn't bring much money. Did you two little guys carry money?" "That's all I have." Uzumaki Naruto showed the old man the coins in his hand. "My pockets are cleaner than my face." Akira Kagura shook his head and stood up on his own. Forget it, I've had enough fun today. If I go back too late, Lord Danzo will be angry. I'm really an obedient child. The old man praised with a smile and said, I have a friend named Danzang. I remember that he wouldn't be so angry. Chapter 33 Lord Danzo must want to be Naruto. Why do people always think about lying to themselves? Who dares to say that Shimura Danzo is not so easily angry? Can Konoha find someone who likes to lose his temper more than Shimura Danzo? Akira Kagura quietly stared at the old man's smiling face. This old guy was clearly the culprit who made Shimura Danzo so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Go fish first. The old man slowly vomited a cigarette ring, and his smile seemed very kind. If the little guy doesn't eat enough at night, it will affect his growth. The old man looked at Akira Kagura as if unmoved and continued, if you go back too late and Danzo is angry, I will help you persuade him. Oh! Akira Kagura raised his eyebrows and showed a provocative expression. Lord Danzo is the Hokage in the village, is it useful for you to speak? Danzang and I have been old friends for many years. The old man nodded, with confidence clearly showing in his eyes. He was very confident that he could suppress Danzo, he would listen when I speak. The old man just likes to talk big. There was obviously a hint of dissatisfaction on Kyuyuan Kagura's face. Grandpa is the Hokage in the village. Uzumaki Naruto responded quickly, but clenched his little fist and added, but this is only temporary. When I grow up, I will definitely replace him and become Naruto, and I will definitely surpass him. As Naruto Uzumaki said, the old man was Konoha's third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinako, but this time he did not wear a Naruto hat on his head. After watching the farce of Death Forest in the office, Sarutobi Hinata planned to observe the situation in the village, but saw Akira Kagura and Uzumaki Naruto stay together. Sarutobi Hizaki immediately wanted to take the opportunity to meet these two little guys and convey the will of fire to the village's future, which has always been something he liked to do. Since Sarutobi Hinasan has no heirs, the children, including Naruto Uzumaki, have no fear of the third generation of Naruto, and only respect. Certainly. Some children in the village didn't know that the old man who always wandered around the village was Naruto. When they suddenly knew about it from other people, they would always make a wow sound, showing a very surprised look, and their attitude would become respectful. Sarutobi Hinazan was very happy to touch the children's heads at this time, showing that the Naruto in the village was a gentle and kind old man. Children of this type often love the elderly more. This type of child is also more likely to be planted with the seeds of the will of fire. However, something happened today. After Akira Kagura learned that the old man in front of him was the third generation of Naruto, he showed shock in his expression, and he showed another hint of vigilance. Hehe. Sarutobi Hinako's face still had that kind smile, as if she didn't care about Akira Kagura's hostility at all. He knew that Danzo's children were not normal. You are the third generation Naruto. Akira Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hinako vigilantly, and shook his head with his brows locked and said, you can't see the Naruto at all. The real Naruto should be like Lord Danzo. When Akira Kagura said this, he seemed to remember the declaration that Naruto Uzumaki next to him said of wanting to become Naruto. Children should not dream. Akira Kagura pressed Uzumaki Naruto's head and rubbed his hair. You have no chance, Konoha's Naruto will definitely be Lord Danzo in the future. Take your hand away. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Akira Kagura's wrist and retorted loudly, impossible. I will become Naruto. That person named Danzo is impossible. Why is it impossible? Akira Kagura patted Uzumaki Naruto's head. Koha can be without anyone, but it cannot be without Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo will definitely become Naruto. Sarutobi Hinako, who was watching all this, had a little sharpness in her eyes. However, this sharp appearance immediately disappeared without a trace, and the old man immediately returned to that kind attitude, as if he had never appeared. Oh! Danzo wants to be Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and continued slowly, he and I grew up together, and I have never heard of him having the ideal of becoming a Hokage. How can you say such words? How can you say such conscience-lost words? Don't you, the old guy, know Danzang's thoughts at all? Yes. Danzang never told me. But as Lord Danzang's #1 confidant, I must know Lord Danzang's thoughts. While suppressing Naruto Uzumaki, who wanted to continue refuting, Akira solemnly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Don't Lord Danzo really want to be Naruto?" Sarutobi Hiruzen for a moment didn't know how to answer this question. If you lie, you will be exposed, and will leave the young man in front of you the impression that he will lie. How can you convey the will of fire to him in the future? Maybe I thought about it. Sarutobi Hinazawa decided to use false tricks. I just knew it was. Akira Kagura patted Naruto Uzumaki, signaling the little guy to calm down, and continued to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Actually, Lord Danzo originally wanted to be Naruto, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded silently. Didn't the third generation Naruto say that he and Lord Danzo are friends? Akira Kagura seemed to have grasped the truth and began to make up indifferently. Maybe the third generation Hokage and Danzo had the opportunity to run for the Naruto position. Danzo had a very high chance of becoming a Naruto, but he didn't want to compete with his friends to avoid losing friendship, so he had to give up the Naruto position to the third generation Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became a little bad. At that time, his position of Naruto was personally designated by the teacher, the second generation of Naruto Senju Tobirama, and it can even be said that he was appointed in the face of danger. Danzo Shimura never had the chance to become a Naruto. You little devil! The filter for Shimura Danzo is too serious. Sarutobi Hinata vaguely felt that the topic of his communication with Akira Kagura was a bit off. Didn't he come to convey the will of fire to the future of the village? Why discuss how he and Shimura Danzo competed for the position of Naruto? Little devil! Sarutobi Hinata took a puff of cigarettes and spit out a big smoke ring, determined to bring the topic back on track. Naruto is not a position that people compete for, but a responsibility that needs to be carried. Naruto bears the expectations and recognition of everyone in the village. Naruto. Akira Kagura lowered his head and fell into deep thought, as if impressed by Sarutobi Hinako's words. Do you need to bear the expectations and recognition of everyone in the village? Yes. Sarutobi Hizun's voice was a little tired. Seeing Akira Kagura and the whirlpool in front of you, everyone was in deep thought, and Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded with satisfaction, intending to give these two little guys a good lesson. The third generation of Naruto. Kyuyuan Kagura's expression suddenly became serious. My expectation is to eat a bowl of hot eel ramen when I'm hungry. So too. So is me. Uzumaki Naruto also raised his hand quickly, looked at Akira Kagura and said, when I become a Naruto in the future, I will definitely treat you to ramen every day. Okay, please treat you to eat. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed his pipe with all his strength. After all, I just said that Naruto was to bear everyone's expectations and recognition. If they were not satisfied at this time, it seemed that they could not make them willing to continue listening to the class of fire will. Chapter 34 There is no one around me, and no one will cry. 2 bowls of ramen. The third generation of Naruto treats guests. Kyuyuan Kagura pointed at the old man behind him, looking a little unpolite. I want 2 bowls of ramen too. It's also a treat from Grandpa Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be handsome and imitated Akira Kagura, pointing at Sarutobi Hinako who followed them, showing even more impolite than Akira Kagura. Naruto Uzumaki doesn't know what to be polite. A 6-year-old child will like to imitate the people he meets at this age. Even Naruto Uzumaki can still be better than his predecessor. Hand hit the uncle, sister calamari. Uzumaki Naruto smiled happily, and said with a giggle, if you have any wishes, you can find Grandpa Naruto. As long as you express your wish, he will help you realize it. Ah! The boss was hit by his hand and tried to open his eyes in a daze. Really? Calamari looked at the old man with some surprise. Ahem. Sarutobi Hinako quickly coughed a few times and said helplessly, Naruto, the existence of Naruto is not used to make everyone wish casually. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto's face immediately became depressed. However, Naruto Uzumaki quickly became happy again. Forget it, I'll be very happy to be able to eat ramen tonight. Never mind. Sarutobi Hinata sighed quietly and sat next to them, hand-handed, please help me with a bowl of ramen. Maybe I will have to keep the account tonight. Oh well. He nodded honestly by hitting the boss with his hands, and did not care about the third-generation Naruto's behavior on credit. During this period, Konoha's Naruto's reputation was actually maintained quite well, and no one would think that the Naruto, who is the most powerful ninja village, would be owed or something. Hey, I suddenly remembered something. While waiting for the familiarity, Naruto Uzumaki turned his head curiously and looked at Akira Kagura. I don't seem to have asked you what your name is yet. First. Akira Kagura said his code name at the root and added, but only Lord Danzo can call me this name, you can call me Kagura, Akira Kagura. Why? Uzumaki Naruto asked directly. Because it was Lord Danzang who gave me a new life. Akira Kagura looked calm, as if he was just explaining the facts. I used to be a child from an orphanage in the village. Someone sent me to a dark place. A man with long hair had to cut me on my body with a knife every day. He couldn't even die. It was Lord Danzo who rescued me. Oh? Did Danzo save you? Sarutobi Hinata's frowning brow suddenly relaxed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally thinking about the relationship between Akira Kagura and Shimura Danzo, but suddenly heard Akira Kagura's words and immediately felt a little in his heart. Yes, Lord Danzang saved me. Akira Kagura reached out and took out a pair of chopsticks, slowly adjusting his feelings. When I thought I was abandoned by everyone, when I was desperate about this world, Lord Danzo saved me, made me a ninja, and taught me to learn ninjutsu. Sounds like a good person. Uzumaki Naruto immediately became more fond of Danzo Shimura. Ahem. Sarutobi Hizaki felt that he was choking in smoke. Is Shimura Danzo a good person? This seemed to insult the old man's ears a little. Does the third-generation Naruto think so? Akira Kagura also smiled on his face, as if he was happy for Naruto Uzumaki's praise. He reached out to stroke the little yellow-haired hare's hair. When you become a ninja, I will ask Lord Danzo to transfer you into the root, and we too will kill the others at the root together. Ha! Uzumaki Naruto's smile suddenly became stiff. Cough cough cough. Sarutobi Hinata coughed violently. The Naruto suddenly felt that he had transferred Akira Kagura from the root to the Anbi, which was actually saving his old friend Danzo, so as not to become an empty shell in the future. This class was a bit of a failure, but it also gained a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he had gradually figured out the truth about why Akira Kagura was so loyal to Shimura Danzo. If you are not mistaken, then you can perform human body on Akira Kagura. The long-haired man in the experiment should be Orochimaru, his defected disciple. As for Danzo's words of saving people, only innocent children would believe this. The person who threw Akira Kagura into the laboratory might be Danzo. In fact, Sarutobi Hinazan was more or less clear about the truth. When Shimura Danzo was in the past, he had been supporting Orochimaru to conduct human experiments illegally. Find a suitable opportunity to let this child know the truth. At that time, will this child still be so loyal to Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hinasar slowly picked up his pipe again. The only trouble he had to think about was to prevent this child from hating Konoha's mistakes after he knew the truth. This kind of thing. It is not a problem for Sarutobi Hizawa. As long as you let Akira Kagura establish a bond with others, let him slowly learn to protect his friends who have his bond in his future life. Keiki. Don't always think about hurting others. The meaning of ninja existence is not to hurt others. Sarutobi Hinazun held his pipe in his mouth and stared at Akira Kagura with serious eyes, intending to start his class again. Kagura, the meaning of ninja existence is to protect the people you want to protect. Have you ever had people you want to protect? Have you ever done it? Akira Kagura nodded and continued indifferently, I used to want to protect the dean pharmacist Nanoyu, but she abandoned me, so I want to kill her now. Sarutobi Hinazo's expression changed slightly. Sarutobi Hiro killed. I heard of the name of Nanoyu, the pharmacist, who seemed to be a member of the intelligence department in the village and has always been able to provide a lot of information for the village. But is this child a bit extreme? Now, I just want to protect Lord Danzang. Akira Kagura stretched out his elbow and held his chin, thinking about what he wanted to say, but what Lord Danzo asked me to do for him should be just helping him kill the enemy or something. This Danzang. Uzumaki Naruto sat on the table and shivered. Don't kill easily. Sarutobi Hirakawa knocked his pipe and his expression became extremely serious. It takes more than 60 years for a life to live to my age, however, if a life dies, it often only takes a few seconds. So, Kyoyuan Shenel was almost self-taught without a teacher, and his eyes lit up. If you want to protect a person, you need to work hard to protect him for decades, but if you want to help him kill the enemy, it only takes a few seconds to do it. This seems to be a little simpler. Uzumaki Naruto felt something was wrong. Cough 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 cough. Sarutobi Hirasur waved his hand repeatedly and said, although that's what he said, an excellent ninja often needs to do what ordinary people cannot do. Kyoyuan Kagura fell silent. However, after just a moment, Akira Kagura suddenly spoke, Master Danzo said that I can use the wooden escape ninjutsu, but no one else can do it, and I have done it well enough. I'm not talking about this. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but grit his teeth. This bastard Shimura Danzo clearly brought this child to a wrong path. Hey, where are you? Akira Kagura looked at Naruto Uzumaki, are you an excellent ninja? Can you do it? Can anyone else not do it? Yes, I have. Uzumaki Naruto raised his face, sniffed, and replied proudly with a red face, the other little ghosts can pounce on their parents' arms and cry, but I don't have mom and dad, and I don't have one around me, and I won't cry. You are also an excellent ninja. Kyoyuan Kagura praised her sincerely. Sarutobi Hinako's face gradually became a little heavy. The old man knocked all the tobacco leaves hard, put away his pipe, looked at the ramen that the boss and Calamus came over, and finally completely planned to give up the class. Eat noodles. I'll go back to rest after eating noodles. Children must go to bed early and not stay up late. Chapter 35, The Mysterious Masked Man Appears. Thank you for the hospitality. 10-year-old Akira Kagura nodded and thanked her. Perhaps it was because of the short-lived mouth of eating people, or perhaps it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who asked them to finish the ramen quietly. Akira Kagura was very rare to be polite. Thank you for the hospitality. The 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki still acted very in sync. If you ignore the hair color of these two little guys, it will even make you feel that the synchronous movements of these two little guys are a bit like the older brother and younger brother. Go home and have a breakfast break. Sarutobi Hinako picked up his pipe again. This time, the encounter was not completely fruitless. Sarutobi Hinaru thought he had already learned about Akira Kagura and was not very obsessed with guiding him. He even felt that this little ghost's personality was not that bad from Akira Kagura's attitude towards Uzumaki Naruto tonight. I'm leaving. Bye. Uzumaki Naruto patted his bulging belly very happily, waved goodbye to Akira Kagura and Sarutobi Hinasaru, and headed towards his residence. Go back. I can't see at all. Akira Kagura stared at Naruto, who was leaving. Oh. Sarutobi Hinako held her pipe in her mouth, looked back at Akira Kagura standing there, and asked, Kagura, do you want to see anything from this little guy Naruto? I can't see his sadness at all. Kyoyuan Kagura's eyes became a little dim and she whispered, if someone abandoned me, I would be so sad that I wanted to kill someone. Sarutobi Hizaki feels a little bad. I'm leaving. Akira Kagura no longer said anything and walked towards the direction of the root organization base. This little devil. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. The old man who had been in control of Konoha for decades walked towards the direction of the Naruto step by step, and his voice suddenly became a little deep and cold. Kakashi, Tianzang. As the sound fell, Haki Kakashi and Tianzang appeared next to him instantly. Originally, they were on vacation this morning, but when they were still resting in the evening, they were suddenly ordered to serve as the guard of Lord Naruto. How do you feel about Akira Kagura? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the Hokage, not looking at his two subordinates at all, but continued on his own. When the Chunin exam is over, that little guy will enter the Umbu, and I will arrange him into your team. Haki Kakashi couldn't help but glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third-generation Naruto did not look back, and his steps were very firm. It didn't seem that he wanted to discuss it with others. This was from the order of Naruto. Yes. Haki Kakashi lowered his head quickly. As for Tianzang next to him, he has never had much say in such occasions. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stopped and continued seriously, by the way, don't underestimate that little guy. He has a strong wood escape talent. From now on, he can already exert quite powerful combat capabilities. Yes. Haki Kakashi and Tenzang looked at each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the shortcomings of Akira Kagura again, but that little guy's basic ninja education is not very qualified. His temperament is a bit too extreme, and he cannot teach the leader ninjas who put him in the village. You and Tianzang can only teach him more in the future. This. Haki Kakashi suddenly felt a little trouble. Because when he first met Akira Kagura, he felt that the little guy was not a normal child and he would kill people for Shimura Danzo. However, no matter whether it was the time I met at Yulramen this morning, or when I heard that the little devil pretended to be him and deceived the candidate, Kakashi Haki felt that the child's personality must be even worse than he thought. But Anbi must obey orders from Naruto. Yes. Haki Kakashi could only agree seriously and suggested, since Akira Kazura has the wood exit blood reincarnation, I will assign him to Tianzang's class. Tianzang looked at Haki Kakashi in disbelief. Tianzang is an honest man who extremely believes that Haki Kakashi is a reliable senior. At this moment, Tianzang suddenly heard that Haki Kakashi would give him a big trouble, and his psychological activities finally became active. Hey, what are you kidding, Senior Kakashi? You also know how awkward the relationship between Kyoyu and Kagura is. That little guy shouted and beat me and killed me every day, why did he put him in my class? You must know what kind of torture I will suffer. Kin. Sarutobi Hizaki recognized Haki Kakashi's proposal. After giving his orders, the Hokage waved at them and said, okay, you guys retreat first, I'll go for it myself. Yes. The two figures instantly disappeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the streets and alleys. After leaving Naruto, Tenzo finally couldn't help but said anxiously, hey, senior, arrange me and that little guy Kagura. I believe you can do it well. Haki Kakashi reached out and patted Tianzang on the shoulder and continued, Tianzang, I always think that you will become a reliable senior. But Tianzang. Haki Kakashi interrupted him and whispered, that child has the same wooden release as you. Perhaps this is also a fateful encounter. I hope you can make him a person who silently guards Konoha in the dark like you. All right. Tianzang could only scratch his head helplessly and proposed his own plan, I will teach him to slowly develop the wood release blood ninjutsu. If you encounter any problems, I will ask the senior. Kin. Kakashi Haki agreed and reached out and handed it into his pocket, since today's escort mission is over, go back and rest early. Tianzang scratched his head in distress and walked towards the direction of home. Haki Kakashi leaned against the wall with his head down. This famous cold-blooded Kakashi in the ninja world gradually began to empty his brain. Most of the time, he even didn't know what he was thinking. Haki Kakashi's fate seemed to be destined to be lonely. When he was a child, his father suddenly committed suicide, which made him orphan when he was in school. When he grew up, he was intimate. Friends died one after another in the war. Later, the teacher and his wife both died in the Nine-Tail Rebellion, which made Haki Kakashi feel so overwhelmed by fate. Kakashi Haki feels that his future life is in a daze. He has been staying in the Umbu for endless tasks and will never be able to have something to be happy about. After a long time, Haki Kakashi stood up and left the alley. After Haki Kakashi left, a mysterious masked man in a black robe appeared quietly and snorted coldly as he looked at the direction of his departure. Humph, this trash! He. A Nepenthes monster made of black and white bodies slowly emerged from the ground. He smiled and said to the mysterious masked man with half-faced smile, "It seems that there is no need to pay attention to Haki Kakashi anymore, right? Shouldn't we pay more attention to the wood escape ghost that Konoha appears again? Maybe. Can that little devil become the helper of the Moon Eye project?" Chapter 36. What did that bastard say to you? The wood release blood restoration may not be useful to the Moon Eye plan. The mysterious masked man seemed to not like the power of wood exit very much, and said coldly, "I also awakened wood exit blood restoration, and I don't think wood exit can be more powerful than the main lid Sharingan. That must be because your wood escape is too weak." The Nepenthes monsters knew this well, but they did not intend to argue with the mysterious masked man. They knew that the mysterious masked man's maniatoscope Sharingan was indeed stronger than his wooden escape. Alright. There seemed to be two wills in the Nepenthes monster. The black half-faced face of the Nepenthes monster's head moved slightly, and his voice was hoarse and gloomy. "We just happened to be in Konoha. I'll observe the talent of that little wood escape ghost. The Moon Eye plan requires a large number of powerful helpers, and it's always useful to have one more person. What's more, I just went to Konoha Death Forest to observe. Although I haven't seen that little ghost use wood escape, there is still a rich life energy in the forest, proving that the little ghost's wood escape is not useless. Okay. If that little devil is really useful, a little devil full of darkness and flaws is easier for me to deal with." The mysterious masked man didn't look at the Nepenthes monster beside him. He raised his palm indifferently and clenched it into a fist. "I have a piece in my hand that can deal with him. With a little use of means, he can be betrayed by all his relatives and have nowhere to go." Oh! The Nepenthes monster became a little curious. "Some time ago, someone sneaked into the hidden village in fog and I noticed that it was Ryama, the oil girl under Shimura Danzo. I grabbed him with my own hands." The mysterious masked man talked about the plan he wanted to implement, and his tone couldn't help feeling proud. "As long as I use the wooden escape ninjutsu to kill the oil girl Ryama, and then throw the body to Konoha, the person who found out, he can blame the little devil Akira Kagura. In theory, this plan is a bit simple. If it is truly implemented, there is a high probability that the goal will be achieved, because not many people in the ninja world have wood exit blood resume. The rest of the time is to continue observing that little kid." The mysterious masked man nodded. "After all," snorted coldly, "I just happened to observe how the seed left behind 2 years ago grew. Is Italian Uchiha?" The white half-face on the head of the Nepenthes monster suddenly showed a strange smile. "You killed Uchiha Itake's teammate with your own hands, allowing that little guy to awaken the Sharingan. The first time he could directly awaken the double Gwakuya Sharingan, his talent is also good. So I left his life." The mysterious masked man nodded, and when he spoke, he looked like Jizu was holding his hands. "That little guy Uchiha Itake has the possibility of awakening the mainly Drade Sharingan. As long as he gives him a little stimulation, he can take his Sharingan a step further." He. It's a coincidence. The white half-face of the Nepenthes monster seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly became a little excited. "It just so happened that Konoha was taking the Chunin exam, and Uchiha Itachi and Akira Kagura both participated. According to the previous rules of the Konoha Chunin exam, during the third Chunin exam, Akira Kagura and Uchiha Itachi said that they would fight on the field. Let's just observe the little wood escape ghost and the little ghost of the Uchiha clan to see which of them is better. Is it the Zongren exam again? The mysterious masked man's voice became a little deeper. Zongren exam. Ninjas will never avoid topics. In the base of the Nin organization, Shimura Danzo was also talking about the Chunin exam, but the old man's face was as gloomy as if he was dripping with water when he mentioned the Chunin exam. First, Shimura Danzo scolded Akira Kagura, who had just returned to the base. You performed too much during the Chunin exam. Don't just expose your body with wooden escape, and there is no need to waste the powerful chakra technique. I see. Kyoyuan Kagura frowned and said, when the third exam is over, I want it better to use wooden escape ninjutsu? Shimura Danzo was so angry that he vomited blood. Use it randomly when you shouldn't. Don't use it when it's time to use it. Now that we have already used the wooden escape ninjutsu, what's the use of continuing to hide it? Never mind. Shimura Danzo waved his hand and said helplessly, since everyone already knows it, there is no need to continue hiding. Oh. Kyoyuan Shenel nodded in irresistible. The third exam, take it seriously. Shimura Danzo looked at the boy with some distraction and said in a deep voice, you and Itachi Uchiha are the best candidates in this class. You will definitely meet in the last time. Don't be careless when facing that little ghost, use the wooden escape ninjutsu to defeat him. Because this exam has its political significance. Once Akira Kagura uses wooden ninjutsu to defeat Uchiha Itachi, the genius Uchiha clan, the Uchiha clan, will be able to make the Uchiha clan a little more sensible when facing the village's orders. I see. Kyoyuan Kagura nodded in agreement. One more thing. After Shimura Danzo and Akira Kagura finished talking about the Chunin exam, they finally talked about their most annoying topic. After the Chunin exam is over, you will be transferred to the Umbu. Why? Akira Kagura asked curiously, aren't we a member of the animal? Why are we transferred to the animal? The one who was transferred to the Umbu directly under Naruto. Shimura Danzo coldly proposed the difference and continued, just as the roots are loyal to me, the members of the Umbu are loyal to the monkey. Etc. Akira Kagura's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head to look at Danzo in almost disbelief. Master Danzo, why did he suddenly transfer me into the Umbu? This is, don't you want me to continue at the root, don't you want me to stay by your side? Akira Kagura seemed to have no idea what he was doing, and she tried her best to show a hint of shock and even anger. Is anyone complaining me in Lord Danzo? I have only been leaving the base for a day. When Akira Kagura said this, she tried to squeeze out 2 tears of grievance, but she tried hard but couldn't squeeze out her feelings. She could only continue sadly, if it was because of those guys, I can promise you that I won't be with those guys in the future. It's not your problem. Shimura Danzo interrupted him impatiently. Although it is indeed the problem of this little devil. Isn't it because you, a little guy, acted too much during the exam? But this little devil's attitude is so pitiful. He even still has loyalty to himself. But it's not impossible for me to do anything. This child will also become a chess piece he has placed in the dark. Don't be sad. Shimura Danzo suddenly stretched out his hand slowly, stroked Akira Kagura's shoulder, and asked casually, will you still obey my orders after entering the Umbu? Certainly. Kyoyuan Kagura nodded quickly. Once your boss asks this kind of question casually, it requires your firm attitude. In addition to answering quickly, you should also show your determination. But this is not enough. The best way is of course to say bad things about your boss mortal enemy. Akira Kagura frowned and said curiously, by the way, I met the third Hokage tonight for some reason. He kept talking to me about Lord Danzo. Shimura Danzo's expression immediately became ugly, and he said coldly, "That Sandai-me, what did you say to you?" Chapter 37. Don't forget that it was me who led you into Konoha. Shimura Danzo was very angry. What people always hate is that others talk about themselves behind their backs. Even Shimura Danzo is no exception, especially the guy who talks about him, who happens to be Sarutobi Hinesan, the one he hates most in his life. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned himself to Akira Kagura and even ignored the matter of continuing to brainwash Akira Kagura, he just wanted to know what the old guy said. The third generation Naruto said nothing. Akira Kagura seemed to be a little scared by Shimura Danzo's eyes, and quickly covered it up with clumsy words to avoid his boss being too angry. Tell me the whole story." Shimura Danzo saw through Akira Kagura's thoughts at a glance and said in a deep voice, "Don't hide what happened tonight. That guy monkey has always been hypocritical, and he will be deceived by him if he is not careful." "Yes." Kyoyu and Kagura nodded slowly. After passing the second round of the Chunin exam, it was already late. When I came back, I met the third generation Naruto and a little ghost named Uzumaki Naruto. The third generation Naruto wanted me to go fishing with them. I was worried that Lord Danzo would be angry, so I just wanted to rush back to the base soon. The third generation Hokage did not allow me to come back and told me that in the village, even Lord Danzo must obey his orders. When Akira Kagura said this, she seemed a little sad and uneasy. "I am worried that violating the orders of the third generation of the purpose may cause trouble for Lord Danzang." Snort. When Shimura Danzo heard this, he snorted coldly and said coldly, "Don't worry about causing trouble for me in the future. No one in the ninja world can cause me trouble." "Yes." Kyoyu and Kagura quickly agreed. Regardless of whether the boss has the element of bragging or not, as long as the boss makes a promise, it is best to write it down first, so as not to let your subordinate take the blame when something happens in the future. By the way, Akira Kagura keenly noticed that his boss wanted to get angry, so he had to temporarily reverse the order and say something his boss liked to hear. The third generation Naruto also said that he and Lord Danzo are old friends. The third generation of Naruto seems to have mentioned some past events, as if he has said something about Naruto, but I have never understood it. Akira Kagura rubbed his brows, and when he recalled, he threw the blame, "Because Naruto Uzumaki has been clamoring to become a Hokage, I didn't hear it accurately at that time, I don't know if I remembered it wrong. Just tell me." Shimura Danzo did not suspect that Akira Kagura would lie. Uzumaki Naruto's nine-tailed Tsubaki Riki, indeed, was instilled with Naruto's thoughts by Sarutobi Hinako since he was a child. He always made noises every day and became Naruto or something. This kind of thing. Many people know it. The third generation Naruto said. Naruto is not a competitive position, but needs to bear the expectations and recognition of the entire village, and the responsibility to protect the village. Even when the third generation Naruto talked about this, he mentioned that Lord Danzo once wanted to compete with him to become a Hokage, but Naruto needed to take on the responsibilities of many people. Lord Danzo believed that he did not have the responsibility to become a Hokage, and later gave up the idea of being a Hokage. Shimura Danzo's face suddenly drooped. That old bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen likes to instill the will of fire into the little ghosts in the village, but this time he even took the opportunity to criticize himself. Who said that I have no responsibility to become Naruto? As long as I become a Naruto, I can also take on the responsibility of Konoha and do better than that old bastard of monkey. I was a little angry, so I argued with them. Akira Kagura looked carefully at Shimura Danzo and continued, I told them that Konoha can be without anyone, and it must not be without Lord Danzo. Only Lord Danzo can become the next generation of Naruto Konoha. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly. This is the time when Shimura Duanzang was most satisfied tonight. These words have always been what Shimura Duanzang wanted to say, but he did not dare to say them to anyone in person. You keep talking. Shimura Danzo wanted to listen more. I remember after I finished speaking. Akira Kagura's expression was a little strange, and he continued, the third generation Hokage's face seemed a little scary, but he soon started to laugh again. Humph, it's still so hypocritical. Shimura Danzo immediately criticized his old friend. Sarutobi, this bastard, was so unhappy when he heard Akira Kagura mention that he would be the next generation of Hokage. He never thought about letting me take the position of Hokage. What else did you say? Shimura Danzo glanced at Akira Kagura, who had paused, and continued, Monkey, didn't talk about anything else? For example, did he mention that anyone in the village can take on the responsibility of the Naruto? Akira Kagura felt that Shimura Danzo wanted to know a lot. Sometimes, your boss will also become curious about some things, which may cause trouble for your subordinates, so you must find a way to stop it in time. And the more you say, the easier it is to reveal flaws. The most important thing is that what we need to do today is not to provoke discord, but to remind the boss that he still holds a fatal handle of himself. Akira Kagura wanted to tell Shimura Danzo that as long as there was this handle, there was no need to doubt that he would betray him after entering the Umbu. Third generations did not mention those matters. And it's a bit strange. Akira Kagura wrinkled his little face, looking a little confused. Tonight is a bit chaotic. Maybe it's because Naruto Uzumaki is making noise next to him. I don't know why he mentioned his secret of his life experience to the third generation. What? Shimura Danzo's face immediately became a little nervous. I'm still guessing why he suddenly saw you. The old man finally couldn't sit still and cursed coldly, that bastard monkey actually used the means of inducing sacrifice to you, wanting to find out your origin, if he knows. I only talked about my orphanage. Akira Kagura immediately comforted his boss and took the rhythm of the conversation again. The third generation Naruto already knew that I was a child from an orphanage. I was caught and conducted a would escape human experiment. That's good. Shimura Danzo nodded slowly, his expression also calmed down. He looked at Akira Kagura quietly and finally remembered something important. This little devil can't betray him. Because this little ghost is not a child from Konoha orphanage at all, but an experimental product from Orochimaru, and he can hold his lifeline at any time. Go and have a rest. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to Akira Kagura, his attitude became colder, and he even returned to his lofty appearance when he first met. I believe you won't disappoint me even if you are in Umbu. Don't forget one thing, I brought you to Konoha. Chapter 38 Uchiha Itake, your family is very. The purpose of Kyoyu and Kagura has been achieved. Shimura Danzo did not suspect that Akira Kagura betrayed him, but suddenly became such a noble attitude, which inevitably made people feel unsatisfied. The honeymoon period that we have been together in friendly times seems to be fake. Akira Kagura feels that Shimura Danzo's attitude is problematic. Once he realizes that he has always held someone's handle, he will show an attitude towards others that I can kill you at any time. Can people be loyal to you? Shimura Danzo doesn't think there is something wrong with his attitude. This old man has used this method to control his subordinates for many years and has never had any problems, so he will not feel anything wrong. Ninja. Isn't it just a tool to use? As long as this tool can be used, do you still care about the method used? Akira Kagura looked back at Shimura Danzo and felt that it seemed that they could never go back to the past. After all, he became the tool of this boss. What are you still watching? Shimura Danzo glanced at Akira Kagura coldly and said coldly, don't call yourself A from now on. From today on, you will not be allowed to use the root code name. Yes, Lord Danzang. Akira Kagura slowly lowered her head and left the office. Although Akira Kagura didn't like the code name A from the beginning, there is still something different from being deprived of her if she doesn't want to use it. If Lord Danzang lives a long life in the future, then he would be considered too negligent. In the next few days, Shimura Danzo ignored Akira Kagura and cancelled Akira Kagura's special ninjutsu practice field. He didn't care about Akira Kagura's feelings at all. He seemed to have returned to the right path and completely regarded Akira Kagura as an ordinary tool. The third round of the Zongren exam came as scheduled. As the most convenient way to show the battle between Shinen, the examination location is placed in a circular training ground, and the audience can stay in the audience above the training ground to watch the final exam, which is also a rare grand event for villagers to watch. The families of candidates who finally took the third exam came to see how their relatives at home performed. The candidates were chatting with their family members before entering the venue. The most eye-catching ones are two people. One of them is Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's father is Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of Konoha police force, and is the highest identity and strength among all the candidates' families. Father Uchiha Fugaki, mother Uchiha Mikoto, younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, good friends Uchiha Shimizu and Uchiha Inuin, and some Uchiha tribe members who were joining in the fun all came to the examination room of the third exam to cheer for the genius boys of their clan. Nissan. Uchiha Sasuke hugged his brother's arm and pouted, "Pass the exam quickly, and then accompany me to practice shuriken." "Okay." Uchiha Itachi patted his brother's head and smiled very gently. "Sasuke, don't bother your brother." Uchiha Fujio glanced at his youngest son, looked around the candidates around him, and his eyes fell on a lonely figure. "That little guy is the wooden escape ninja you mentioned at home, Akira Kagura." "Yes, Dad." Uchiha Itachi recalled his experience in the Death Forest and his face became solemn. "Akira Kagura's wood escape is very strong, I have never seen that amazing technique. Is that kind of wooden dragon like a living thing?" Uchiha Fujio thought for a while, lowered his voice and said, "The Uchiha clan is not without a confrontation technique, but unfortunately your Sharingan level is not high enough." "That child." Uchiha Mikoto glanced at Akira Kagura in the distance, frowned slightly and said, "Do you have no relatives and friends?" "He is Danzang's subordinate." Uchiha Fujio had already learned some news about Akira Kagura from his son, and said coldly, "Danzang's subordinates are only good at killing people and performing tasks. They should have been cultivated since childhood, so naturally there will be no relatives." Due to identity issues, Uchiha Fujio had to express his superficial respect to Danzo, but he knew in his heart that Shimura Danzo had always been hostile to the Uchiha clan. There is such a powerful wood-riding ninja in Shimura's subordinates, which is not a good thing for their clan. Obviously this is used to deal with them. Everyone knows. Wooden escape once defeated Uchiha Itachi, defeat him. Uchiha Fugaku reached out and put his hand on his son's shoulder. Uchiha Itachi nodded calmly at a disagreeable age. The third exam gave them a few days to rest. Uchiha Itachi had known for a long time that Akira Kagura was a powerful wood escape ninja. Of course, I won't waste this time in vain. I specifically asked my friend Uchiha Shimizu to help me train and practice. Nissan will definitely win. Uchiha Sasuke hugged his brother's arm and refused to let go, shouting proudly, "No matter who it is, he can't be Nissan's opponent." Uchiha Sasuke's voice was a little loud, which inevitably attracted the attention of other contestants. Many people's eyes swept towards this side. All candidates will enter. The examiner of the third exam has arrived. The examiner of the third exam was named Buzhuo Xianjian. The examiner liked to hold 1,000 copies in his mouth as a toothpick and looked cynical. A group of candidates said goodbye to their relatives and friends and took great steps into the examination room. They only saw Uchiha Itachi and Akira Kagura, and they fell behind a few steps. That wood escape ghost is too strong. Even if you advance, you can't be his opponent at all. It doesn't matter. The teacher told us that we don't have to consider the outcome. The examiners will not calculate the score based on the outcome. Instead, based on our performance in the battle, we will judge whether we have the qualifications to be promoted to Zongren. As long as we exert our strength. It seems that we still have hope. The team is at the forefront. Akira Kagura and Uchiha Itachi walked side by side. Uchiha Itachi gently glanced at Akira Kagura next to him, and suddenly said, "Sorry, I must win this time, I have a reason to not lose." "It doesn't matter." Kyuyuan Kagura was quite casual, as if she didn't care about the winning or losing of this exam. Instead, she mentioned the people outside the court, "Because your brother believes you can win." "Yes." Uchiha Itachi nodded and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to disappoint my father, let alone disappoint Sasuke. I must help him realize what he said." "You seem to have a good relationship with your family." Kyuyuan Kagure slowly praised and sighed, looking at it now, "It's such a happy family." "Thanks." Uchiha Itachi's attitude immediately became gentle. Chapter 39, The Encounter of Destiny, The Encounter of Wood Exit and Sharinon. Please confirm your opponent. Was Huoxian held a list for all the candidates to watch. There were 8 teams in the entire third competition. Except for Itachi Uchiha and Kagura Akira, all the other teams were full of 3. The entire competition is divided into 3 rounds, 8-4, 4-2, and 2-1. Unfortunately, Akira Kagura and Uchiha Itachi were assigned to 2.5 zones. In other words, if these 2 candidates who took the Chunin examination alone wanted to meet, they had to pass the first 2 rounds and defeat 2 3-man teams alone. It's over. We will meet that little devil in the first round. Don't panic. We haven't wasted these few days. We have learned new ninjutsu, and we may not have no chance to turn defeat into victory. The team that met Akira Kagura in the first round immediately became lively. All the teams present had seen Akira Kagura perform in the Death Forest, and each team believed that the possibility of them defeating Akira Kagura was very low. "We met that little kid in the second round." "Bastard, we are the ones who met that little kid in the second round." In the second round, the 2 teams of Akira Kagura might encounter Akira's 2 teams became lively. "Why do you guys go together?" Kyuyuan Shenel couldn't help but reply. In such small things, Kyuyuan Kagura is still very helpful. "Hey, examiner! Can they let the 3 teams play together? Other teams that want to fight with me can also join us." The candidates present looked a little unpleasant. "Can't." Buzz Huoxianjian quickly rejected the proposal. As the chief examiner of this exam, Huoqianji had already learned some important matters from his friends and Zushi Tong and Yama Castle AI. "There is a little ghost named Akira Kagura in the Chunin exam, so you must be very careful. The focus of this exam is not on winning or losing." Was Huoxian glanced at the people present and explained the meaning of the third exam again. Even the winner may not be promoted, and even the loser may be promoted successfully. The purpose of the assessment is to examine the tactics of your team. Clear. The minds of a group of candidates gradually calmed down. The first exam happened to be a competition for Akira Kagura. When the examiner just announced the exam, the other party's 3 ninjas quickly threw out the shuriken, trying to stop Akira Kagura from making a hand seal. "Just stop this little devil from making seals. Wooden escape and tree world are born." But Kyuyuan Kagura had already closed his fingers. The roots of the tree drilled out from the ground and quickly grew into 3 giant trees. The 3 giant trees quickly stretched out countless vine branches and chased the opponent's 3 ninjas, quickly tied all the enemies to the trunk. "Why? Such a powerful ninjutsu! Just make a handprint. There is no time to stop it unless he removes his technique directly." The 3 opponents looked at Akira Kagura, who had not moved at all. His face was full of frustration, unable to understand why the other party's ninjutsu was like this. How simple. "The winner is the joy of Kyuyuan God." Buzz Huoxianjian frowned and declared the winner. The entire audience was in an uproar. No one has ever seen a ninjutsu that is as simple as a seal but so powerful, especially those ninjutsu who have created ninjutsu. The deeper it feels about it. Is it all like this in wooden escape ninjutsu? Yama Castle AI in the audience looked at Akira Kagura off the stage, a little dumbfounded, just make a handprint to release this level of technique. Actually the power of the technique can be even greater. Yashao Huahengde stood beside King Yi of Shancheng and continued indifferently, when I first saw it, I was also shocked by that little ghost's wooden escape. These ninja candidates. Bingzu glanced at the other candidates in a similar manner and continued slowly, no one should be his opponent. If this ninjutsu did not consume much chakra. Tianzang. Haki Kakashi looked at Tianzang standing beside him and asked, I remember you have a similar technique, it seems that the range of technique is larger than this. No. Not that. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Tianzang's forehead and shook his head. That technique is the wooden escape and tree sea birth simplified from the first Naruto wooden escape and tree sea birth. Whether it is the ceiling steps or the power, it is far inferior, because I cannot learn to be a descendant of the tree world, so I cannot reduce the power of the technique. Theoretically, he has learned this technique successfully, even stronger than mine, because the wood escape is the life energy activated by chakra. I can sense the life energy in the field, which is far more intense than my wood escape. This technique. Shimura Danzo also taught Tianzang. Unfortunately, Tianzang did not learn it. He just restored the effect of the art of rebirth of the tree world by developing the wood escape blood in his body according to his own understanding. Tianzang looked back at Haki Kakashi, his face pale. Senior Kakashi, this child's wood escape talent is actually much stronger than mine. Do you want to think about it? Come on, you can definitely do it. Haki Kakashi patted Tianzang's shoulder with a calm expression. Not only were the people in the audience in uproar, but the candidates in the venue looked ugly. After all, the powerful ninjutsu that can be cast with a handprint can be regarded as a dimensional reduction blow to this group of candidates in the lower ninja. After the first round, there were 4 teams left on the field. However, the next team that had to face Akira Kagura directly lost confidence. The reason why this team can stay is not because of how good they performed, but because the opponents in the previous game performed worse. Maybe this technique is chakra-consuming. But in the Death Forest, this little ghost didn't act like he was not enough in chakra, and he even had another trick to summon Wood Dragon. Don't be discouraged. Asirun looked at the 2 teammates a little depressed and tried his best to persuade his 2 teammates, although we will definitely lose this game, maybe our performance in the last battle will help us improve. The second round, 4-2. The second round opponent Akira Kagura encountered, the team's encounter was exactly the same as the opponent in the previous round, and it was easily hung on a tree. Compared with the game where Akira Kagura quickly ended, Uchiha Itake's battle with another team was much more interesting, which aroused a lot of cheers in the field. Although Uchiha Itake and the other party's battle ended in a crushing manner, he used physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusion to eliminate 3 opponents from another team. Even the 3rd generation of Naruto who had been sitting upright on the subject audience stage praised Uchiha Itake for his beautiful fighting. The 3rd round, 2 finals. The entire arena became quiet. No one expected that this would happen in the Chunin exam. 2 candidates who took the Chunin exam alone were the final opponents. And these 2 little guys are exactly the same age. Both of these little guys have the top blood limit in the ninja world. In the audience, someone sighed, which actually attracted the approval of many people. The first Naruto Uchiha Hashira, who once possessed the power of wood escape, and the ninja Shura Uchiha Madara who once possessed the Sharingan. These 2 little guys standing here actually make people feel a bit like the 2 people in history legends, like the cycle of reincarnation in fate. There seemed to be many people in the audience who were dissatisfied with the Uchiha clan, and some even talked about history, maybe their results should be the same as in history. Itake Uchiha is unlikely to be an opponent of Wood Exit. Impossible. Nissan will definitely win. Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting next to his mother, shouted in dissatisfaction, and the little ghost head made a loud noise, that guy is definitely not Nissan's opponent. Chapter 40, Kyuhyun Kagura, I am always abandoned. Sasuke was noisy and loud. Because he was raised by his brother since he was a child, he has been taught to practice. Even if he saw the terrible wood dipper, Sasuke didn't want to believe that his brother would lose. People in the audience were staring at the noisy little ghost. Uchiha Fujio glared at his youngest son, which made Sasuke quickly settle down. Before the third round of the competition officially begins, Akira Kagura stood on the stage, glanced at the somewhat lively audience, and then looked at Uchiha Itachi standing opposite him. Your brother seems to have a lot of confidence in you. That's the reason I can't lose. Uchiha Itachi looked at Akira Kagura with a very serious look in his eyes. If there is another person in this world who can make Uchiha Itachi give up everything, then it must be his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, who doesn't want to disappoint his younger brother. Although he knew very little about the information about wood release, especially seeing Akira Kagura's wood dragon technique rage in the forest of death, Uchiha Itachi knew very well that this battle was doomed to be difficult, and he had to do his best in this battle. Because his younger brother watched all this on the audience. Yet, it's a bit of a coincidence. I also have a reason to not lose. Akira Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi, and his smile became stronger and stronger. If you lose to you, Lord Danzo will definitely abandon me completely. What's the meaning? Uchiha Itachi frowned. You won't understand. You are highly sought after in the sun. And I have been abandoned in the darkness. Once upon a time, I was adopted by an orphanage, thinking that I had found a home, but I was arrested in a dark laboratory, and the dean completely forgot about me. Later, Lord Danzang adopted me. In order to stay by his side, I had to do everything he told me, and he chose to abandon me. Kyuyuan Kagura's smile gradually became a little desolate, which made people feel a little unbearable. I have done well enough, but I have done nothing wrong. This. Uchiha Itachi didn't understand it very much. Because you. Akira Kagura spread his hands, and a look of cruelty gradually appeared in his eyes. Until now, I have only figured out one thing, that Lord Danzo has always wanted me to defeat you. Because when I was in the forest of death, I defeated everyone, and only you escaped my hunting. He sent me to the Umbu. Feel sorry. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help frowning, but said, I don't know. Even if I know this, I must do my best to pass that exam. It doesn't matter. Akira Kagura slowly shook her head, as if she didn't care about the past at all, but her smile became increasingly ugly. Anyway, I can correct the past mistakes now. As long as I can change my mistakes, as long as I can defeat everything you have in this exam, I will definitely let Lord Danzo take me back again. Uchiha Itachi was silent and didn't know how to answer. Do you want to tell the truth? Are people like Shimura Danzo actually not worth following? I'm afraid it will make the opponent in front of me even more furious. Hello. Buzzhuo Xianjian looked a little ugly, biting his 1,000 books and continuing, you two little kids, pay attention to the rules of the game. If you kill your opponent, you will not be judged to pass this exam. It doesn't matter. Akira Kagura shook his head and continued indifferently, this Chunin exam is meaningless to me. If Uchiha Itachi dies here, it will only prove that his life is too short. Perhaps his death will make other people's lives go further. Buzzhuo Suanjian's forehead hurt a little. This little kid obviously had a good 2 rounds of games before, but why did he suddenly cause trouble at this time? He was in a state of wanting to kill someone? In the audience, many ninjas can also read lip words. Many people present clearly knew that the last game might be a life and death battle, which also made some people feel a little worried. The third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi Hinata, is undoubtedly one of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Akira Kagura's lips and secretly hated Shimura Danzo too despicable. Even if he handed this child to Umbu, he would cause trouble. Kyuyuan Kagura, a child who is already extreme, became even darker because of abandonment, making it more difficult to correct the child's mentality. Shut water. The 10-year-old girl Uchiha Izumi sat next to Uchiha Shimizu and said with a worried look on her face, Itachi-kun will definitely win, right? Itaki is the best. Uchiha Shimizu nodded slowly. This is just Uchiha Shimizu, comforted Uchiha In. As an excellent ninja, Uchiha Shimizu can see that there is a gap between Uchiha Kagura and Uchiha Itachi. It is difficult for Uchiha Itachi to defeat the opponent now. Uchiha Shimizu knows more about Uchiha Izumi. He knows from Uchiha Itachi that there is another trick of the other party, which is even more terrifying. If Akira Kagura really had a murderous intention to kill Uchiha Itachi, it was very likely that Uchiha Itachi would be in danger of his life. The competition begins. The voice of Huo Xian resounded throughout the venue. When the sound of the game started appeared, the two little ghosts in the field moved almost at the same time. Uchiha Itachi threw 4 shurikens and disappeared in an instant. Wooden escape and tree world are born. Kyuyuan Kagura instantly raised her fingers. The tree roots quickly emerged, blocking Uchiha Kagura, and blocking Uchiha Itachi's shuriken. Tree roots drilled out from the ground. Giant trees grew out of the field with the spread of the roots, and in a blink of an eye it covered the entire venue, turning the entire examination stage into a quaint forest. Uchiha Itachi once saw Akira Kagura control giant trees to attack the enemy. He knew very well that these giant trees were all under the control of Akira Kagura's chakra, and they did not dare to stay at any location. They could only avoid the raid of tree roots and vines in the forest. No geographical advantage. Uchiha Itachi jumped into the forest, and his eyes instantly turned into scarlet. With the help of Sharingan, he observed the attack trajectory of all the tree roots and vines in his field of vision, looking for the place where he could jump briefly. Next moment, Uchiha Itachi's face suddenly changed. Because the branches and vines of all the giant trees in the forest are gathering upwards. The huge chakra reaction was almost breathless. Everyone in the entire examination room knew that a dangerous technique was about to appear here. Although a tree world can defeat you by giving birth, it may be a little troublesome. Kyuyuan Kagura's voice seemed a little leisurely, and he continued slowly. If it was a duel between Wood Exit and Sharingan, it seemed that there should be some more shocking way. Wood Escape Mole Dragon Technique. The trunks of giant trees continued to grow upwards, turning into huge vines and twisted together, turning into a huge wooden dragon that was rising upwards. This wooden dragon is hundreds of meters long. With its huge body alone, it seems that it can destroy the entire venue at any time, making people feel a little palpitations when they look at it. A huge vine extended towards the wooden dragon. Kyuyuan Kagura raised his foot and stepped on the vine, staring at the front, stepping slowly and firmly on Mu Long's head. Chapter 41 The Green Figure Like a Demon God. Since the departure of the first Naruto Senju Hashirama, the blood limit of the wood escape has long become a legend in Konoha village, and it is hard for everyone to imagine the power of the wood escape. When the quaint forest grows densely. When the huge wooden dragon hovered over the forest. People in Konoha village finally recalled the legend of the first Naruto. The first Naruto Shizumari used the power of wood escape to defeat Uchiha Madara, and joined forces with many ninja tribes to establish the most prosperous ninja village, ending the chaotic warring states era. Wooden escape. How could it be so powerful? A Uchiha tribe member finally couldn't contain his fear and said with his lips tremblingly, "Did the first Naruto defeat our ancestors using this technique? How did they compete with the first Naruto?" Uchiha Fugaku was silent and said nothing. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fujio knows many secrets and how powerful the Uchiha clan's blood resistance boundary Sharingan has. Itachi. Uchiha Izumi looked at Mu Long in the exam room with panic. 10-year-old Uchiha Izumi has experienced the Nine Tails rebellion of Konoha and witnessed the terror of huge creatures. The size of this wooden dragon is even enough to compete with the Nine Tails. Uchiha Shimizu couldn't hide her worries in her eyes. No one in Konoha knows Uchiha Itachi's strength better than Uchiha Shimizu. Even though Uchiha Shimizu taught Uchiha Itachi some powerful techniques, it is difficult to recover the situation of defeat under such a huge gap. Is this the power of wood escape? Haki Kakashi looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Since the end of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Kakashi Haki believes that there should be not many things in this ninja world that will cause his emotions to fluctuate. As a result, after seeing the huge Malong with his own eyes, a trace of turmoil finally appeared in his heart. When Haki Kakashi was looking up the information, he found that a piece of information mentioned that the wood escape is enough to suppress the Nine Tails. However, after meeting Tianzang, Haki Kakashi felt that the information might be a little problem. Now Haki Kakashi knows that the information is not the information. Tianzang. Haki Kakashi looked at Tenzo next to him. I can't do it. Tianzang shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, this technique requires the activation of a huge wooden escape chakra. My chakra is not enough to launch this technique. Haki Kakashi nodded silently. On the main stage of the audience, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata was wearing a hat. With the help of the hat, he looked at the heads of the small ninja village in other areas with fear on his face and nodded secretly with satisfaction. The main purpose of this Chunin exam has been achieved. The only remaining trouble now is to let the little guy Akira Kagura and Shimura Danzo completely cut off as soon as possible, so that this little guy can accept the inheritance of the will of fire. Otherwise, uncontrolled power. It's still a bit too dangerous. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the figure who climbed up to Malong step by step, and his face gradually became a little serious, and he could not let this powerful force be affected by Danzo. As an old friend of Danzang, Sarutobi Hizaki was very clear about the small amount of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo couldn't grasp it at all, and problems would arise sooner or later. In the dark corner, a mysterious masked man in a grey robe leaned against the wall, and the lower half of the Nepenthes monster was hidden under the ground, with only half of his body exposed on it. What a terrible child! The half-black face of the Nepentagrass monster looked at the scene in the examination room and said gloomily, this little ghost actually has mastered the wood escape of Shizuma. It is hard to imagine that there are still people in this ninja world who can reach this level by transplanting Hakima's cells. It's a very useful piece. The mysterious masked man nodded slowly and continued, we can almost make a plan to make this little ghost betray Konoha. When the mysterious masked man saw the wood dragon technique with his own eyes, he was indeed shocked enough, but he quickly calmed down. He was not afraid of this technique. Your seed is going to be killed. The half-white face of the Nepenthes monster smiled and said, faced with this level of wood escape technique, that little guy Uchiha Itachi could not win. It doesn't matter. The mysterious masked man shook his head indifferently and continued, if Uchiha Itachi dies, it will just make our plan smoother. It seems that I still want to resist. It's obvious that the opponent will end with just one blow. Inside the examination room, in the dense forest, Uchiha Itachi raised his head and looked at the Malong in the sky, stepped on a tree trunk, raised his hand and shot out a shuriken, and nailed it tightly to the giant tree. Uchiha Itachi glanced at his palm, and an iron wire was in his hand, and an iron wire was wrapped around the shuriken. His body jumped, swinging a large arc, and rushed towards the sky. It's obvious. This young man still did not give up resisting. Uchiha Itachi swung in the air, quickly forming handprints in his hands, and sprayed a mouthful of flames on Mu Long's head with the height of the swing in the air. Fire escape Rao fireball technique. How fragile is the boy rising into the sky? How huge is the wooden dragon above the forest? At this moment, it actually formed a shocking scene. No matter what the result of this exam is, it makes people see Uchiha Itachi's tragic heroism. Born resistance. Chu Yuan Shenel controlled Mu Long like a king, and slowly turned his head and knocked the flying fireball into a disappearing Mars. Uchiha Itachi stopped on a giant tree and stared at Mu Long in the sky. He had a cold sweat in his palm, which was a nervousness that he had never felt before. By now, Chu Yuan Shenel drove the wooden dragon and pounced down. The huge wooden dragon swooped unstoppably towards Uchiha Itachi, as if it was crashing into a small insect, as if no one could stop it from happening. Nissan. Suzuki was almost roaring. Itake! Uchiha Mikoto stared at the exam room nervously, and her eyes couldn't help but look at her husband, as if she hoped that her husband could do something. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were blood red, and 3 black magma slowly rotated in his eye sockets, but slowly dissipated. Uchiha Fujio quickly calmed down because he was not only Uchiha Itake's father, but also the leader of the Uchiha clan. Hey, stop! Buzzhuo Xianjian couldn't help but shout. As the examiner of the 3rd session, when the candidates are in danger, he should come forward to prevent the occurrence of life. However, at this time, he felt that he could not stop the technique of this level of work. He could only hope that the examiner's order could make the little devil stop attacking. However, Mu Long just paused for a moment. The huge Malong rushed towards Uchiha Itake again. There were countless giant trees in the entire forest knocked to the ground, and dust and smoke quickly spread out, disturbing the audience's seat and could not see the situation inside the venue clearly. The smoke finally dissipated slowly. Everyone stared at the scene in the examination room in shock. A huge green figure holding a cone-shaped spiral sword in his hand, which actually penetrated Mu Long's head directly, like a demon god who killed Mu Long. Chapter 42, The Man Who Ignited the Ambitions of the Uchiha Clan. What is that? Green Giant? A burst of exclamations appeared in the audience. The last game of the Chunin exam was really frequent. The audience originally thought that Kyoyuan Shenel's wooden dragon was unique, but a green half-body giant appeared in the field, killing Mu Long with one sword. Everyone present stared at the situation in the field. They soon saw 2 figures under the translucent body of the green half-body giant. Uchiha Itake. Uchiha Shun Shui. There is no need to guess too much, many people have already understood the situation, because most of the ninjas in Konoha village have heard of Uchiha Shimizu. So it was Uchiha Shimizu who saved Uchiha Itake. Is that green giant Uchiha Shimizu's technique? I thought that Uchiha Shimizu actually had this technique. Compared with these ordinary people who have not had a broad vision, some people recognize Uchiha Shimizu's technique. Among them, many of the Uchiha clan know the name of this technique. The legendary Susanoo. The highest level of Sharingan blood succession, only by opening the Maniad Sharingan can it be cast. Shimizu has already mastered Susanoo. The morale of the entire Uchiha clan is greatly boosted. Originally, these Uchiha were still shocked by Akia's wooden escape ninjutsu. Even when Uchiha Itake was about to lose, it felt that the Uchiha clan would have no future. Now hope suddenly arises in their hearts. What if there is one more wooden ninja in Konoha village? The Uchiha clan also has a Maniatoscope Sharingan that can fight against wood exit. Is this the power of the Maniatoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Itake looked at the green Susanoo in surprise, and then looked at his friend who saved him in the crisis, and couldn't help but slowly lower his head. At that moment, Uchiha Itake almost thought he would die here. However, the moment Malong was about to fall, Uchiha Shisui suddenly appeared beside him, and activated Susanoo to resist Malong's attack. Zishui, you shouldn't save me. As a child who has been good at thinking since childhood and Uchiha Shimizu's teachings, Uchiha Itake has long understood the internal conflict between the family and Konoha. The impact of Susanoo is too great. Many people in the Uchiha clan believe in the power of the Maniatoscope Sharingan and Susanoo. Susanoo of Shimizu will undoubtedly ignite their ambitions again. Itake, what are you talking about? Uchiha Shimizu stroked Uchiha Itake's head and explained with a smile, you are like my younger brother. How could I sit back and watch all this happen? Uchiha Shimizu looked up again and looked up at the sky, and it's my concern that makes me confused. I seemed to see that child's attack pauses. Did you use illusion on him? Uchiha Itake nodded slowly, the 3 Gwiku Sharingan in his eyes glowed red, and he whispered, at that moment just now, I used the Sharingan to impose an illusion on Akira Kagura, but it seemed that it was useless. No, it's still useful. The sound of Kyoyuan Kamiya came from the sky. Mu Long's body slowly disintegrated and turned into vines and fell. When Uchiha Shimizu saw that the threat was eliminated, the tall Susanoo slowly dissipated, and curiously looked at Akira Kagura, who was stepping on the vines. At least your illusion almost killed you. Akira Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi and frowned and said, when the examiner asked me to stop the fight, I originally planned to stop and appreciate the fear on your face, but I was hit by your illusion and lost control of Malong. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were a little surprised. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Shimizu couldn't help laughing. Kyoyuan Kagura no longer spoke, and what he said was of course false. There are so many people in the audience for this Chunin exam. Akira Kagura doesn't think he can kill Uchiha Itachi on the spot. How much benefit can he bring if he kills Uchiha Itachi desperately? Maybe he will be targeted by Uchiha Shimizu. Akira Kagura quietly glanced at Uchiha Shimizu. This man looked like a harmless person, but he might be the most dangerous person for him. Memories of previous lives provide a message. Uchiha Shimizu's Maniatoscope Sharingan can perform a unique illusion. Farewell to the gods. The effect of the magic style is amazing. It can permanently modify a person's will and easily make a person the puppet of the caster. Fortunately, this illusion called Biantian Shen has a cooling time of more than 10 years, and Uchiha Shimizu dared not use it rashly. He would only leave the technique at critical moments. It's natural. If Akira Kagura really acted unscrupulously in Konoha and showed a slight attitude of endangering Konoha's safety, Uchiha Shimizu would never be hesitant to use other gods on him. This is a dangerous person. This is a dangerous technique. This is a pair of dangerous eyes. Because anyone who gets Uchiha Shimizu's main Edada Sharingan can use the magic of the gods in the main Edada Sharingan, and it is possible to use the gods of the Akira Kagura, or even just needs a main Edada Sharingan. Therefore, no one can get the other gods, Maniatoscope Sharingan, even Uchiha Shimizu, the owner of these Maniatoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Shimizu is not a person who can protect his eyes. Uchiha Shimizu, who is even shackled by the mind of the ninja world, never realizes how much trouble these eyes will cause to the ninja world if they fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. Those who like to use such despicable means will never miss the opportunity to get the God of Heaven once they know the real ability of God of Heaven. Kyoyuan Kagura is not such a person. This method of using other gods to forcibly modify other people's will and thus force others to obey orders is too low level. Born. Chuyuan Shenel lowered her head slightly. Uchiha Itachi was a little at a loss. Does this guy think fighting with me is boring? Okay. Yuji Hatsumi patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't care about the outcome in a while, you two little guys have a long time to go. Uchiha Shimizu comforted Uchiha Itachi and looked at Akira Kagura with hope, you all have a strong blood limit on your body, just like the first Naruto Uchiha Hashirama and his friend Uchiha Madara founded Konoha together. I hope you and Itachi can work hard to practice together in the future and protect Konoha's future together. Yes. Uchiha Itachi always listens to Shimizu's teachings. Then come on, guard Konoha. Akira Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi and nodded. Compared to the Buzhua Genji who could only shout to stop the battle, Uchiha Shimizu is actually a bit more like the examiner. However, Uchiha Shimizu is still too naive. In this Chunin exam, Uchiha Shimizu used Susanoo to stop Akira Kagura's Malong, completely igniting the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo can solve the wooden escape of the first Naruto? Can't we solve the Konoha seniors of the third generation of Naruto? Someone lit a pile of dry straws with his own hands, but forgot that he had no ability to put out the fire at all, unless he used his life to put out the fire he lit. Chapter 43, Blasting Copper Coins. The Chunin exam is over. This Chunin exam is shorter than the past exams, but it is the most exciting time in Konoha's history. The third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan announced that the two were promoted to Chunin. Akira Kagura, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi defeated Uchiha Kagura, although the Uchiha clan was a little unhappy, but Uchiha Shimizu used Susanoo to save the game and regained her face. Kyoyuin Kagura has no time to care about these. After all, this exam has 2 job tasks, which just allows Kyoyuin Kagura to learn more about the reward rules of this working system. System tip: participate in the Chunin exam according to Sarutobi Hinesan's requirements. The work task has been completed, and the reward skill Koba Fluid Technique is rewarded. Koba Fluid Technique, the basic physical techniques of Konoba Village, including Kyoba Frost, Konoba 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 Frost, etc., are derived from the mission rewards of Sarutobi Hizawa. Good guy. This is a copper coin. He actually only gave a bunch of physical skills. Perhaps this work task is not difficult. Sarutobi Hiruzen even has no special requirements, but just let Akira Kagura take this Chunin exam. Not right. This old guy asked Akira Kagura, a wood-riding ninja, to participate in the exam, must have the idea of asking Akira Kagura to help suppress Uchiha Itachi, but out of the mind of a politician, Sarutobi Hinata could not express this thought. No wonder Shimura Danzo always scolds him. Akira Kagura could only comfort himself. He was quite superficial about close combat, which was a bit of weakness. It was not very appropriate for Konoha Chunin to know how to do physical skills. With the powerful physical strength brought by the Hashirama cells, this can be regarded as adding a tooth to the tiger. Compared to comparison, another boss, Shimura, is not a good leader either. System tip: according to Shimura Danzo's requirements, take the Chunin exam and defeat Uchiha Itachi in the exam. The work task has been completed, and the reward is Wind Escape and Vacuum Blade. Wind Escape Vacuum Blade, B-level Wind Escape Ninjutsu, which puts the Wind Escape Chakra on the Kanoneo, forming a sharp sword, originating from Shimura Danzo's mission reward. This technique reward is a bit fake. Kyoyuin Kagura didn't even have a decent kunao. If it is in accordance with Shimura Danzo's requirements, it will be difficult for the normal Shinin to defeat Uchiha Itachi. Akira Kagura was able to win purely because of the power of the Wooden Escape Ninjutsu. Kyoyuin Kagura finished counting his rewards and slowly rushed back to the base, intending to wait until early the next morning to report to the secret. Result: 2 janitors stopped him. This time, the 2 janitors were no longer afraid of Akira Kagura, and their attitude was as cold as if Akira Kagura was an outsider who broke into the base of the roots. In fact, Kyoyuin Kagura is indeed an outsider. Kyoyuin Kagura, you are no longer a person at the root. The 2 janitors stopped Akira Kagura from breaking in, and their words were a little blunt. Master Danzang has removed you from the root and ordered us not to allow you to enter and exit the base at will. If you want to meet Master Danzang, we can go and report it. That's what I said. The 2 janitors were still ready to be invaded by Akira Kagura, and even thought about whether Akira Kagura would make a big fuss, but they could not disobey Danzo's orders. In fact, Shimura Danzo scolded all the members of the root, believing that they did not abide by the will of the root, and actually pleased Akira Kagura a few days ago. Is that pleasing? That is clearly forced to respect. At that time, Akira Kagura, a little devil, was under the banner of Lord Danzo, and his strength was stronger than them. What could they do with ordinary root ninjas? As a result, Lord Danzo no longer spoiled that little kid and blamed them for those problems. No matter what. Now the roots have finally become normal. This time, the 2 janitors treated Akira Kagura very firmly. Even if Akira Kagura caused trouble, they would no longer let the little devil go. I see. This time, Akira Kagura did nothing, but just took a deep look at the dark base and turned around and left calmly. Konoha Village. The moon in the sky is still bright. Akira Kagura raised his head and looked at the moon. The moon in the ninja world was not the real moon, but the moon created by man. Akira Kagura lowered her head and looked down at the scenery of Konoha village. There are many people in this village, but no one is his relative. There are many houses here, but there is no room for him to live in. Akira Kagura found a park recliner, lay down on his side, and had to rest here for a night, and not go to the Umbu to report until tomorrow. The night in Konoha village was a little chilly. Akira Kagura hugged his shoulders and slowly curled up. People always had a way to deal with it overnight. In the dark corner, the mysterious masked man appeared quietly. The Nepentagrass monster also slowly emerged from the ground. It seems we don't need to do more. The black half of the Nepentagrass monster showed a gloomy and terrifying smile. Looking at Akira Kagura lying on the recliner, there was a little more teasing in his voice. Is Shimura Danzo always so stupid? Leave a wooden escape ninja who is loyal to him and is willing to leave it outside without hesitation. Humph, Konoha is all a bunch of idiots. The mysterious masked man snorted coldly and continued coldly, those idiots always think that they can control everyone. What should I do now? The white half-faced face of the Nepenthes monster was a little confused and asked curiously, according to your plan, where is the right place to throw the body of the oil girl dragon horse? It's okay to throw it anywhere. The mysterious masked man didn't care at all and continued coldly, no one will prove this little devil, he can no longer explain it clearly. I really didn't expect. The black half-face of the Nepenthes monster smiled happily, our plan will go so smoothly, and there is no need to even think too much. This little devil must be very desperate, right? I was abandoned by Shimura Danzo just now, and I was about to face the groundless accusations that I could not argue with, and I could not even find evidence of my innocence. Okay, let's start. The mysterious masked man didn't want to waste too much useless time at this time, so he opened his mouth and ordered, let this little kid see how cruel this false world is. The words fell. A whirlpool of time-space appeared around the mysterious masked man, and his body quickly rotated and disappeared directly from the spot. After seeing the mysterious masked man disappear, the body of the Nepentagrass monster slowly sank into the ground. The whole park is still quiet. It seems that those two people have never been here. When a little girl with a bun was passing by the park, she noticed a small wanderer on the park lounge chair. She was shocked unexpectedly. However, the little girl looked at her figure and was just a teenager. She looked like she should not be much older than her, so she settled down. Although I often pick up strange things in the village since I was a child, it's still too strange to pick up someone. The little girl with bunny faces were wrinkled together. The little girl finally gave up the horror of picking up someone, but jumped back and got a small blanket and covered the 10-year-old boy. Akira Kagura slowly opened his eyes, reached out to stroke the blanket on his body, and quietly watched the figure of the bun-headed girl leaving. Good people will have good luck. It seems that I'm really lucky today. Chapter 44 I remember that I killed the oil girl Longma, right? Late at night. Konoha village. Root base. The gatekeeper of the root base is still working diligently to guard the base. A dark thing suddenly threw it in from the well at the entrance of the base. The two gatekeepers were startled and rushed over to check the situation. This is Oil Girl Dragon Horse. The eyes of the two gatekeepers suddenly changed. The thing that fell from the entrance of the base was the corpse of the oil girl Longma. The whole body and even the head of the oil girl Longma were penetrated by sharp wooden thorns, and a piece of wooden thorn appeared from dozens of wounds, as if a bush had grown in his body. This is Wood Escape Ninjutsu. The two gatekeepers immediately went to report to Shimura Danzang. The oil girl Ryama was once the personal guard of Shimura Danzo. It would be fine if the person was killed, but the body was thrown into the base at the root, which was clearly provoking the root. The most troublesome thing is, the murderer is most likely to be Akira Kagura. After all, the gatekeeper at the root just drove Akiyuan Kagu-le away. The oil girl dragon horse was killed by the wooden escape and the body was thrown in. It is likely that it was the revenge of that little devil. After seeing the body of the oil girl Ryama, Shimura Danzo immediately determined that it was made by Akira Kagura, because he had seen Akira Kagura use this wood escape ninjutsu with his own eyes. What's more, Kyoyuan Kagura is an extreme child himself. The two gatekeepers at the route were ordered to expel Akira Kagura. Akira Kagura happened to meet the oil girl Ryama, who returned from the missing hidden village. Just kill the oil girl Ryama and vent their hatred and revenge on the roots, which is also very consistent with Akira Kagura's style. Go and bring him back. A flash of rage flashed across Shimura Danzo's face. The killing of the oil girl Ryama by Kyoyuan Channel is like provoking his majesty. That little ghost would not think he could tolerate his presumptuousness. The members of the roots looked at each other. Although they dared not disobey Danzo's orders, they couldn't help but want to ask, Lord Danzo doesn't want us to live anymore. Shimura Danzo also realized this situation, leaned on his own crutches and ordered coldly, does anyone know where that little kid is? A group of root ninjas dared not say anything. They didn't know where Akira Kamikata was. Shimura Danzo once again realized that there was something wrong with his question, because Akira Kagura was not a native of Konoha, but just an outsider who was brought into Konoha by himself. It's really troublesome. Where can that little devil be in the middle of the night? Apart from the root base, where else can that little kid live? Everyone, look for someone separately. Shimura Danzo's face became extremely ugly, and he said in a deep voice, when a class finds someone, I just need to entangle him. I will arrive immediately. Before dawn, I will see that little ghost. In the early morning, Chuyuan Shanle couldn't sleep anymore. When the root ninja was looking for him on a large scale, Akira Kagura realized that some situations might have occurred in the village and used darkness of the ninja realm to investigate the situation at the root. Akira Kagura saw the corpse of the oil girl dragon horse in his brain. Only wood escape and cutting technique could cause the tragic appearance of the corpse. In an instant. As a master who frames others, Akira Kagura immediately knew the reason for the sudden large-scale movement of the root ninja. This is someone who used wood escape to frame him. There are only a handful of wooden escape ninjas in the entire ninja world. The only person Shimura Danzo knows that he can use the wooden escape and cutting technique must be Akira Kagura himself. This was a shattering pot on Chuyuan Channel out of thin air. Kyoyuan Kagura immediately thought about why this black pot fell on him. Every black pot in the ninja world was not produced out of thin air. This ninja world. There are actually people who blame themselves? It is enough to just find out the other owners of the cutting technique. The messages brought by memories of the previous life are extremely important. Akira Kagura knew that there were other people who would use this technique, a mastermind hidden in the ninja world. A man who always wears a mysterious mask. Official title, Mysterious Masked Man. This guy. It's actually in Konoha. When Akira Kagura secretly used Dark of the Ninja Realm to investigate the information of the mysterious masked man, he suddenly found that this guy was hiding in Konoha village, even near him. Perhaps Konoha's struggle is too comfortable, which makes people subconsciously forget the dangers hidden in the ninja world. Akira Kagura was still planning to continue to be a double-sided spy between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hizun, but he had forgotten that someone had been watching what happened to Konoha. In addition, the last stop of the oil girl Ryama's life is Mizuno village, which happens to be the great ninja village that the mysterious masked man has been in control for a long time. Is this guy always in Konoha? Kyoyuan Kagura's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking about everything that happened tonight. Using the cutting technique, I killed the oil girl, Longma, and wanted to frame me, instead of killing me. Do you want to force me to defect? Be his pawn? This kind of good thing. Why can't you just say it? The mysterious masked man can just say it in person. Would he, a worker, still be willing to refuse the temptation to work for a new boss? He actually used this despicable means. This damn blame is simply impossible to get rid of logic. Kyoyuan Channel suddenly sat upright, and the small blanket covered by her body was like a cloak, hanging behind her back as soon as she was thrown her hands. Since you can't cleanse your innocence, you can only accept the blame first and then find a way to throw it out. Anyway, this account is recorded in your notebook first. No matter what, you can't delay the itinerary for today to report to Umbu, because for Akira Kagura, entering Umbu means a new boss and a new recruitment gift package. Just so happens that there is a man who can be used in the Umbu of Konoha village. Akira Kagura can use him to cause some trouble for the mysterious masked man. Hello. Akira Kagura took the initiative to find a team of root ninjas. Hold him. The moment when the root ninja saw Akira Kagura, the little guy immediately pulled out his ninja knife and surrounded the people and scattered. Kyuyuan Kagura's fingers suddenly rose up. With the launch of the wooden escape chakra, huge vines quickly emerged from the ground and tangled towards the roots of ninjas around them. A root ninja avoided the vine and waved his ninja knife to slash at Akira Kagura. He was kicked away by Akira Kagura. A vine tied up the ninja, and the other root ninjas were quickly subdued by the vine. The leader of this team's root ninja team is very good. He was tough and asked with his neck in his arms, Kagura. Lord, you killed the oil girl Ryama. Do you still want to kill us now? We came to you by Lord Danzang's orders. Lord Danzang will come here soon. Take me to see Lord Danzang. Akira Kagura controlled the vine and put down the well-performing squad leader, and whispered, I won't kill you again, so as not to make Lord Danzang angry again. If the oil girl Ryama hadn't just returned to Konoha, she started to laugh at me for being kicked out of the roots by Lord Danzo, I wouldn't have killed Senior Ryama inadvertently. Yes. The leader of the roots nodded slowly and said according to Akira Kagura's meaning, the oil girl Ryama said the wrong thing, and it is indeed his own pursuit of death. After the team of root ninjas and Akira Kagura left, a mysterious masked man quietly appeared under a big tree, and his voice seemed to be confused. Is it because I'm in the illusion? The mysterious masked man was a little confused. Why didn't that little devil argue? Why did he admit that he killed the oil girl Longma? The mysterious masked man felt that his brain was a little unreal. I remember, I should have killed the oil girl Longma, right? Chapter 45, Eye of Bond, left, the first Maniatoscope Sharinon. The mysterious masked man was a little confused. Why is Chu Yuan Shenl's brain circuit a little strange? When a normal person is wronged, he should try his best to defend himself. Will he be forced to defect after he has no choice but to defend himself? Why is Chu Yuan Shenl still taking the initiative to take the blame? Absolutely, come and take a look. The mysterious masked man could only let the Nepentagrass monster sneak into the ground to find out what was going on and why there was a problem with the plan to force Akira Kagura to defect. Good. The Nepenthes monster immediately sank. After the monster named Ju sneaked into the ground, he followed the group to the base and secretly hid underground to eavesdrop on the conversation between Akira Kagura and Shimura Danzo. The base of the route. When Shimura Danzo first saw the body of the oil girl Ryama, he was angry at Akira Kagura's boldness and immediately wanted to catch this little ghost and teach her a lesson. Now, Akira Kagura stood in front of him, even as if he was taking it for granted to kill the oil girl Ryama, as if he had done nothing wrong at all. Why did you kill Longma? I didn't like him when I was at the root. He was still mocking me for being kicked out of the base, and even mocking me for being a traitor like that. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, but who knew he even called me a traitor, and I killed him with one move. Shimura Danzo fell silent. What's going on with this oil girl Longma's brain? Go back to the village and don't ask about the situation, and go mock a tool for killing people? Shimura Danzo drove Akira Kagura out of the roots, not because Akira Kagura betrayed him, but because Akira Kagura was taken away by Sarutobi Hiro. He could no longer trust Akira Kagura like in the past, but this little ghost is still a tool that can be used. You're doing things too extreme. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and continued to scold, I have ordered you a long time ago and I will not allow you to kill people at will in the village. It's just an oily dragon horse. It's not the other person in the village, Lord Danzang can definitely deal with it. Akira Kagura frowned and pointed to the two gatekeepers at the base. When I was driven out by those two guys, I originally wanted to kill them, but I was worried that I would make Lord Danzo unhappy again and be completely discarded by Lord Danzo. Snort. You still know the importance. You also know that I will deal with it for you to cause trouble. Shimura Danzo tightened his crutch and said in a deep voice, fortunately, you threw Ryama's body into the base at the root. Once the group of people in Umbu discovered Ryama's body, that would be a big trouble. Fortunately, Kyoyuan Shenel killed the people at the root. If Akira Kagura killed other ninjas in the village, Shimura Danzo said he would not have to negotiate with others, and it would be hard to help this little ghost wipe his butt. It seems that something is wrong. But Shimura Danzo felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong. Never mind. The most important thing at the moment is that this little devil must change his personality of killing, at least he cannot kill people in the village casually. This bastard. It is obviously a sharp weapon, but before I use this weapon to attack the enemy, I will first be injured by the weapon. You go to Umbu and don't kill colleagues at will. Shimura Danzo could only suppress his anger and scolded coldly, Saruto Hinata is not a good person, he will not help you cover up like me. Then can I kill the traitor named Tianzang and Kakashi? What if they also mocked me for being driven out by Lord Danzang? No. They can't do that. Shimura Danzo frowned tightly, feeling like she was helping Tenzo and Kakashi say good things. She quickly tried to sort out her thoughts, and finally mentioned the serious thing, I remember, you should go to Umbu to report today. Yes. Go. Shimura Danzo planned to send Akira Kagura away first, and warned, if you cause trouble in the future, I will send you back. I won't. Akira Kagura immediately interrupted Shimura Danzo's words. Akira Kagura knew that what Shimura Danzo wanted to say was to send himself back to Orochimaru. Of course, this old guy was just talking casually, but he couldn't say it casually. Because maybe there is an eavesdropper around. Although Akira Kagura knew that the mysterious masked man had been around him, it was not convenient to meet the new boss at this time, and he had to cause some trouble for the new boss. Workplace rules. If a company needs your job, actively submitting your resume and being poached by a headhunter, the benefits you get from the two ways of joining are completely different. After Akira Kagura left the base, he went directly to Konoha Umbu to report. After registering the information, he first received a complete Umbu equipment. A kunao, a short-body ninja sword, a matching shuriken, a set of grey-dark protective gear, and a mask used to cover the face. Umbu locker room. When Akira Kagura came in with a bunch of equipment in his arms, more than a dozen Anbi ninjas were waiting for him inside, each with different expressions. You guys, you're late. An Anbi ninja who was a little impatiently waited, took the lead in accusing, everyone is waiting for you here. Are there any mission? Kyoyuan Kagura looked at him and looked at everyone present, or are you too weak and you don't have the ability to complete the task? What did you say? Several ancient people present were instantly furious. Don't be impulsive. Haki Kakashi stopped several people, feeling a little headache. This little devil is really a big trouble. He had a conflict with his colleagues on the first day of joining the company. I don't know how many more things will happen in the future. Yes, don't be impulsive. Tianzang quickly stopped his colleagues and said, Kyoyuan Kagure is a newcomer, so be more tolerant of him. After saying that, Tianzang took the initiative to show his gratitude to Kyoyuan Shenel. Do you want to change the equipment first? Your things can be placed in the storage cabinet, and there is also an empty cabinet. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Senior Kakashi assigned you to my class. There are 4 teams in the entire Ancient Division, each Ancient Division has 4 squads under its jurisdiction, and each squad has 4 people. Haki Kakashi is a squad leader of the Ancient Division, and Tianzang is a squad leader of this squad. Oh! Akira Kagura looked at Tianzang in front of her, a smile appeared in her eyes, and her attitude suddenly became kinder. So I am your subordinate? It sounds pretty good. System tip, you have a new superior, Tianzang, reward newcomers with a big gift package, and get new features, would escape blood resistance limit. System tip, it is detected that the host already has the would escape blood resistance limit, and the would escape blood resistance limit has been improved. You can develop more would escape ninjutsu that suits you. System tip, you have a new superior, Haki Kakashi, reward newcomers with a big gift package, and open a new feature Bond Eye, left. Eye of Bond, left, the legendary Maniatoscope Sharingan, although it only has one left eye, still has the power of pupil technique that ordinary people cannot guess. If you get the Eye of Bond, right, for fusion and strengthening, the Maniatoscope Sharingan will be even stronger. Chapter 46, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Pupil Technique, Limited Monthly Reading. Maniatoscope Sharingan. This is the top blood transcendence limit after the evolution of Sharingan. If a person has a Maniatoscope Sharingan, then he has the possibility of being able to compete with opponents of Naruto and easily become a top ninja. The Mainledian Sharingan is an evolution that causes qualitative change. The Sharingan's illusion ability alone is greatly enhanced, and it can use illusion to control the tailed beast. In addition, each Maniatoscope Sharingan has a magical eye technique, which is completely unimaginable to ordinary ninjas, for example, Uchiha Shimizu's Neishin God. If you have a pair of Maniatoscope Sharinans, you can even awaken more powerful pupil techniques, such as the Green Susanoo that Uchiha Shimizu once used. Certainly. The Mainledian Sharingan has a great restrictive effect. Once too much pupil technique is used in the Mainledian Sharingan, the pupil force will be exhausted and the Mainledian Sharingan will completely become blind. Pity. Akira Kagura has only obtained one Maniatoscope Sharingan for the time being. If you want to obtain more powerful pupil power, you must find a way to get another eye. The system is a bit stingy. Haki Kakashi is a famous figure in the entire ninja world. In his previous life, Kakashi Haki was considered a role that was out of the circle. He wanted to work for the boss of Haki, but there was only one Maniatoscope Sharingan in the gift package for the entry. I am loyal to Konoha and contribute to the future of the village. Isn't this characteristic of Eye of Bond, left, forcing me to join another boss? If you want to get Eye of Bond, right, and get a complete pair of Maniatoscope Sharinans, you must work for another boss, but the other boss is not a good person. Never mind. This is also within your plan. While changing clothes and equipment, Akira Kagura tried to feel whether there was a certain existence in his left eye. A variety of changes to avoid eye abnormalities. Perhaps the system rewards the blood transcendence boundary directly from the body, rather than through external transplantation. Akira Kagura could feel that his brain could control the switching between the Maniatoscope Sharingan and the normal eyes. This left eye. What magical pupil technique is there? System tips. The pupil technique awakening of the Maniatic Sharingan is being carried out based on the host's inner will. The pupil technique awakening is successful. Eye of Bond, left, has been replaced with a new feature Maniatoscope Sharingan, left. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new skill limited monthly reading. Maniatoscope Sharingan, left. It has extremely strong observation, replication, and hypnosis abilities, enhances observation ability, enhances the ability to apply and see through illusions, can replicate physical skills and non-blood superior ninjutsu, and can even hypnotize tailed beasts, and has built-in pupil technique to limit the month reading. Limited moon reading, the pupil technique that exists in the Mainledian Sharingan. When using limited moon reading on the enemy, it will create a brand new illusion world based on the enemy's life and the host's will. It will pull the enemy's body into the illusion world through the power of time and space. When the enemy cannot get rid of the fate of the illusion world or cannot defeat the host, the enemy's body will be lost in the illusion world forever. System tips. when using limited monthly reading, the host needs at least SSS level or above. If you use limited month reading too much, it will lead to blindness of the mainleted Sharinon. If the host gets the Eye of Bond right, and awakens the new Maniatoscope Sharinon, it will greatly strengthen the power of limited U reading. I seem to have seen this pupil technique. However, this seems not to be my awakening pupil technique. Kyoyuan Shenel felt that this pupil technique was a bit of a thing, and it might not be able to become his trump card. This pupil technique is much faster than would escape to solve the enemy. Of course, the boundary of the would escape blood rescue was also strengthened by Tianzang. Akira Kagura felt that he was instructing the would escape chakra as if he was instructed by the would escape chakra, and he didn't even have any shackles to cast a seal. He could use his own ideas to create a new would escape ninjutsu. Now, the purpose of reporting to the secret department has been achieved, and the recruitment gift packages brought by the two new bosses can be said to be very rewarding. It is time to make the next plan to help the mysterious masked man hiding in Konoha a little trouble, and let this future new boss come to him on his own initiative. Just so. There is a guy in this Umbu locker room who can cause trouble for the mysterious masked man. Tianzang, is this name right? Akira Kagura put on his clothes, his eyes fell on Tianzang, who had been kindly guiding him, and said, "Do you want to know why I was late in the morning? What's the reason?" Tianzang looked at the boy in front of him curiously. "Find a quiet place." Kyoyuan Kagura raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, "Or it would be better for us to find a place to talk after the mission is completed." Tianzang slowly looked at Haki Kakashi and looked at the senior for help because he had never been alone with Akira Kagura. At this time, Tianzang urgently needed the help of Haki Kakashi. Akira Kagura followed his gaze and looked at Haki Kakashi and invited him, "If Senior Kakashi is free, you can also help you become a referee. Even if you tend to be the leader of Tianzang during the judgment process, it doesn't matter. You go and carry out the mission of protecting Lord Naruto." Haki Kakashi waved his hand and asked a group of Umbu ninjas to go out, and ordered, "If you have any orders, come and tell me immediately, I will deal with their problems first." A group of Anbi ninjas came out one after another. The only three of them were left in the entire Umbu locker room. Akira Kagura sat on the chair in the locker room and casually said a message, "Last night, someone secretly killed the oil girl Ryama at the root with a wooden escape and threw it to the base of the root. Lord Danzo called me over and asked, and I admitted that I did this." Tianzang's face changed. "You killed Senior Longma?" A hint of fear and anxiety flashed in Tianzang's eyes. "This little devil! I want to intimidate him." Haki Kakashi's face was also a little ugly, as if he was thinking of something unhappy. "Kill your companion, is this what you want to tell us?" "But I didn't kill it." Kyoyuan Kagura stared at Tianzang tightly and continued without changing his face, "Someone killed the oil girl Ryama with wooden escape, threw it into the base at the root, and blamed me. In order to disagree with my relationship with Lord Danzang, you are the only one. Not me." Tianzang shook his head quickly and argued, "I was carrying out a mission last night, and everyone else in the class can prove it for me. But, it's not me." Akira Kagura looked at Tianzang, spread his palms and said, "If I want to kill the oil girl Ryama, I don't need to say this at all, right? In fact, even if I kill him in front of Lord Danzang, there will be no punishment." Tianzang, squad leader. On the entire Konoha, or the entire ninja world, only the two of us can use the wooden escape ninja. Can we still find it come to other people who have the wood exit blood rescue? Tianzang felt that he couldn't speak. Not necessarily. Kakashi Haki raised his eyes slightly and explained, "The S-level rebellious ninja Orochimaru in the village is the guy who uses you to conduct human experiments and research. It may not be impossible for him to create a new wooden release blood ninja." Kyoyuan Kagura was a little speechless. "I want to cause trouble for my new boss, not to ask you to cause trouble for my old boss. I'm very curious about one thing." Kakashi Haki looked at Akira Kagura and continued, "It's not the oil girl Ryama you killed, why didn't you tell Shimura Danzo clearly the so-called truth? If I deny it, Lord Danzang will not believe me anymore. Because the people who framed me using this is to distract me from my relationship with Lord Danzang, and this kind of thing is most likely done by you." Akira Kagura looked back at Haki Kakashi with fearless eyes, acknowledging that killing an oil girl Ryama is just an irrelevant little thing, losing Lord Danzo's trust is the real big thing for me. Akira Kagura looked at Tianzang and said, "Tianzang squad leader, I have already taken this matter in front of Lord Danzang. I will write down this account first." Tianzang's face was pale, and he felt that he was really wronged. Why did this new subordinate throw a slap in his head as soon as he came here? Chapter 47, The person who wronged you knows better than you. Tianzang felt that he was really wronged. Haki Kakashi thought that Tianzang was also wronged. Kakashi always knew that Tianzang was an honest person and could not do such random murder. Kyoyuan Shenel even knew about Tianzang's injustice. As a person who framed Tianzang, he must know the best how unjust Tianzang was. Is there a possibility? Tianzang's face turned pale and he carefully put forward his assumption, "Kagura, is there another wooden ninja hidden in the village besides the two of us? It may not be impossible." Haki Kakashi looked up at the sky and said in a lingering manner, "I don't think it's strange that something happened in the ninja world and who has appeared." Kakashi Haki had a strange thought in his mind. Someone wanted to keep this little ghost away from Shimura. It was not a bad thing, but the method was a bit too extreme. Certainly. This kind of thought must not be said directly, otherwise this little devil who always hides Shimura Dan will fight with him on the spot. Who would do such a thing? Who will be the beneficiaries of Jian Shimura Danzo and Akira Kagura? Haki Kakashi couldn't help but recall the style of the old man in the Naruto. Will the third generation of Naruto hide another wooden ninja? When did that wooden ninja appear? But killing the oil girl Longma. It doesn't look like the style of the third generation of Naruto. However, as a ninja who has been in Anbi for many years, Haki Kakashi has experienced a lot of darkness and will not use his own fixed thinking to think about a Naruto's ideas. Certainly. This matter must be investigated clearly. There is a wooden ninja who killed his companions in the same village hidden in the village. At least you must know whether this person is an enemy who sneaks in or a subordinate hidden by a senior executive. Okay, I'll check this. Haki Kakashi planned to take over this trouble on behalf of his two subordinates, and lowered his head and thought, if this person wants to alienate your relationship with Danzo but fails to achieve the goal he wants, he will definitely come out to kill people in the future using the wood escape. When Haki Kakashi said this, he looked at Akira Kagura again, don't doubt your squad leader, Tianzang will never frame others. Senior Kakashi. Tianzang's eyes were obviously moved. Oh. Kyoyuan Kagura nodded, obviously not convinced her face. Do you just like to frame others? If it weren't for the fact that there was no way, how could he throw the blame on Tianzang's head? Never mind. The purpose has been achieved. As long as Haki Kakashi is willing to check it out, it is enough. Even if the mysterious masked man hidden in the dark would not reveal any flaws, Akira Kagura would also find a way to let Haki Kakashi find some clues. At the same time, the Nepenthes monster who had been lurking underground and eavesdropping quietly informed the mysterious masked man of the exchange information between Haki Kakashi, Tenzang, and Akira Kagura. Bo. When the mysterious masked man got the news, he couldn't help but mocked him, that idiot Kakashi is really overestimating his ability. He thought he could find out what he could do? I'll kill another person tonight and see what that idiot can do. Etc. You guy is not smart either. It's obvious that I want to fight against Haki Kakashi. The Nepenthes monster felt that the mysterious masked man was a little bit over and quickly persuaded him, they already know that someone is secretly instigating him. It is difficult for us to use the wooden escape to frame that little ghost Kyoyuan Shenel to succeed. When the Nepenthes monster said this, he paused for a moment before continuing to persuade, even if you kill another person, it's meaningless, right? It's even possible that the little devil was framed secretly. The mysterious masked man suddenly fell silent. For a moment, he was disturbed by that guy Haki Kakashi and actually forgot that what he originally wanted to recruit Akira Kagura. Excuse me. The mysterious masked man took a deep breath and calmed down. Stay staring at that little devil first, and then see if there are any other opportunities. It's natural. I have never found an opportunity today. Because Akira Kagura first entered the Umbu, it is definitely impossible to act alone. Haki Kakashi took Tenzo and Akira Kagura to perform the daily tasks of the Umbu for one day, mainly responsible for protecting Naruto, conveying Naruto orders to other departments, and inspecting garrison patrols to prevent enemy invasion. When can I go to rest? Akira Kagura felt that the daily tasks of Umbu were quite relaxed. Where will the members of Umbu go to rest at night? Are they in the dormitory? Why didn't I see the dormitory? Stay at night. Haki Kakashi and Tenzang looked at Akira Kagura in surprise. Don't you rest at night? Kyoyu and Kagura's expression was even more surprised than them. Of course not. Kakashi Haki shook his head quickly and continued, in addition to going out to perform tasks, the daily patrols in the village usually require more than 16 hours of patrols, and someone will take over us tomorrow morning. 16 hours a day. Kyoyu and Kagura's face couldn't help but change. There are so many street lights in Konoha village, why is there no Naruto's body hanging on it? Umbu's work is already a bit boring. Compared to going out to perform tasks, it is already easy to stay in the village to protect Naruto and prevent enemy invasions. Tianzang seemed to have been used to these things for a long time and continued, only a ninja who can truly endure can become Anbi. While talking, Tianzang handed Akira a soldier pill. Can you adapt to the work of Umbu on the first day? Let's have supper first. Is this supper? Akira Kagura felt the working atmosphere of the ninja world for the first time. If the daily life of Umbu members is always like this, can the Naruto's corpse really not be hung separately on the street lights? Maybe it will be a little hard. Haki Kakashi bit a soldier ration pill and whispered, the full name of Umbu is the Special Unit of Assassination Tactics. We are Konoha's army in peacetime, and it is impossible to be as easy as other ninjas when performing missions. Oh! Kyoyu and Kagura understood immediately. By the way, you don't have a secret code yet, do you? Kakashi Haki glanced at Akira Kagura. Anyone cannot use his own name when performing a mission, or he cannot call the other party's name. In order to avoid the enemy's identity being discovered by the enemy, it is best to use a secret code. Is this necessary? Akira Kagura looked at the white hair of Haki Kakashi and couldn't help but say, not many people in the entire ninja world can use wood escape, and not many people have white hair like Captain Kakashi. Do we still need to give a secret code? I haven't seen the secret code called you by the third generation of Naruto today. Haki Kakashi was silent. It seems that there is really no need for this. Tianzang stood beside him and spoke carefully with them. Let's go inspect the village first. Haki Kakashi didn't plan to argue with Akira Kagura, so he mentioned the serious matter. You two should pay more attention to see if you can find out the traces left by the wooden escape ninja. After all, another hidden wood riding ninja is likely to be the subordinate of the third generation of Naruto. Haki Kakashi dared not let too many people know, so he could only explain it to Tianzang and Akira Kagura. Good. Kyoyu and Kagura felt that she was immediately energetic. By helping the future new boss, the mysterious masked man create new troubles and forcing the boss to come and recruit himself to solve the trouble. Kyoyu and Kagura is indeed very energetic about this matter. Chapter 48, The Mysterious Masked Man, This Little Devil Wants to Frame Me? Night. Konoha village is very quiet. Because the Anbi ninjas are guarding this quiet village. Konoha is the most prosperous and largest ninja village in the ninja world. Other villages will inevitably become hostile to Konoha. Even in peacetime, they will not miss the information that spy on Konoha. A group of Anbi ninjas wearing grey protective gear kept jumping and falling on the periphery of Konoha, patrolling around whether there were loopholes in Konoha's guards. Kyoyu and Kagura also became one of them. However, this boy did not inspect as seriously as others, but stopped to rest after inspecting an area casually. This little devil is still lazy when performing tasks. The Nepentagrass monster has been hiding under the ground and monitoring Kyoyu and Shinel. His black half-faced couldn't help but feel a little optimistic about this lazy Kyoyu and Shen. The white half-faced face of the Nepentagrass monster defended in a low voice, "Children are children, maybe they still like to play. It seems that they are talking to themselves. Go and eavesdrop." The Nepenthes monster slowly lurked near Akira Kagura. At this distance, you could just eavesdrop on Akira Kagura's self-talk. "Who is framed by me? If that person doesn't, if you continue to use wooden escape to kill people, will you never be able to find out the person who framed me? You must find a way to use wooden escape to kill some people, and frame the person who framed me, at least you can clear my suspicion. We must make the noise bigger. It's better to make the whole Konoha people panic. Just like the Nine-Tail Rebellion that alarmed the entire Konoha. This little devil is crazy." The Nepenthes monster was a little scared when he heard it. How could such a weird person appear in the ninja world? "I met someone who used wood escape to frame him, but I didn't want to deal with it in a low-key manner. I also thought that my accomplice killed someone, and I wanted to make this frame-up case a little bigger." The Nepenthes monster thought that this little ghost's personality was too strange, and secretly reported to the mysterious masked man to avoid the trouble of losing control. Framed the murderer. When the mysterious masked man heard this information, he couldn't help but sneer at the incident. "That little ghost doesn't know who I am, how could he frame me? I want to see how that little ghost framed me." Yes. Kyoyu and Kagura didn't know his identity. People in the entire ninja world probably wouldn't know about him, and even except for a few people, they didn't know that there was a mysterious masked man in the ninja world. However, sometimes, framing a person does not require identity information. Logically speaking, Akira Kagura does not know the information about the mysterious masked man, but he knows who has seen the mysterious masked man with his own eyes. The most violent-tailed beast in the world. Nine Tails. The last Nine Tails rebellion in Konoha village was triggered by the mysterious masked man. Nine Tails will hate everyone who has controlled it to the core. The mysterious masked man attaches great importance to the Nine Tails. Once something really happens to Jutai, he will definitely arrive. If the mysterious masked man refuses to show up, Akira Kagura has another plan: just need to become a mysterious masked man, which is likely to cause the nine-tailed chakra riot, which will allow many people to know the existence of the mysterious masked man, and they can't help but explore the truth about the mysterious masked man. Now, just go find Naruto Uzumaki. Is it easy to see Naruto Uzumaki? Very easy. It can be encountered anytime, anywhere. Naruto Uzumaki has no parents since he was a child and has not taught him how to live. The alimony paid by Konoha is often not enough for him to live. This little guy will be too hungry in the middle of the night, or fishing by the Konoha River, or picking mushrooms in the back mountain. Tonight. It just so happened that this little guy was hungry again. Uzumaki Naruto was happily picking wild mushrooms, without knowing that Akira Kagura was standing on a big tree, secretly peeking at his whereabouts. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. The Nepenthes monster that had been lurking in this big tree was also peeping at Akira Kagura, and it also noticed the little guy Naruto Uzumaki. Akira Kagura's hand was condensed with wood thorns. He seemed to know that someone was eavesdropping on him and was planning his plan indifferently. Nine Tails should be very important, right? Is there anything more panic that made Konoha more than the murderer behind the scenes who killed Nine Tails? What is this little devil talking about? Both of the Nepenthes monsters' brains are about to explode. Why did this little ghost say such a terrifying thing? How could he say so lightly that he would kill Jotaro Jiriki? Is this little ghost really a Konoha ninja? The most troublesome thing is that the lives of the nine-tailed beast and the Tunkuriki are in common in Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki is very weak, and the little devil Akira Kagura, who can kill Naruto Uzumaki, can really kill the nine tails. This will cause chaos in Konoha. No. It may even cause chaos in the entire ninja world. This little devil is too extreme. We must stop all this from happening first. The two brains of the Nepenthes monster immediately reached an agreement, and it could only notify the mysterious masked man to come over immediately because it did not have much combat ability. The mysterious masked man hurriedly used his time-space ninjutsu and rushed over. This dark person who has always been hiding behind the ninja world, who thought he could play with everyone in the ninja world in his palm, felt that things were beyond his control for the first time. Although I don't know what impact Akira Kagura killed Jotaro Jiriki, it would have on him, but this matter was obviously beyond his control. Especially. That guy still wants to take the blame. What's more? That child Naruto Uzumaki. During the last time during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the mysterious masked man completely made up his mind to change his life by killing his teacher, turning himself from a ninja who yearned for becoming a Naruto to a mastermind behind the scenes trying to subvert the ninja world. Maybe there is still a little bit of conscience. Maybe it is because Naruto Uzumaki, the nine-tailed Tsuki, can still limit the nine tails, and there is no need to let Naruto Uzumaki die so early. Konoha Back Mountain. Akira Kagura seemed to have been patrolling here and saw Naruto Uzumaki and greeted him. "Hey, Naruto Uzumaki, why are you here?" Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto waved to Akira Kagura with excitement and raised the colorful mushrooms in his hand. "Do you want to drink soup together? The mushrooms I just picked. Green mushrooms. Red mushrooms. These should be poisonous mushrooms?" Kyuyuan Channel frowned, his eyes changing. "After eating these with you, we will probably meet your parents." "Eh? Really?" Naruto Uzumaki was actually a little happy. This little guy didn't quite understand the meaning of Akira Kagura, so he held up the mushrooms in his hand and rushed towards Akira Kagura, and was even a little happy to meet someone who didn't hate him. "Don't get close to him." A voice suddenly appeared here. A time-space vortex slowly appeared between Akira Kagura and Uzumaki Naruto, and the mysterious masked man flashed out of the time-space vortex. When the mysterious masked man arrived, he had no time to think of other ways in his mind, so he could only appear in front of the two of them in a hurry. Anyway, even if there was any flaw, he could use Sharingan hypnosis to eliminate their memories. Crazy. Blood splashes. A thorn of wood pierced into the body. The moment the mysterious masked man hurriedly appeared in the space and time, a wooden thorn suddenly pierced his body, as if he was waiting for him to appear, making him unable to hide at all. "Good evening, invader." A touch of playfulness flashed in Kyuyuan Kagura's eyes. It's a bit unexpected that the mastermind behind the ninja world would be so easy to be fooled. Chapter 49 The Mastermind Behind the Nine-Tail Rebellion. This wood thorn attacked just right. Because this is the trap set by Akira Kagura. The wooden thorn that Akira Kagura threw out was aimed at the moment when the mysterious masked man released his body through the time-space ninjutsu but could not resist. The mysterious masked man looked down at the wooden thorn that pierced his body, and said with a dull voice, "I thought I would never be hurt in this false world again. How long has it been since I was injured? The last time I was injured, it should have been during the Nine Tails Rebellion, right? The last time I was injured was to kill Naruto Uzumaki's father behind me. This time I was injured was to protect Naruto Uzumaki. This world is so false that it makes people feel ironic." The mysterious masked man naturally thought that he was protecting Naruto Uzumaki, protecting this nine-tailed Tsukiri from being killed, and the plan to protect the Eye of the Moon will not have any accidents. Would escape cleaving technique. Kyuyuan Kagura raised his finger. The wooden thorns in the mysterious masked man's body instantly grew. A strange scene suddenly happened, but the growing wooden thorn did not hurt the mysterious masked man's body, and even suddenly fell from his body to the ground. The mysterious masked man's body seemed to be transparent and blurred just now. This is the mysterious masked man's time and space eye technique, which can put his body in a divine power space to avoid being hurt in the real world. The strange technique, and the Sharingan. Akira Kagura looked at the maniatoscope Sharingan exposed by the mysterious masked man, and his expression gradually began to become cold. People from the Uchiha clan show your identity, why do you appear here with your head and tail hidden in the middle of the night? You don't need to know who I am. The mysterious masked man looked at Akira Kagura and said coldly, I came here just to avoid the yellow-haired boy behind me being killed. How did this little devil have the nerve to ask such a thing? I am here because of you, a crazy little devil. In order to frame the murderer, he actually wanted to kill Konoha's nine-tailed ninja. Konoha's Anbi ninja was even more extreme than Konoha's enemy. How did you know someone wants to kill Naruto Uzumaki? Akira Kagura's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the mysterious masked man, as if he wanted to see the secret hidden in him. I, the Umbu, don't know about this. Oh? Don't you know? The mysterious masked man's voice in questioning was a little cold. If it weren't for you, a little devil who suddenly wanted to kill Jotala Jiraki, how could he have exposed his identity and rushed over? What exactly did that bastard Haki Kakashi do for? He actually put such a dangerous little devil in the Umbu. Now I understand. I am Konoha Anbi, I will protect him. You guy is the enemy who wants to hurt Naruto. Akira Kagura sneered and suddenly said loudly, Uzuridis Naruto, hurry up and get behind me. This guy may be an enemy. Ah! Naruto Uzumaki was a little confused. There is no doubt that in Naruto Uzumaki's perception, Akira Kagura must be his own person, and the little yellow-haired ran quickly towards Akira Kagura. Don't go over. The mysterious masked man raised his hand and threw a black stick, stopping Uzumaki Naruto's movements. Uzumaki Naruto, don't get close to that guy, he wants to kill you. A intruder slandered Konoha Anbi. Is this world too ridiculous? Akira Kagura quickly controlled a vine to drill out from the ground, and the vine quickly grabbed Naruto Uzumaki, as if he wanted to protect Naruto Uzumaki. It is ridiculous that this false world has always existed. Mysterious masked man, he instantly appeared beside Naruto Uzumaki and kicked Naruto Uzumaki away from the edge of the vine, and the little yellow-haired body fell out with a tilt. The mysterious masked man doesn't believe in Akira Kagura. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki saw the front of the mysterious masked man. A touch of red appeared in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes, and a violent scarlet chakra instantly swept across his body, putting him on a chakra cloak. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the mysterious masked man with a ferocious face. He seemed to have lost his mind and rushed towards the mysterious masked man. Nine Tails. Don't you still want to remember? The mysterious masked man glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, who was unreasonable, quickly raised his palm, and a black stick popped out of his sleeve in an instant, pierced directly on the little guy's shoulder, nailing the little guy to the ground. When dealing with the Nine Tails, the mysterious masked man has methods, not to mention that he only controls a young man named Jori wearing a little nine-tail chakra. It should be my turn to find it interesting now, right? Akira Kagura tilted his head, as if he was very curious about the scene in front of him. Why did Naruto Uzumaki react like this after seeing you? No, it should be said, why did Naruto Uzumaki's body react like this after seeing you? The mysterious masked man clenched his fists tightly. Since the Nine Tails rebellion 6 years ago, the Nine Tails in Naruto Uzumaki's body have not had any problems, but this time I saw his mask suddenly become violent. Now it's good, everyone knows there is a problem. It was clearly just to protect Nine Tails from being killed, but unexpectedly, Nine Tails' violentness exposed a little secret from the past. Let me guess. Akira Kamiya caressed his chin and began to reverse the process based on known results. The Nine Tails cannot be violent for no reason. The last time he was violent, You have a share in the Nine Tails Rebellion, right, the invader? You are so smart. The mysterious masked man praised him against his will. Your Sharingan is also good. Akira Kamikari praised him in exchange for words and continued slowly, the Maniad Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can control the tailed beast. If I guess correctly, you should have controlled the Nine Tails 6 years ago. It's not bad. The mysterious masked man nodded slowly. Do you hate Konoha? The speed of Akira Kagura's question suddenly accelerated. Good. The mysterious masked man also did not deny it. You don't like this world either. Akira Kagura seemed to be asking meaningless questions. Good. The mysterious masked man feels that this question is very meaningful. If Akira Kagura kept talking like this, the mysterious masked man wouldn't mind letting this little guy understand his thoughts, and even wanted to seduce this little guy to agree with the false world and need to change this. However, Akira Kagura's question gradually became strange. If we hate this world, we always need a reason. It seems that your family should have passed away. Good. The mysterious masked man had no time to instill in Akira Kagura in detail this world, and suddenly he was asked to remember his grandmother he had never thought about for a long time. You killed the oil girl Longma. Kyuyuan Kagura suddenly asked a question. Good. The mysterious masked man suddenly said the truth. Little devil. The mysterious masked man's eyes shrank suddenly, and he felt like he was fooled. You deliberately distract me from the spotlight, just want to know about this. It should be said that I can only ask about this. Akira Kagura hugged his arm and gently tapped his right arm with his left finger. The person who once caused the Nine-Tail Rebellion has too many secrets on you. Killing an oil girl Ryama seems a bit insignificant, so I can ask. But it doesn't matter. After tonight, these are no longer secrets. The chakra on Akira Kagura's body quickly rioted, and vines emerged from the ground. Now I just need to entangle you, and the rest is enough to wait for reinforcements from the Anman tribe. Chapter 50 The Falling Mask, The Exposed True Appearance. All the vines' attacks fell into the air. The vines passed through the mysterious masked man's body, just like they were passing through the air, and they could not hurt him at all. Akira Kagura's wooden escape ninjutsu has no effect on the mysterious masked man. The mysterious masked man's main hidden Sharingan has the ability to penetrate and deform, allowing him to avoid any attack and be invincible in battle. Do you want to use this method to stick to your support? The mysterious masked man ignored the vines that penetrated his body and rushed towards Akira Kagura. Little ghost, Konoha's people are always late. Before they arrive, arrest you, the little ghost first, so as not to encounter danger again. You guy is the biggest danger, right? Kyuyuan Kagura's fingers raised in front of his chest, and a vine came out from under his feet, driving his body retreated rapidly. Even if Akira Kagura knew the weakness of the mysterious masked man, it would not be that easy to crack the opponent's ability, because the opponent would not stand still and be attacked by others. He could rush over to catch him with his virtualization ability. The mysterious masked man flew into the air and touched the retreating vine with one hand. His right eye quickly rotated, and a time-space vortex appeared instantly. The vines were dragged into the space quickly. Kyuyuan Kagura's body was dragged in the direction of the mysterious masked man. Once he was caught, he would have to fall into the end of being slaughtered. However, this is also an opportunity. When the mysterious masked man uses his time-space pupil technique to absorb objects, his body will release his virtualization and enter the physical state. Kyuyuan Kagura quickly condensed a wooden thorn and threw it towards the mysterious masked man, but he could only force the mysterious masked man to give up absorbing the vines and re-enter the blurred state. It's really troublesome. Kyuyuan Kagura's brows frowned. If there is no time-space technique, it is really troublesome to fight against the mysterious masked man. He can only try to set up some traps. After all, the most important thing about the other party's pupil technique is a space, just hide a clone into the other party's space. Under the gap in strength, we can only experience the cruelty of reality. The mysterious masked man rushed towards Akiyuan Kagura again and said coldly, "No matter how you resist, it will be a useless struggle in the end. It doesn't matter." Kyuyuan Kagura took a deep breath, as if he had raised his fighting spirit again, but he said something a little discouraged, "It's enough for me to drag the reinforcements until the arrival of reinforcements." Akira Kagura seemed to want to work hard to get angry, "As long as Captain Kakashi comes here immediately, everything will get better." "Humph, Kakashi is just a waste." The mysterious masked man looked at him disdain, as if the name aroused his anger. "In this desperate reality, that trash Kakashi can't change anything." Akira Kagura ignored him and just raised his fingers and formed hand prints. Vines grew rapidly from the ground, spiraled around to form a huge ball, and Akira Kagura hid his body in the center of the vine. Would escape and would clone. With the help of the vines, Kyuyuan Shenel quickly divided a wooden clone. Compared with other clone techniques, the wooden clone and the shadow clone technique are almost the same as that of the shadow clone, and can also be used for attack. "Little devil, do you think you can escape by hiding inside?" The mysterious masked man stretched out his palm and landed on the huge vine ball. The maniatoscope Sharinon quickly rotated, and the time and space pupil technique started to operate quickly. Ordinary ninjas may have no way to defend Akira Kagura, but for the mysterious masked man, Akira Kagura's behavior is no different from the ostrich buried in the sand to hide. They are just deceiving himself. If you enter this vine and look for it, you may also waste time. The mysterious masked man simply absorbed the entire vine ball and Akira Kagura inside into the space. The huge vine balls were completely absorbed by the mysterious masked man. The plan is completed. The mysterious masked man glanced at the battlefield indifferently, looked at Naruto Uzumaki who was still nailed to the ground, and then looked at Kagura Akira who was standing next to Naruto Uzumaki. Autumn Genshin Impact? Didn't this little devil be put into the space with the vine ball? The mysterious masked man suddenly widened his eyes, doubting what he had done just now. When did this little devil escape to Naruto Uzumaki? I said it. Kyuyuan Kagura chuckled and looked at a leaping figure in the distance. I just need to delay time and delay until reinforcements arrive. A white-haired ninja wearing a mask jumped in the distance, and other Anbi ninjas were also moving towards this side quickly, and reinforcements were about to arrive. Humph, what can a waste do? The mysterious masked man was ruthless, but the maniatoscope Sharinon in his eyes was spinning rapidly, trying to slip away from his space. Since Haki Kakashi has arrived, Akira Kagura should not dare to hurt the nine-tailed Tsukiri, so let Akira Kagura let this little devil be once. In just 3 seconds. The mysterious masked man can use the time-space pupil technique to escape. Bang! A vine on the ground stopped him from moving. When I saw you just now, it took 3 seconds to appear using the time-space pupil technique. Before I stabbed your body with the cutting technique, I guess it would take at least 3 seconds to use the time-space pupil technique to absorb yourself and escape, right? Kyuyuan Kagura's fingers were standing in front of her chest, with a demonic smile in her eyes. My wooden escape only needs to make a handprint, and the longest schema is activated. The mysterious masked man realized the problem for the first time. This little devil is not as bloodthirsty as he imagined. He actually pays attention to such small details. He has even found one of his weaknesses. Don't leave in a hurry. Akira Kagura looked at the mysterious masked man and smiled and persuaded, didn't you say Captain Kakashi is a waste? When I was under Lord Danzo, I always wanted to kill him. Can you help me kill him? After Akira Kagura finished speaking, he didn't wait for the mysterious masked man to answer. He whispered toward the rushing Haki Kakashi, Captain Kakashi, here is an invader who sneaked into the village and tried to kill Naruto. Come and help. This little devil. The mysterious masked man cursed in a low voice. It was clearly this little ghost who wanted to kill Naruto Uzumaki, but he appeared here to avoid the death of the Nine Tails. However, Kakashi Haki ignored these things. Hearing that someone attempted to kill Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Haki suddenly became nervous. He saw the mysterious masked man at first glance. Who is it? Kakashi Haki rushed towards the mysterious masked man quickly and grabbed the mask on the mysterious masked man's face with one hand, wanting to see who the other party was. The mysterious masked man's body instantly faded. Haki Kakashi's palm fell into the empty space. However, the most strange scene happened. The mysterious masked man who had clearly avoided the attack couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if he had seen something terrifying. In a strange space. Every time the mysterious masked man's body becomes empty, part of his body or the entire body will appear in this space. All the items he absorbs with his pupil technique, including enemies, will also be placed in this space. For example, a ball wrapped around vines. For example, a wooden clone hiding in a ball. When the mysterious masked man was blurred against Kakashi's attack, his head appeared in the divine power space. Kyoyu and Kagura's wooden clone stood in front of the mysterious masked man's head, ignored the terrified eyes on the head, and pulled off his mask with force. Real world. The mysterious masked man suddenly disappeared. It seemed as if I was suddenly pulled down with force. Kakashi Haki was a little surprised that his palm fell, but found that the other party's mask suddenly fell. He had seen the true appearance of the mysterious masked man. Who are you?